Good morning, good morning, good morning, hello. Let me share my screen because they started early. Good morning. It is good to see everybody. They started early. I'm going to go ahead and start.
Your Honor, I don't believe that it is. In secondary murder, it's, I think, because this is from standard instructions, as I recall.
This is.
And so I think it's sufficiently covered, because it is not saying that the state doesn't have to prove that the person intended the act. It's simply not necessary the state prove that they intended the death to result from the act. And so I don't think anybody's going to be arguing that. I think the instruction is clear, the standard is clear on it.
I think specifically as to that portion of this matter, Mr. Zellman, that does crystallize the issue. The state must argue there was intent that the crime be committed, but as far as there being an intent that the victim of the crime actually died, that is not required by second-degree murder as a standalone crime or as a principal matter. The same would apply to manslaughter as well. As to any objection that you wish to raise, I'll allow you to make it now.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Just a moment. A moment like this. Some people wait a lifetime for a moment.
Ms. Fulfer is explaining what I'm about to make, what I'm about to request to make sure that our client agrees with it.
Damn Donna over here.
Given the court's ruling on that, we would ask that second degree and manslaughter not be given.
On what basis?
Your Honor, look at the charging document briefly.
What?
As I indicated previously, Your Honor, it's our position that the two sentences at the end of the principal instruction, specifically for second-degree murder, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Daniel Markel. For manslaughter, it is not necessary for the state to prove the defendant intended the death of Daniel Markel. As I indicated, it's a question of intent, and the principal instruction, the main portion, defendant intended the crime to occur. I just think it's confusing. I understand the state's position, but under the circumstances, we would request that the court not give those two lessons.
Interesting.
As I'm understanding, they're requesting just for count one simply to be guilty of first-degree murder or not guilty?
No. Mr. Evans, to omit the lines pertaining to second-degree murder and manslaughter in the 3.5 sub A instruction.
Mr. Evans' understanding of our request is accurate. We're asking that the two lessers for count one not be given, and that would eliminate the necessity for those two sentences in the principal instruction.
What is the state's position?
You're talking at the moment, Judge.
Wow. They don't want the lessers given. They want all or nothing. Is that smart though?
Doing away with the lessers on count one.
On this matter, I will need to take a call from defendant. Ms. Adelson, please rise, raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can lower your hand. Ms. Adelson, you understand that lesser included crimes are something that is available depending on what is charged as a crime.
I understand that, Your Honor.
Do you also understand as well, if you waive your ability for the jury to make this finding, they can only make a finding as to what is charged first-degree murder.
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In consulting with your attorneys, you understand the strategy of weighting all lesser-included crimes.
I do, Your Honor.
Is there anything that you need to consult with them further about concerning this matter?
No, there is, Your Honor.
Then you may be seated. As to the jury instructions, I will remove second-degree murder and manslaughter as options.
Wow.
Given that, Your Honor, I believe moving the two principal instructions directly after count one would also be appropriate.
We'll remove any reference from second-degree murder and manslaughter in the principal instruction as well.
That's bold.
That didn't have one side. Let's do change, I think, that I'd like to consider on principal instructions, the last line.
Give me one moment.
That's bold. She's going. So the lesser includeds are generally, like, if you think that, I always use the example of armed robbery. Like, if you can prove, like, the top one is armed robbery. If you can prove that they robbed somebody, but that not that they had a gun, then a lesser included would just be robbery. She wants all the lesser includeds gone. All or nothing.
Raised a good point.
Give me one moment.
So strategically, it sounds like she's thinking that they are not going to, she doesn't think that they will, the jury will see that she's met all elements for first degree. She wants the lesser includeds gone.
All right, concerning the principal instructions, Mr. Evans.
Your Honor, the last line in both principal instructions where it says this instruction, currently says this instruction does not apply to count two, we would suggest that it be changed. This instruction applies only to count 1 and 3. It does not apply to count 2 in both areas.
Defense would concur.
Make the requested change.
Bobby. Javi, wake up.
Let me repeat it once again, so this reflects what is requested. This instruction only applies to counts 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2.
Yes, Your Honor, and given that principle applies to count 3, I'll withdraw the request to move principle after count 1. So it seems more, it would be more consistent with the fact that principle applies to count 3.
The positioning of the instructions will be after, it will be introduction to homicide, count 1, count 2, count 3, principle 3.5 sub A, principles 3.5 sub B, intent, and then moving on to plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof.
Yes, sir, and I see you have added 10, the language that was agreed to by both sides.
Yes. Right, as to the defense's request to move in certain portions of the 2023 and 2024 calendars under the rule of completeness, after reviewing this matter, the rule and cases associated with it last night, at this time, that is going to be denied, specifically as to the 2014 and 2023 calendars. These are not what the court would deem as a unified recording or writing. The calendars specifically are broken into separate documents by date. The 2014 calendar, any discussion of planning a party in no way connects with the license plate information that has been entered into evidence, which was done by a witness who authenticated that page, the handwriting, and other matters to reach the admissibility threshold, as that would go to hearsay without an exception or a witness testifying on the matter that will not be admitted. As to the 2023 calendar, these are not united by time or would otherwise lend context between the entries themselves. Again, if there is a witness who would testify to these matters, that would change the analysis. However, that has not occurred. As to those two items, they will be made court exhibits if necessary for any future review.
May I be heard on the 2014, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
One of the pages that the state included in, I believe it's 59A, the first page actually refers to the party. And in the state's demonstrative that was used through Sergeant Corbett, they actually highlighted that language. If I can approach...
Demonstrative, though, is not evidence.
No, in the presentation that they had with Corbett after the document was admitted into evidence, so the document itself is admitted. During his presentation, they highlighted language about the party. So I think that changed the analysis. If I can approach and grab the exhibit, Your Honor.
Please do.
I'll allow it. It is a gutsy move. It's definitely a gutsy move. You're whispering and I'm trying to eavesdrop. Let's do a poll if you think that was a smart move or not. I think it was smart for Donna to waive the lesser included charges.
One was the one with the tag number. I don't see that here, Your Honor.
May I ask that?
Georgia got her red power suit on today.
Exhibit 142, Your Honor. And the reference is on the Friday, June 13th. It's pretty much in the middle of the page.
Gunpowder granny.
As to this particular page, making any arguments as to what's been admitted is certainly permitted. However, the other separate pages, which are separate writings, in any way connected to this is completeness.
And it's all about the birthday party. That using admission of that page alone creates a misleading impression.
Again, the court's ruling remains the same. For the item that has been admitted, you can make all arguments that can be reasonably inferred from this admitted item concerning the birthday party. Beyond that, the writings are not connected. This is not an issue of completeness as the court finds.
May we use the calendars as demonstratives during our closing?
You certainly may.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are there any other issues that we need to raise at this time by either party?
Oh, yes. The verdict form, Your Honor.
Yes.
Mr. Evans and I discussed on count 2 to conform to the indictment. We would ask that the count 2, we, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment: conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. And additionally, the conforming word in A.
Let me bring up the indictment. So you wish for it to read conspiracy to commit first-degree murder.
Yes, please.
As to the solicitation, do you wish for that to read the same as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Believe that stays with the evidence.
Read the jury instructions, and when he's reading them to the jury, whatever, and we'll listen to it, because without the lesser included, it's a bigger hurdle. So we'll see what y'all think.
Any further issues concerning the jury instructions that need to be addressed?
Cover that. Your Honor, I just want to make sure you under subsection which says the defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit, you did add first-degree murder there.
The verdicts will read count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment. First-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment. Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 3 of the change that to indictment and not information. Count 3 of the indictment. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is not guilty as to count 3.
Yes, sir.
Any further issues to raise concerning the jury instructions?
No.
None on that, Your Honor.
Any other issues to raise?
I'd like to renew our motion for judgment of acquittal, same arguments, as well as all previous motions and objections.
Very well. As to the renewed motion for judgment of acquittal, the court has the same ruling in taking the evidence introduced throughout the trial in the light most favorable to the state. The state has met its burden to present all 3 counts to the jury. As to any review on this matter, the issue is preserved.
Thank you. And the last issue, Your Honor, we had discussions yesterday concerning a corrections officer at the Leon County Detention Center. We were able to get her served. An investigator was able to track her down. Ms. Kessler, my paralegal, spoke with her afterwards. The information that she provided is our position that anything Officer Franklin would have to offer is not admissible, and that is why we did not seek to call her prior to arresting.
Well, parties can briefly approach.
Oh boy. Hold on, let me change this because I hate it when it says you're a manager at the bottom. That drives me crazy. transcripts? No, don't do this. I love it when they give me sidebars to get my life together. I love Georgia's red suit. Did she wear a red suit in Charlie's? Because I remember loving it. And I remember saying it was like her power suit. Whose idea was it to ditch the lessers? It sounded like the defense. It sounds like they're wanting to go all or nothing. I mean, at least with count one. I wish I could hear what they're saying. But I do love that we're getting the camera view at least. Well, we had it at least. Somebody asked who the guy is. That's Eddie Evans, the prosecutor's office.
Before we bring the jurors in, we will have a brief break to allow the parties to get set any demonstratives and presentations that they will need for closing arguments. Please inform the jurors that we will bring them out about 9:25. Until then, the parties may do what they need to do to set up to get ready. I will print the copies of the instructions. If anyone needs to stretch their legs, use the bathroom, please do so. As to all observers for the closing arguments today, and this is very important, once again, you are not to make any gestures, you're not to make any facial movements, you're not to any way indicate to the jurors that you agree or disagree with what is being argued or what is being said. Phones need to be put away and placed on silent or turned off. Does anyone have any questions? Given what was brought up yesterday, that there was either murmuring or some sort of improper influencing or attempt to improperly influence the jury, that is not going to be permitted. You will be removed and also subject to contempt. Please raise your hands now if you have any questions. Otherwise, I expect you to conduct yourselves accordingly. We will resume at 9:25. The parties are to prepare for the closings at this point, or all presentations and demonstrations.
I just feel like I'm in trouble every time he talks. Like when he does his like angry dad voice, I want to crawl under my desk with Lucy and hide. Share, let's see. There we go. Now it does it. Let me boost that. Okay, so the jury instructions, let me pull up. Let's look at what the requirements are. Oh, if you don't follow me on social media, you may not see it. I don't think I put it on Twitter though. But you know that case we were talking about yesterday? With Lake and Snelling and the baby. The autopsy results came back and it was a baby boy. So sad. But the autopsy results were inconclusive, so they don't have a cause of death yet. All right. Let me end that poll. 70% of you think it was probably not a smart move to get rid of the lesser includeds. All right, let's look up Florida law statute on requirements. Oops, not sentencing. Go back. Go back. All right. First-degree murder is unlawful killing of a human being with premeditated intent or during the commission of certain felonies. Okay, so they wanted second degree and manslaughter removed. First degree murder requires proof of premeditation, while second degree murder involves a killing that occurs without this level of planning, often in the heat of passion or as so second degree murder would have been off anyway. Like they didn't take an 8-hour drive in the heat of passion to kill somebody they didn't know. Premeditation can be defined as the process of thinking about and planning a crime beforehand. Role of intent. I'm trying to find the specifics for not being they'll go over it in the jury instructions, but I want to. It is so pretty outside. Um, I'm reading through the law statutes. Let's see. Legal elements of first-degree murder are complex, requiring the prosecution to establish beyond a reasonable doubt that the accused had specific intent to kill and it was premeditated. This is what premeditation is. Defendant's behavior before and after the crime. Intent refers to the mental state of the accused at the time of the crime. Fundamental aspects. Prosecution must show that the accused had a deliberate and conscious decision to cause death. A deliberate and conscious decision to cause death. I mean, I think we're there. Mitigating factors, mental health, defendant's age. I guess she didn't change her mind about testifying. Which is kind of disappointing, to be honest. I was just ready for the cross. All right, let's see. Gosh, this is like... Not what I need. I'm trying to find the ones... I mean, I guess technically we could go back and look at yesterday, but I'm trying to find the ones that... Because here's the thing. I think that the solicitation and conspiracy, no-brainers. The reason that I think they're wanting the second degree and the manslaughter off of... Which second degree wouldn't have mattered, because second degree is like... without premeditation and stuff, and like... I mean... premeditation is the easy part to prove on that, in my opinion, but... Let's see. Okay, so the principles in the first degree, the Florida statute. If a person helps, encourages, incites, hires, or otherwise aids another person in committing a crime, they are treated as though they committed the crime themselves. So that's the part that's good. That's the part of the statute that's going to get her in the jury instructions. So that means if you participate in planning, directing, or assisting a killing, even if you never fire the weapon, you can still be charged with first-degree murder in Florida. Premeditated murder liability. If prosecutors prove that you planned or conspired with the shooter or encouraged or directed them to commit the killing, you can face first-degree premeditated murder charges even without pulling the trigger. So, bottom line, if you are a willing participant, whether it's planning, aiding, or committing a felony where a murder results, you going down. The statute, this is what these are the exact words for anybody who wants to know. Florida statute 777.011. Whoever commits any criminal offense against the state, whether felony or misdemeanor, or aids, abets, counsels, hires, or otherwise procures such offense to be committed, and such offense is committed or is attempted to be committed, is a principal in the first degree and may be charged, convicted, and punished as such, whether he or she is not actually or constructively present at the commission of such offense. So if you help plan, encourage, or hire someone, even if you're not physically present, you are legally treated as if you committed the offense. Let's look at second degree manslaughter. So, I mean, the key difference from second degree to first degree is no prior intent to kill, but still an intentional act. So that one, to take that off the table doesn't really matter anyway, because there's nobody that's going to look at all that and be like, oh, it was a crime of passion. Like, premeditation is like you make a decision and you act on it. It doesn't have to be, you know, like you plan it for weeks or even you plan it for minutes. It's just you decide to do something and then you do it. You're like, this dude got to go. And you turn around, go get your gun, come back. It doesn't have to be a long drawn out process. Premeditation is not like, you know, we wrote it in our 2014 planner and, you know, did the dang thing. So the second degree wouldn't have really mattered anyway. For the manslaughter, Manslaughter, the killing of another by the act, procurement, or culpable negligence of another. And without premeditation. So that's without premeditation too. So honestly, like, taking those lessers off the table, I don't think is really going to matter. This is my opinion with 0 days of law school. It doesn't feel like it's really going to matter, because if I'm looking at that, I'm like, the main thing you have to prove for the first degree as compared to the lesser included is intent, and, or not intent, is premeditation, right? That's the easiest part of all of this to prove. Like, so I think that strategically, maybe they're taking the lesser included off the table just to give them less to have to go through and think about. It's like all or nothing. Either like you think this or you don't. Okay, I saw this. I saw where you're telling Robert F. go home, and I'm like, that is so rude. Why are we telling Robert F. to go home? And I was like, Coach Donald, be nice. And then I looked and Robert F. said, does the jury get to go home during deliberations or hotel? So now I understand. But Coach, I was about to say, like, Coach, be nice. That is not very nice. We're being nice here. We're nice to each other here. I'm like, Coach, that's so unlike you. But yeah, okay, yeah. Robert F., go home. They get to go home. My bad. I agree. If you understand it as it's written, it's impossible to convict of second degree. There's way too much planning documented. Yeah, for sure. I agree. Like, that's like the easiest part of all of it to prove. Okay, y'all want to look up conspiracy? We'll look up the other ones too. Okay, so wait, let's do this. So based on, let's do some polls. You know I love a poll. For I have a telehealth appointment today. I am too busy for this. Okay, for first degree murder. Choose one. Guilty? Not guilty. Okay, so based on what we just read. Yeah, I'm on jury duty. I'm on, like, at least it's telehealth and I don't have to go there. But it's at 9:20 my time, which will be 10:20. It's like going to be like in the middle of. All right. So here's solicitation for murder. According to the statute, whoever solicits another to commit an offense prohibited by law, and in the course of such solicitation commands, encourages, hires, or requests another person to engage in specific conduct which would constitute such offense, or an attempt to commit such offense, commits the offense of criminal solicitation. So, if someone asks, encourages, or hires another person to kill someone, then they have committed solicitation to murder. And that doesn't even matter if it happens. Like, even if you talk to like an undercover about, you know, trying to solicit a murder, you can be guilty of solicitation. Okay, so let's end the first one. Start a poll. All right, so y'all put Donna away for first degree. All right, now solicitation of murder. Guilty? Not guilty. So here's the thing for me for solicitation. To me, this one's a guilty too, because if you, and it says encourage, hire, or request another person to engage in the specific conduct which would constitute such an offense. Encourage, let's see, commands, encourages, hires, or requests another person. So her and Charlie are going back and forth about this. That's, to me, that's a guilty for me on that. You paid for it with your damn dollars. It was definitely encouraged. Just follow the moldy money. Okay. Let me pull up conspiracy statute. The thing is, the conspiracy is an agreement between people to commit the crime. Solicitation is asking or encouraging someone to commit the crime. Okay. All right, so here's the conspiracy one. A person who agrees, conspires, combines, or confederates with another person or persons to commit any offense prohibited by law commits the offense of criminal conspiracy. So the agreement itself is the crime. All right, let's end that poll. 98% of y'all guilty on that one. All right, and then final one. Start a poll for conspiracy. Guilty? Not guilty. There we go. Okay, they're about to come back. I'm going to, because this is going to be a minute, I'm going to get my water. Because this is not cold enough. I need ice water. I have to drink ice water when I'm here. Give me 1 second. Talk amongst yourselves. Finish your vote. I'll be right back. Y'all, literally every time I get up out of this chair, Lucy thinks that she's about to go for a walk. Like, I took her for a long walk this morning. Longer than I intended, because I was on the phone with Chat Daddy, and I was taking her for her walk this morning. And I was just going to take her down, like, out here, down the sidewalk. And there's, like, this little park across the street. It has, like, a cute little pond. And normally I'll take her on the sidewalk around there, but I was like, this morning, I was like, we don't have, a ton of time. We have to be live and stuff. So I wasn't going to take her through the park. Guess how that went? I was like, no, we're not doing that. We're not going through the park. We don't have time. I said, no, ma'am. So then, as we were walking through the park, because she's in charge, not me, I was like, all right, this is what we're doing. Okay, got it. Lucy's totally in charge. She will literally, like, we got to the edge of the park, and she literally, like, I'm trying to just keep going down the sidewalk because it's like a shorter, just go down to the sidewalk where the next thing is and then turn around and come back. But she starts to go towards the park entrance, and she's just like, and I keep telling her no, she won't even she doesn't take me seriously at all. She doesn't like the word no. And look, I get it. I don't like the word no either. Chat Daddy knows that. But she's a bully. Don't let that cute ponytail fool you. She's a bully. I'm sitting there telling her no, and she's like, she doesn't even turn around to look at me. She just like, she's facing this way, and she like looks at, like she turns around like this, like. She looks at me like, we both know we're going to go through here. We're just wasting time. She's a bully. All right, let's end this one. All right, conspiracy. 98%. 1% not guilty. She knows the word no, she's just not vibing with it. It's just, she's not vibing with it. She's like, yeah. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. Not feeling that. Lucy looks at me like, oh, that's cute that you, that's cute that you think that we're gonna do it your way. Lucy looks at me like, that's adorbs. But yeah, we're gonna do what I say. And then I didn't realize we're out of treats. I had to DoorDash some treats. There will be treats that'll be here in a little while. Because we were out and she was super mad at me. Forgot about it. She's really mad at me. She goes and like sits by, and she like punishes me. She'll go and sit by her bowl. And she'll sit facing away from me. She's like, I can't even look at you right now. I can't even look at you. You take me on this walk and then we get back and then you don't even have a treat for me. Like, what? I can't even look at you. So she'll sit by her bowl with her back, like her back to me. And every once in a while, she'll be facing the other way. But then like, you know, every once in a while, she'll kind of turn to look like to see if I'm looking. Like she wants to make sure that I see her giving me the silent treatment. I need a support group for bossy dogs. She's more like a cat. You know how like cats are like, you work for me? She's more like a cat. But she is a good snuggler. My mom and I went to bingo the other night and she was talking about how sweet her dog is. She has a little Yorkie poo and she was talking about how sweet her dog is. And then we were talking about how Lucy's not. I was like, Lucy's so bossy. And she's got such a little attitude. My kid came over yesterday because yesterday was my kid's birthday, you know, so my kid came over yesterday during my lunch break because it's the only time I really got to see him. During the day. So he came over and hung out with me on the long lunch break. And he had like a French fry or something to give Lucy. And he was like giving it to her and then would kind of pull it back and like, you know, messing with her. And she got so mad. He did it twice and then she got so mad. She like stomped her paw and then she was like, "Argh!" And then she looked at me like, do you see this? What's happening over here? It was so funny. He was messing with her one time. He kept like, you know, messing with her, whatever. And she reached up her paw and slapped him. I have a video of it. She slapped him. I trained dogs for over 30 years. I'm telling you, she's working on it. She has trained me. She has me trained. She wants a walk, she'll go to the closet and get my flip-flops and bring me flip-flops. Like, get these on. Let's go. We're going. My dogs don't accept French fries not dipped in something. You know, she just started, like, she would not eat French fries either. She would eat, like, chicken nuggets and anything, you know, meat. She loves. She would not eat French fries until this year, really. And even then, she's very picky about it. She only likes certain kinds. She's bossy. It's Lucy's world. I'm just living in it. I remember when we used to do flip-flop counts. Yeah, by the end of a stream, we would see how many flip-flops she had brought me. We would do flip-flop counts. By the end of the stream, we would see how many flip-flops she brought me. And, I mean, it would get up there. I ended up, when I redid my closet, I put like a shoe rack in there, so now she can't reach them because she would go get them all the time and bring them to me. My dog is a whiner. Aren't dog? Isn't it funny? They have like they all have such funny little personalities. They are giving they're giving them a break before they come in and start the actual closing arguments. Yeah, that's why you never see the flip-flops piling up anymore. I have them on, instead of them all being thrown in my closet, I have like shelving in there where I have them. So the only thing on the actual floor are all my cowboy boots, and she can't get those because they're bigger than she is. Each side gets 2 hours for closing. I don't think that they'll take 2 hours though. Maybe. Lucy rarely barks. I had to DoorDash her some treats and they're almost here. Whose dog makes them DoorDash treats so that they'll actually talk to you? I cannot listen to the defense for 2 hours. The defense doesn't have anything to say for 2 hours. I don't think there's any way that they could actually spend their whole 2 hours. I mean, their openings were what, 20 minutes? 25 minutes, something like that? I'm guessing. I don't remember exactly how long it was, but I remember it was short. Who will give closing for the defense? I think probably Georgia. Dugan gave openings. I think Georgia will probably do closings. Oh, Giorgio Armani died. "91 years old." Georgia was on fire yesterday. Georgia was all of us yesterday. Georgia was all of us yesterday. Do you think Jackie will give closings? No, I think Zellner will. Because he was awake for most of it. Oh gosh. DoorDash is here with Lucy's treats. I'll be right back. Okay. All right, come here. Does this mean I'm not getting silent treatment anymore? Where'd you go? Look, they're like little kebabs. She loves these things. There you go. Good girl. Secure the bag. Not in trouble anymore. I'm thinking of moving to Florida. Where'd that go? Oops. I'm thinking of moving to Florida. Where's the best place to live? Well, that depends. Tallahassee is lovely. Don't listen to the Adelsons. No. Everything in Florida is like different. Like you can go to different places in Florida and it'll look like you're in different countries. Like 30A looks like European, like little European towns. Like Panama City Beach and Destin look like the Caribbean. Miami is like its own country. Central Florida has a bunch of like hills and lakes and it's beautiful. Panhandle, like not on the coast necessarily, but like Panhandle in northern Florida and stuff like that, it looks like more, it looks more like southern Georgia. Southern Florida, it's like Everglades. And you got like St. Augustine and like the older cities and stuff like that. Everywhere in Florida is, you can go to different spots in Florida and it looks like you're traveling all around the world. It's crazy. It's really pretty. Why on earth would you choose Florida? I chose Florida. I'm from Georgia. I'm a Georgia girl. I chose Florida. I love Florida. We a little wild down here. We a little wild. Sheriff Grady Judd is the best. He is the best. He is the best. Like, you know how like in high school yearbooks and stuff you have the quotes, like your quotes to live by. If the moon pie quote had been out when I was a senior in high school, that would have been my high school yearbook quote. That totally would have been my high school yearbook quote. He said, he's like, just chill out. Drink a 7-Up. Eat a moon pie. Quit murdering people. I want that on a shirt. I need that on a shirt. I love him. It's like, what's that all about? Just calm down. Quit murdering your friends. I love him. He's the best. How the heck do people wear prescription glasses there? Mine were fogged up and slid off my face the entire vacation. Yes, your glasses do fog up as soon as you get out of the car or the house. That is true. That happens. You have to keep like one of the little things to wipe it. I keep one in every purse that I have because your glasses will fog up. I was in Panama City Beach August 14th and rode the Ferris wheel and went out on the pier. I was hoping to run into you somewhere. I think I got here the day after that. Because I came in for my best friend's birthday and then stayed through my kid's birthday. So I'm about to go back to the house with Chat Daddy. Depending on when the trial ends. If we get a verdict today, I'll probably go tomorrow. If we don't get a verdict till tomorrow, I'll probably go Saturday. But it's been nice to be here, though. Spend time with my family. They'll give closing and send the jury home for the day if we might wait much longer. I know. Did you see the video where he took some drug dealer's chain and said, I took their drip? No, I didn't see that. I love him, though. He's so funny. Gosh, by the time they come, I'm going to have, well, I have a telehealth appointment at 9:20. I'm going to forget. $9:20 my time. 10:20 Eastern. I saw him like a week or so ago, Grady Judd, on the news. They got like they had a drug bust, I think, and it was like 30 something people that they got. I love him. Will the jury deliberate today? Probably. Let me make sure I don't have it paused. We're not paused. Okay. How mad would y'all be if I just accidentally had this paused the whole time? And they had been started and we've just been sitting here yapping. And then I had it paused. I double checked. Matt Hoffman said, while we were supposed to be back at 9:25, court has been delayed. I'm told this delay is because they need to print out the jury instructions. That's from the courthouse. So, I bet they have one of those really slow printers. It's like, you remember those? Frizzy hair in Florida? Yep. That's why I keep it long, because then I can braid it and you can't tell. Our hair is frizzy, our nerves are frazzled, but it's sunny. We go back and forth from Panama City Beach to, we have the condo here, and then the house is over by Disney. It's in Central Florida, so we go back and forth. Half and half. So anytime y'all see my kitchen, I'm at the condo. Anytime you see my little green corner, I'm in my office at the house. I don't usually like judges, but Everett is awesome. I love him. I think he's great.
Yes.
Oh, here we go. Oh, there we went. No one thought to print it before. Well, I guess because they made those changes this morning. Just move to the Caribbean. So much easier. Caribbean's pretty. What does Chat Daddy do for a living? He is retired from the military. He was special forces in the military for 22 years. And now he is a project manager and my full-time handler. He does everything for me now. Hey everybody, I'm here going to fix breakfast and another cup of coffee. Oh crap, I didn't eat breakfast, did I? Y'all, they're gonna start, and I've got a telehealth appointment in 25 minutes. I've got to mute my phone or mute my mic and do a telehealth. I'm gonna be like, hurry up. Closing arguments are happening. My local radio station does a segment every morning called Florida or Not. They tell a crazy news story and you guess Florida or anywhere else in the world. Usually for a really good concert ticket. That's really funny. I need a full-time handler. It's just I just have to do. Chemo and everything sent me into early menopause and I have to do like hormone replacement stuff. So they make me do like a telehealth appointment to tell them I'm still here and not crazy and everything's fine every month. So it's nothing big. Nothing major. I go to Destin about every 6 weeks. I can't get enough of it. I love it. And Tallahassee's so pretty, y'all. Like, don't listen to the Adelsons. Tallahassee is beautiful. I think I told y'all this before. It has like all like the live oaks with the Spanish moss hanging down and stuff. It is beautiful. Tallahassee is a beautiful town. Here we go. PCB is beautiful. I am planning on it. Because that one's... I have a lot of opinions on that one. I was talking about that one on Court TV a couple weeks ago. I got a lot of opinions on that one. That one's a big one. I've been waiting for this one for a long time. Let's go. Come on down.
Everyone can be seated. Good morning, members of the jury.
Good morning.
Before we get started with the instructions on the law and the closing arguments by the attorneys, I will have a stipulation to read to you. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated fact that you must accept as true is that Patricia Byrd was not listed by the current or previous defense counsel as a potential witness in this case.
Zellner was wrong.
Does each juror have a copy of the jury instructions in their seats? Please raise your hands. For the record, each juror has been provided with a copy of the instructions. I'm going to read these instructions out loud to you. You may follow along by reading as I read them out loud, or you may listen. The important thing is that you pay careful attention to the instruction on the law. Members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I am about to give you. Donna Adelson, the defendant in this case, has been accused of first-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Donna Adelson is accused of first-degree murder in count 1 of the indictment. If you find Daniel Markel was killed by Donna Adelson, you must then consider the circumstances surrounding the killing and deciding if the killing was first-degree murder. I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Donna Adelson may be found guilty of first-degree murder. Count 1. To prove the crime of first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1, Daniel Markel is dead. Element 2, the death was caused by the criminal act of Donna Adelson. Element 3, there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. An act includes a series of related actions arising from and performed pursuant to a single design or purpose. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. Count 2. To prove the crime of criminal conspiracy, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. The intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed. Element 2. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson agreed, conspired, combined, or confederated with Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to cause first-degree murder to be committed either by them or one of them or by some other person. It is not necessary that the agreement, conspiracy, combination, or confederation to commit first-degree murder be expressed in any particular words or that words pass between the conspirators. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense conspired. Count 3. To prove the crime of criminal solicitation, the state must prove the following 2 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Element 1. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to commit first-degree murder. Element 2. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine McBanawa or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. It is not necessary that the defendant do any act in furtherance of the offense solicited. The crime of first-degree murder has been previously defined in these instructions. To solicit means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. If the defendant helped another person or persons commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all the things the other person or persons did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed or attempted. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markel occur. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, the defendant is a principal and must be treated as if she had done all of the things the person who was promised or received the money did if the state proved beyond a reasonable doubt, 1, the defendant intended the crime to occur, and 2, she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promise to commit the crime or to help commit the crime, and 3, the crime was committed by the other person. To be a principal, the defendant does not have to be present when the crime is committed. This instruction only applies to count 1 and 3 and does not apply to count 2. The intent with which an act is done is an operation of the mind and therefore is not always capable of direct and positive proof. It may be established by circumstantial evidence like any other fact in a case. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the indictment through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt. To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, conflict in the evidence, or lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty. It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? Has the witness been offered or received any money, preferred treatment, or other benefit in order to get the witness to testify? Had any pressure or threat been used against the witness that affected the truth of the witness's testimony? Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Has the witness been convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor involving dishonesty? Was the witness present in the courtroom during the testimony of another witness or other witnesses? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented. The fact that a witness is employed in law enforcement deserves more or less consideration than that of any other witness. Check on what's happening in the hallway. Expert witnesses are like other witnesses with one exception. The law permits an expert witness to give his or her opinion. However, an expert's opinion is reliable only when given on a subject about which you believe him or her to be an expert. Like other witnesses, you may believe or disbelieve all or any part of an expert's testimony. You must consider the testimony of some witnesses with more caution than others. For example, a witness who claims to have helped the defendant commit a crime or hopes to gain more favorable treatment in his or her own case may have a reason to make a false statement in order to strike a good bargain with the state. This is particularly true when there is no other evidence tending to agree with what the witness says about the defendant. So while a witness of that kind may be entirely truthful when testifying, you should consider her testimony with more caution than the testimony of other witnesses. However, if the testimony of such a witness convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt or the other evidence in the case does so, then you should find the defendant guilty. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. The Constitution requires the state to prove its accusations against the defendant. It is not necessary for the defendant to disprove anything, nor is the defendant required to prove her innocence. It is up to the state to prove the defendant's guilt by evidence. The defendant exercised a fundamental right in any way by her decision. No juror should ever be concerned that the defendant did or did not take the witness stand to give testimony in the case. There are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. Number 1. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. Number 2. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. Number 3. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. Number 4. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision.
Oh, I'm influenced.
Number 5. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. Number 6. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. Number 7. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. A separate crime is charged in each count of the indictment, and although they have been tried together, each crime and the evidence applicable to it must be considered separately and a separate verdict returned as to each. A finding of guilty or not guilty as to one crime must not affect your verdict as to the other crimes charged. You may find the defendant guilty as charged or guilty of such lesser included crimes as the evidence may justify, or not guilty. If you return a verdict of guilty, it should be for the highest offense on the verdict form that has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. The verdict must be unanimous, that is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. Only one verdict may be returned as to the crime charged. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you. It is as follows. There is only one verdict form which I am in possession of right now, but I will read to you all of the options that are available on the verdict form. State of Florida versus Donna Adelson, defendant, case number 2023 CF 3226. Verdict, count 1. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 1. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as to count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count. Letter option A. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 2. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Check only one letter choice as to this count.
Check
Letter
yes or
option
no.
The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. Letter option B. The defendant is not guilty as to count 3. And then the verdict form is to be signed and dated by the individual who will serve as the foreperson. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case.
Dang, it's going to come right when...
Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense has given its closing argument. Whether or not you take notes, you should rely on your memory of the evidence, and you should not be unduly influenced by the notes of other jurors. Notes are not entitled to any greater weight than each juror's memory of the evidence. Is the state prepared to proceed with its closing argument?
Yes, Your Honor. May I please the court?
Dang, I'm going to miss some of this. I was hoping those would go a little bit longer for my appointment.
Morning. Well, this is Dan Markel. He's the victim in this case. A son, a brother, a colleague, a mentor, a professor, a friend, but most of all, a father, an Abba, a dad, a dedicated and loving father whose downfall was brought about by the fact that his number one priority was maximizing his time with those little boys in the wake of a bitter divorce from their mother. Defense called witnesses to come in here and give you an expert opinion that his divorce and the subsequent litigation was not contentious. Not contentious to whom? It was contentious to Dan Markel. It was contentious to Wendy Adelson. And it was contentious to this defendant. And then after telling you what a great guy Dan Markel was in opening statements, they called witnesses to tell you what a pain in the butt he was.
Same thing I said.
He was a pain in the butt to those people, those awful lawyers that can't even admit that divorces are emotionally charged. He was a pain in their butts. He was a pain in Wendy's butt, and he was a pain in Donna's butt. Why? Because this was his life we were talking about. Dan Markel was not a file on some lawyer's desk. He was a real person who cared passionately about every scrap of paper in that divorce file. He wasn't some bumbling idiot. He was a Harvard-educated law professor. And yeah, he was making it as difficult as possible for this defendant to get her non-negotiable, which just also happened to be Dan Markel's non-negotiable, those two little boys. You have learned about this conspiracy and how it has unraveled over the last 11 years since Dan Markel's death. The defendants in this case have all attempted to point fingers at each other. They have argued that the state's theory is right. It's right, you got it right, with everybody except for me. I didn't do it. Garcia's defense was that Charlie went directly to Rivera to arrange the hit on Dan Markel. Catherine Magbanua testified in her trial and said she had no knowledge of this murder. Charlie must have gone around her directly to Garcia. In Charlie's trial, he said Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera all got together to kill Dan Markel without any direction from any Adelson family member. Each defendant characterized himself or herself as another victim in this case. A victim in this situation, a victim of their co-defendants, setting them up, or the appearance of evidence that seemed to implicate them but wasn't what it appeared to be. But despite their efforts to insulate themselves and to distance themselves from their co-conspirators, they made enough mistakes to get themselves caught and held accountable for their respective roles in this conspiracy. And today is Donna Adelson's turn. Despite their efforts to play victims, Dan Markel is still the only victim in this case. And the only thing he was guilty of was fighting like hell for those little boys. And he lost. He lost everything. This is what he looked like before. This defendant conspired to hire a hitman to have him killed, and this is what he looked like after. The evidence has shown that on July 18th, 2014, this brilliant, accomplished, beloved man was gunned down in cold blood in his own garage. This horrific death ultimately set the police down two separate paths, following the two most promising leads that they had. The first lead was to chase down that Prius that, thank God, Mr. Geiger caught a glimpse of pulling out of the driveway that morning. And the second path was to ask, as we would with any murder investigation, who had a motive to want him dead. And within 1 hour of the shooting, well before Professor Markel had even been pronounced dead, this path was already pointing to the defendant when Wendy Adelson revealed to officers that her parents had more reason to dislike her ex than anyone else. And what offense had Mr. Markel committed against Donna Adelson and her family, refusing to let his children be taken away from him? Objecting to her telling his kids that he's stupid? The evidence has shown that Donna Adelson was all about psychological warfare, and when all else failed, she was willing to do whatever it took to accomplish her non-negotiable, to get a win. In order for you to render a verdict of guilty, the state must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that these crimes were committed and that this defendant is the person who committed the crimes, or in this case, one of the persons who committed the crimes. It is undisputed that these crimes were committed. This was a first-degree murder. No doubt about that. But who did it? The only issue left is identification, or what we call ID. The defense told you in openings, motive doesn't really matter. Don't pay attention to all the motive. Don't pay attention to all the emails. But motive can be compelling proof of who done it. Identification. And thus, critical to your determination of the defendant as one of the persons that committed this crime. Despite some of the testimony that you heard, it is clear that the divorce between Wendy and Dan was contentious. Except the person who cared most about Wendy's divorce and relocation specifically wasn't Wendy. It was her mother. Charlie Adelson solicited Catherine McBanowa to kill Dan Markel, but why? Who solicited Charlie? Because Charlie didn't care about the Adelson family getting a win against Dan Markel. He didn't care about relocation. He didn't care about Wendy's divorce. He cared about go-karts and jet skis and pretty girls. But he also cared about getting things done for the number one woman in his life, and that was his mother. She managed Charlie's life for him, and in return, he solved problems for her. That pattern is seen throughout this case. He talks to Wendy on the defendant's behalf to get her to pull the plug on the Tallahassee house, to date Dave and invite him to Mother's Day, to pursue a medical malpractice job, even though that's not even her area of the law, and on and on and on. She micromanaged Wendy's life. Charlie knows how to manage Wendy in a way that Donna can't, or knows how to talk to her in a way that Donna can't. And Wendy needs their help, right? Because according to them, she doesn't even have enough of a brain in her head to run her own life without their help. Donna decides what's best for everyone, and if she runs into any problems making that happen, Charlie is her go-to guy to get it done. He is the problem solver. And what was the biggest problem that Donna Adelson had in 2014? Dan Markel. Wendy filed her petition for divorce on September 10th of 2012, and the defendant was right in the middle of it. In the fall of 2012, the defendant told her son, Rob Adelson, that she had been in Tallahassee for several months, renting a new place for Wendy. She used her own maiden name to do that, to disguise the identity of who was renting it, arranging for movers, moving money around, and getting things set up for Wendy to leave Dan. Then Wendy calls Dan Markel and delivers the news that she's leaving him. How does she do it? She tells him she and the boys are moving out of the marital home, and the defendant gleefully, that was Rob's word, reported to Rob, her son, that she and Wendy strategically planned to deliver that news to Mr. Markel so that he would get this bomb dropped on him right as he's about to take the stage to deliver this lecture. According to Mr. Markel in one of his filings, quote, while the husband was away on a short business trip, the wife left the husband in the marital home, taking with her the children's furniture, clothing, toys, and whatever assets, both marital and non-marital, she desired. The evidence has shown that from the start, this defendant was very involved in managing Wendy's divorce. In October of 2012, defendant writes an email entitled, "Things to discuss at your mediation to make sure you have in writing for a settlement," in which she refers to Wendy as a hostage and a prisoner in Tallahassee. That's what she believed. The email also includes the suggestion that Wendy pursue a restraining order against Dan Markel, that Wendy should go for 100% full custody of those two kids and relocation, and the threat of this conversion to Christianity. Quote, "If he leaves you in Tallahassee, the children will not be attending Hebrew day school. That's not a threat, just a warning." A warning that her friend, Ms. Cunningham, on the stand dismissed. Oh, that was just a foolish thing to say, right? But the characterization of these threats as, just something that was a one-off heat of passion thing has been completely destroyed by the evidence in this case, because she repeats it. She plans it with a lot of specificity. Wendy even admitted that her mom was serious about planning a baptism for these kids to change their religion as a ruse to try to strong-arm Dan Markel into giving up those kids. This is an example of the defendant operating with the emotional subterfuge as described by her daughter, Wendy Adelson. Also remember how her son, Rob, described her. She has rigid and fixed ideas of what she wants. And as long as you comply, things are fine. But when you don't comply, things are not fine. Wendy even admitted that if Dan had relented and moved to South Florida, or at least allowed her to move there, they might have co-parented happily ever after. But Dan did not comply, so things were definitely not fine. The defendant ends this email with, quote, "We will help you in any way possible for you to come here." In October, this defendant drafted language for Wendy's petition to relocate, including allegations that Wendy had been upset about having to live in Tallahassee since 2005, and a mention of putting the boys in a Christian school and on a non-kosher diet. Again, that's not a threat, just a reality. And the suggestion that the boys live in South Florida with Wendy and Dan just fly back and forth to see his kids. He can just come see them every other weekend by airplane. Doesn't that sound like an amicable, equal time sharing that the lawyers for the defense described was going on here? Wendy's lawyer says she had no knowledge of Wendy's mom being involved in her divorce, but the evidence shows she absolutely was. Wendy sends the proposed petition for relocation from her lawyer to the defendant with a note that says, "Here it is, let's edit." And the defendant responds the next day with detailed feedback, including an argument that Dan Markel is incapable of taking care of his own children and that Wendy should seek 100% custody. Arguments which Wendy forwarded to her lawyer as her own. And upon receiving the lawyer's answer, she sends the lawyer's answer back to the defendant. That's in evidence. Defendant's thoughts about Wendy's earning potential and her work environment in Tallahassee. Arguments about she'd be better off with this other job that's higher paying in Miami. And defendant says she's been living in Tallahassee, that she, the defendant, has been living in Tallahassee since the petition was filed to help Wendy with the boys. In January of 2013, the defendant advises Wendy on her amended petition to relocate. And this is where the argument is raised about the job as a major bargaining chip in the divorce. The defendant writes here that Dan needs to know that there's no way in hell Wendy is going to stay at FSU. On January 14th, Wendy files an amended petition with request to relocate, which you can read and see. The petition contains many of the defendant's arguments. She couches this relocation in terms of not only important, but like a matter of life and death. Look at these quotes. "It will create a major negative change in our lives. It will ruin your entire life. The rest of all our lives. Mine, Dad's, and even Charlie's will be affected by how well she can perform and act before July 31st to try to get this relocation thing turned around. Donna has even started pre-screening men for Wendy to date in the Miami area. In February, Dan files his response to Wendy's motion to relocate, alleging Wendy took his stuff when she left. The sole reason for relocation is to be close to her mother and family in South Florida, and that contrary to what Wendy put in her pleading, he was not seeking to leave FSU. He wasn't trying to move. Wendy failed to comply with their Skype agreement, that Wendy exhibited deceitful behavior, made false statements, showed a lack of integrity, and had unclean hands. Those are some pretty nasty words. Maybe not the worst thing that the defense experts ever seen, but pretty nasty. Dan Markel requests sole decision-making authority for these kids regarding education, medical, and religious matters. The defense lawyer witnesses said, oh, that was never going to work. Maybe that's true. But these were concerns that Dan Markel took seriously. There's tons of discussions in evidence in these binders before you, in the pleadings and in the emails about Dan Markel's desire to raise these boys in accordance with his faith and his concerns that his wishes were going to go right out the window as soon as the boys went over to be with Wendy or her mother. And defendant took this matter seriously too. She made it crystal clear in these emails that she had no respect for these boys' fathers' wishes for them regarding religious practices. In this email, defendant says she's sitting at Wendy's kitchen table working on Wendy's response to the filing we just talked about that Dan Markel made. So much for her having no involvement in her daughter's divorce. She says in this email to a friend, all Wendy wants out of this is to relocate to South Florida where she has us and Charlie. Danny is making it very difficult. On March 5th, 2013, defendant sends a long email in response to every paragraph of Dan Markel's arguments against relocation, including that Dan's religious practices are fanatical and dangerous to the boys, and that Dan Markel is psychologically unfit to have custody of his children. It's not sounding very amicable, is it? In opening statements, the defendant's attorney acknowledged that Dan Markel was an intelligent, accomplished professor and a dedicated father, and the state could not agree more. But the evidence has shown that her client didn't agree with that. Donna Adelson repeatedly paints Dan Markel as a self-important idiot who's not fit to care for his own children. On March 6, 2013, Dan Markel sends Wendy an email threatening to take her to court over her failure to cooperate with the Skype thing. That comes up repeatedly. Here he says, you've made zero efforts to facilitate that when you or your mother could have easily done so. I don't want conflict or tension. I desperately want peace and joy. Please let that happen, but do not mistake my politeness or desire for cooperation as a lack of firmness. I will not tolerate failures on your part to keep our agreements. They did have a Skype agreement, and she was violating it, and he was furious about it. This email was forwarded by Wendy to this defendant, so she knows about all this stuff. Dan Markel sent Wendy an email in December, which was pretty personal, and in which he is kind of a mea culpa. He apologizes for things that went wrong in the marriage and takes some accountability for what he views as his mistakes in the marriage. And Wendy forwards this email to her mother. Then Donna responds to this personal email and goes through Dan Markel's writings paragraph by paragraph, suggesting how Wendy can manipulate his words against him. Oh, look, he's admitting this here. This will help you in the divorce. And she does it in Wendy's voice. It's weird. Look at it. So although
She said it's
sometimes
weird.
Wendy seems to be complaining about her mom overstepping, you know, she's trampling my autonomy, it's like she's also inviting her mother into her business and wants her help, but also don't trample my autonomy. In fact, Wendy thanked her mom for the thoughts that she gave on this letter Dan Markel wrote. She also wrote that she never would have left Dan Markel without her mom's support. In May of 2013, the defendant refers to one of Dan Markel's responses as a, quote, 23-page rant. Then she doubles down on relocation as the most important and non-negotiable part of Wendy's divorce. I mean, how many times does she have to tell y'all it's important? But somehow the defense is still, it wasn't important, or it was over. It didn't matter. She notes here that Dan Markel threatened Wendy with federal kidnapping charges. He threatened her daughter with federal kidnapping charges for taking those kids without telling him where she was going when she left. The defendant signs off, "I'm too angry to write anymore." And the evidence has shown that this nice, normal, sweet little grandma certainly was angry. To support the argument that Wendy should be able to relocate because Dan was always traveling on work trips, the defendant sends Wendy this email. And it contains every date, like the date ranges that Dan Markel has been out of town traveling for work since the birth of their first child. That's 4 years. She is able to go back and send to Wendy, he was out of town this date to this date, this date to this date. It's a little shocking that she recorded that information, but we know she is a very detailed person. She keeps these extremely detailed day planners. But Dan Markel's travel schedule is of particular interest, in fact, in light of the fact that the hitmen knew that Dan Markel had to be killed on July 18th because he was going out of town the next day. The question is, how'd they get that information? Who had that information? Then the next day, Dan Markel files a memo of law asking for the attorney's fees and saying that, quote, if costs are not awarded, then the wife and her affluent parents who are bankrolling the wife's litigation so they can enjoy closer access to the grandchildren will persist in vexatious and groundless litigation. Dan Markel knew that Wendy's parents and their considerable resources were a big part of why this divorce litigation was dragging on. They thought he was filing frivolous stuff to drag out the divorce and the proceedings, and he thought the same thing about them. On June 21st, the court issued the order denying relocation. When Wendy was on the stand, the defense made a big deal out of, oh, you didn't tell mom it was final, did you? You stipulated to it, didn't you? Which we later learned was because the judge had already ruled at sidebar that it wasn't gonna happen. But basically, you know, you kept your poor mom in the dark and she thought this was still something that was viable and you didn't tell her it wasn't. But on redirect, it was proven that that was not true. Defendant did know that the order was final, and she expressed this in an email to her friends. Poor mom wasn't kept in the dark on anything in this family. In fact, the defendant recognized perfectly well that this order meant she wasn't going to get relocation through the courts. She wasn't going to get what she wanted through the legal system, but that wasn't the only way to skin a cat, was it? She wasn't deterred by a loss in court. Instead, she started looking into other options to get a win for the Adelson family. There was testimony offered that everyone knew that there was a slim chance of Wendy winning relocation. Maybe everyone knew that on the lawyer's side, but the defendant didn't know that. She was not happy about this loss in court. Here she laments, unfortunately, after paying a lawyer $600 an hour for 10 months case preparation, the judge listened to Wendy for 1 hour and made up her mind. Outrageous. So at the moment, we will not be allowed to relocate. Note the phrase, at the moment. Jurors had not beaten the Adelson family yet. Defendant concludes this email, anyway, if I sound angry, it's because I am. We're all very upset and cannot believe the outcome. She couldn't believe relocation was denied. When Wendy expresses defeat over the court's order, the defendant isn't having it. She encourages Wendy to never, never, never give up, to take control, to not let Jurors think he's won anything by having you remain in Tallahassee, and to show this fucker what will make him absolutely miserable. How amicable. Then defendant solicits
Love the
Wendy
snark.
to put on the performance of her life because Jurors hadn't beaten the Adelson family yet. And this is where defendant reveals her plan of action, including having her Jewish grandsons baptized and offering $1 million to Dan Markel to facilitate this relocation. Control is a theme that's featured prominently throughout this email and throughout this case. There is evidence that the defendant controlled Wendy, she controlled Harvey, and she controlled Charlie. But she could not control Dan Markel. He wasn't going to give her a win. As long as you went along with her rigid, fixed ideas, things were fine. But if you didn't, things were not fine. Defendant continues to react to relocation being denied and Wendy's inclination to give up on the matter, including, everyone has a price. Now is the time to start. You said this divorce is not about winning and losing, and it's not a competition. You've already lost relocation according to the legal system. Well, it is about winning and losing. We're trying to get a win. You deserve it. You deserve so much more than a life without family, teaching in Tallahassee. Life is tough. If you don't stand up and take a chance, you don't stand a chance. Please, Wendy, do your part and stand up to him. Make an effort to do this so that our group offer will stand a better chance of being accepted. Don't let this temporary move to Tallahassee ruin your entire life. Fight for yourself, Wendy. We'll be there to help you. Just don't tell us that what you need to do is move forward with a sense of peace. Can't have that, can we?
That's
giving
wild.
up.
That's wild.
Giving up on relocation was not an option for Donna Adelson. Neither was losing. Throughout the trial, the defense tried to distance themselves from these emails. One of the ways they did that was by trying to put them off on Harvey. They pointed out, hey, this is a joint email account. One of these is signed Mom and Dad. And there's a few that are signed Mom and Dad, but it's clear that the defendant is the author of these emails and that she's the one driving the bus on this relocation effort. And during the presentation, we highlight all the dad and I language, all the indications in there that Donna is the author as opposed to Harvey being the author. According to her own daughter, Wendy, she's the dominant force in that household. And according to her son, Rob, she is a controlling person as opposed to the more passive, go with the flow type of personality that the dad, Harvey, has. In opening, the defense attorney told you that this defendant was a normal person, and you don't have to decide she's not a normal person. You're the judge of the facts, right? Was a crime committed? Is this the person that committed the crime? But in this email, she suggests that dressing her Jewish grandchildren up in Hitler Youth uniforms would be acceptable. That would accomplish her goals. The ends justify the means for her, people. That is illustrated here, and it sums up this entire case. The defendant wanted this done because that was the only way left to get a win. If he had submitted, if he'd let her take those kids, he'd be alive. If he'd moved to South Florida himself, he'd be alive. But he would not submit. She could not get that win. He was a huge problem, and she made it Charlie's problem. To Charlie, who liked the idea of being a tough guy, who had connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks, the price of Dan Markel's life was worth the reward of pleasing his mother and easing her diarrhea and getting her to finally shut up about Wendy's divorce. In the mind of this defendant, all their lives depended on the success of this relocation effort. She tells you as much herself in these emails. Listen to her. And as such, any and all means were justified. Because not everything one has to do in life is comfortable or easy. Sometimes it's ridiculously hard. This is what passes for normal in this family. I said the defendant made Wendy's divorce Charlie's problem, and the evidence shows that the defendant did keep Charlie in the loop every step of the way. Here's a July 10th email that states, just to catch you up on what's happening with Wendy, and discusses who should be involved in the bribe that the family wants to offer to Dan Markel. On July 19th, the defendant requests, and Wendy sends her copies of the motions, responses, orders, and transcripts from her divorce so far. That same day, Dan Markel makes a settlement offer that this defendant encourages Wendy to reject, saying the answer is no to all of this. Please, Wendy, we've been with you from day one. Do not accept or sign anything without the two of us reviewing and discussing all of this with you. Screwing him financially is what will aggravate him. But ultimately, a settlement is reached. You all have heard about this date, July 31st, 2013. But contrary to what the defense has told you, the fighting did continue. On October 12th of 2013, 3 months after the divorce was final, the defendant forwards an email to Charlie Adelson, which Dan Markel had sent Wendy. And the defendant adds the note, "This is what this fucker is sending your sister on a regular basis. He is absolutely crazy. Impossible." Does it sound like everything was over? This was the amicable divorce over? Not contentious at all, right? This is fall of 2013, the same time frame in which Wendy starts dating Jeff Lacoste and Charlie starts dating Catherine Magbanua. On October 13th, 2013, the defendant texts Charlie Adelson, quote, "Horrible evening for your sister." The pattern of this defendant getting worked up about Wendy's divorce and then forwarding it on to Charlie is seen over and over again. Which brings us to Halloween 2013. Several important events in the case occur on Halloween 2013. One, Wendy officially takes Dan Markel back to court, filing her motion to enforce the marital settlement agreement. So she's alleging he violated it, and she's asking to hold him in contempt of court, alleging that he's not paid the agreed upon fees that he was supposed to pay by a certain deadline. Wendy backs out of the contract that she had signed to buy a house in Tallahassee on Halloween 2013. Charlie later brags to the defendant that he talked Wendy out of buying the house, and the defendant calls him a miracle worker for having convinced Wendy not to buy the house in Tallahassee. Also, Charlie meets up with Catherine Magbanua on Lincoln Road on Halloween 2013, the same day Wendy pulled the plug on the house, and broaches the subject with her for the first time of, "Hey, do you know anybody that I could hire to harm someone?" And she did. Charlie sends this picture of himself and Catherine Magbanua together to Wendy that night, October 31st, 2013. First night, he solicited Catherine Magbanua to be a part of a murder, or a part of what would become a murder. Mid-November, Jeff Lacoste meets the defendant for the first time. Remember Jeff? He was Wendy's boyfriend that testified. He said he would meet her 6 to 7 other times in addition to that first time during the course of his relationship with Wendy. Sometimes just in passing, picking Wendy up for a date. Other times more substantially, including taking the boys to the circus. And that becomes maybe important later. Meanwhile, the fighting continues into December. We're in December of 2013 by now. On December 16th, Dan Markel emails Wendy and the parenting coordinator that was assigned to help them try to navigate these issues about the defendant, Donna Adelson, disparaging him to his kids. In this email, he introduces what he calls a major issue. The headline on this concern is not buried, guys. Like he says, I'm introducing a major issue. He very plainly gives a preview of the grandma motion, which will ultimately be filed in March of the next year. And here he says that on November 8th, one of the boys announced at a Markel family dinner that grandma, referring to this defendant, says you're stupid. Grandma says you're stupid. Then the following Monday, on November 11th, when Dan Markel was buckling the boys in at the park, they both tell him that grandma says you're stupid. When asked why, they say because you're trying to take her sunshines away from her. When asked who are her sunshines, the boys answer they are her sunshines. Then again on November 30th, well, playing with the older child, that child repeated the statements to Dan Markel. Grandma says you're stupid. And again, when asked why, the child repeated that the defendant said that Dan Markel was stupid because he was trying to take Grandma's sunshines away from her. Markel implores Wendy to address the situation, as he would like to avoid a hearing in which his kids are going to be primary witnesses against their grandmother. He assures her that he will, though, if necessary, seek judicial relief that prevents contact between the children and their grandmother. This lawyer that testified said, oh, that wasn't going to work. Well, he didn't think so. Oh, well, that's no big deal. I've seen much worse than that in my career. Well, yeah, Dan Markel hadn't seen much worse than that. Dan Markel had a big problem with Grandma saying he was stupid, and he wanted to take it up and address it with the judge if necessary. Dan Markel emphasizes that this is a matter he takes very seriously and says that the defendant's actions could lead to the termination of Wendy's parental rights. Is that true or not? Doesn't matter. He thought it was true, he threatened it. And those are fighting words. I'm going to terminate your parental rights. Wendy forwards the email to the defendant the next day, December 17th. And what's the response? Wow. That's a response we see from the defendant quite a bit. She's usually more verbose, that's true. But why is the defense working so hard to say that their client didn't see this email and didn't know about these allegations? I mean, isn't it clear that Wendy is sharing all the issues relating to her divorce with her mother? Wendy communicated with her mother on all these filings, and this one pertained directly to her mother. Of course they discussed it. Are you really to conclude that nobody was fighting anymore prior to Dan Markel's murder when the evidence leads you to conclude the exact opposite? This was a pressure cooker, and it was being turned up hotter and hotter with each passing day. Not only is this a situation that's escalating between the actual parties to the litigation, but now the defendant has moved from working behind the scenes, helping Wendy with the divorce, to actually being the subject of the pleadings that are before the court. There was supposed to be a hearing on that issue. One thing Dan Markel wrote in this email is, quote, I fear that the children's best interests are not being pursued so much as what Grandma wants. If he only knew how legitimate that fear really was. Those weren't just some ugly, foul words thrown around in the heat of the moment, folks. They continued well past the finalization of the divorce. Here on January 10th, 2014, so now we're into the year where Dan Markel was killed. 6 months after the divorce is final, defendant says of Dan Markel, wow, is he on drugs? Is he also going to pay $70K plus the legal fees and interest that bastard owes you? So the bad blood is going strong here 6 months before the murder, and the divorce wasn't really final anyway, in the sense that we're continuing to have pleadings get filed back and forth. In February of 2014, Dan Markel emails Wendy threatening to file motions, exposing her for what he said was hiding assets, $200,000 worth of assets from the court, and giving false testimony under oath. And also to accuse her attorney of misconduct. Her lawyer witnesses say none of that's a big deal, none of that was going to be successful, but he thought it was going to be successful. To him, it's a lot of money. To him, it's a big deal. The next day, on February 15th, 2014, we see a text from the defendant to Charlie. Wendy's totally stressed out. Yesterday was a rough one. She will probably have to go through another depo. Outrageous. Rob Adelson testified that his mother told him they were, quote, depoing Wendy to death. But then their expert witness got up there and said Wendy was never deposed. I guess they didn't provide her with that information, or any of these emails or text messages post July 31st, because this thing was not over on July 31st. In this text, defendant accuses Dan Markel of stalking Wendy, and Charlie agrees. The defendant tells Charlie to keep the conversation with Wendy light and don't bring up the divorce drama, which kind of implies there was divorce drama going on. There's a sense in this email and elsewhere in the evidence that defendant and Charlie have to tiptoe around Wendy, like she's this damsel in distress that needs the two of them to step in and help her handle her business. On February 17th, 2024, defendant again reports to Charlie how Wendy's hearing went and talks about how there are plans to seek to have Dan Markel forced to submit to psychological testing. Here, defendant is 7 months after the divorce and just 5 months before the murder, responding to Dan Markel's filing a request to produce, and she says it's time to give it to him. Let's aggravate him the way he's trying to aggravate you. And what can your attorney do to be proactive to give him some grief? Can't you meet with her and work out a plan of attack? Something has to be done with this asshole. This is 5 months before the murder. Here, defendant texts Charlie about Wendy yet again. If you speak to Wendy today, tread lightly. Don't ask questions about the depot, her lawyer, etc. Tough time, and she's really stressed out. The asshole showed up at soccer yesterday, and she goes into a story about, he showed up at soccer and they got into it. And then she ends with such a fucker. Super amicable. Then we have this text on March 4th, switching gears. This is about the birthday gift. Defendant texts Charlie that she's going to call him from the bathroom in Gainesville where she can have some privacy. Please pick up because I will have very limited alone time today. Erase this text after you read it. Then the defendant says, we'll speak privately about Dad's birthday gift. So erase after reading. You might think, well, maybe she was just trying to keep the birthday gift a surprise, but why does Charlie need to erase it? Harvey's not with Charlie, Harvey's with Donna. And according to Rob, there were no birthday gifts for Harvey unless the murder was supposed to be the birthday gift. Plus, in the text, Donna wants Charlie to delete after reading the text that doesn't mention the birthday. She doesn't say anything about deleting the one that does mention the birthday. Rob Adelson was present at the birthday party, which did take place between the two trips that the hitmen took to Tallahassee. And there were no birthday gifts, according to him. The defense suggests that the friends coming to the party was part of the surprise, but then they also suggest that Harvey sent the Evite, so I don't think they can have it both ways. You can't send the invitations and be surprised by the friends. The next week, Jeff Lacoste, Wendy Adelson, Catherine Magbano, and Charlie Adelson all go out to dinner. That's the first meeting between Wendy and Jeff and Catherine Magbano. At dinner, Magbano mentions her ex having several run-ins with law enforcement. That stuck out to Mr. Lacoste. After dinner in the hot tub, Charlie bragged about having connections to people on the wrong side of the tracks. Notable in the same time frame, March 21st, 2014, the defendant signs a lease on a condo in South Beach, a condo where Wendy, after Dan's killed, would move in with her kids. They say, oh, that was a weekend place, so it's pretty convenient timing. You just happen to get this other house and have it set up for Wendy to move into after her ex-husband's murdered, and she's able to relocate. 3/26/14, this is when Dan Markel officially files the grandma motion, which takes aim at the defendant raising more allegations about failure to comply with the Skype thing, Wendy leaving the boys with her parents rather than giving him the right of first refusal. And he says by flouting the right of first refusal, the former wife creates conditions for Mr. Markel to be disparaged in the presence of the children by their maternal grandmother. Dan Markel then alleges all the same allegations about the defendant disparaging him to the kids that he outlined in that previous email in December. Contrary to what the defense said in court, in his prayer for relief, the remedy Markel was seeking was to have the court order this defendant to have no contact with those boys unless she was supervised, because he didn't want her disparaging him to the boys. and because it was a violation of the right of first refusal, in his opinion, for Wendy to leave the boys all the time with her mom and not give him a chance to have them if Wendy wasn't going to keep them. How do you think Donna took this information? She refers to those kids as hers. She was the one sacrificing her time at the office to be up here in Tallahassee doing for those boys. She had invested so much of her own time in this fight against Dan Markel to try to get a win for the family. And after all that investment in those kids and all the money spent on the attorneys and all that time spent at the kitchen table working on those divorce filings, Donna Adelson was losing. The boys and Wendy were stuck in Tallahassee. Wendy wasn't working at the law firm in South Florida, raking in a bunch of money and dating some new guy that she pre-screened for her. And Grandma's Sunshines weren't in South Florida. That's where they belonged. That's what was best for them. They had lost in court. Wendy wouldn't comply with Donna's plan of action, and Dan Markel apparently wouldn't take a bribe or be strong-armed to allow his kids to come to South Florida. But, as it turns out, Jurors still had not beaten the Adelson family because there was still another option, the option of hiring the hitman. Charlie joked about hiring a hitman, but he had also been actively pursuing that option at least since Halloween of 2013. Over the last several months, Charlie had several conversations with Catherine Magbanua about this job, which started as a request to harm and then eventually revealed itself as a murder for hire. Recall that Magbanua said that often when she and Charlie would discuss the murder and the pressing need to get it done, he would emphasize to her that the toll that Wendy's situation was taking on his parents emotionally and physically as they were stressed to the point of being physically ill. So he would often tell her that's the motive. That's why we need to get this done. It's like stressing out my mom. On May 16th, 2014, 2 months before the murder, Wendy was added as a resident to that condo in South Florida. On May 30th, 2014, Donna sends Charlie the text, quote, "Horrible morning with Danny. Tough conversation with her." This text was sent less than 2 months before the murder. The drama is continuing. Everyone's still fighting. It's contentious. Prior to the June trip, Charlie had prepared an envelope containing the murder instructions. He told Catherine Magbanua that he used gloves when handling the paperwork inside, that he printed it not on any printer that can be connected to him, and that she was not to touch the contents of what was inside. She was to deliver the envelope to Sigfredo Garcia. She followed these instructions. In early June, she came back to Charlie asking for travel expenses for the hitman. She got a couple $100 to give them to rent a car to come up here. They came, well, let's back up just a little bit. They rented the car June 2nd, 2014. Magbanua drops Garcia off at the rental car place, and then Magbanua calls Charlie on the way home from the rental car place. And you saw the evidence of this in Sergeant Corbett's presentation. Charlie immediately calls Donna on the landline after hanging up with Magbanua. How do we know that he talked to his mother and not his dad, since it was the landline? Well, because a few minutes after that call, he talks to Dad on his cell. So probably didn't talk to Dad on the landline, and then a few minutes later talked to him on the cell. Garcia and Rivera traveled to Tallahassee. This is June 4th, 2014. Rivera notes that Garcia is in possession of a piece of paper. Paper has a photo on it and some information. This information allowed them to locate and follow Dan Markel's vehicle, a black Honda Accord with the tag number 534YBM. Information that the defendant had written in her 2014 planner. Wendy and Jeff Lacoste have their coffee date, at which she cancels their planned trip to California on July 11th through the 17th. She offers no real explanation for why she's canceling, except to say that she's real worried about being able to pick up the boys on the 18th. The 18th, of course, ends up being the day that Dan Markel is killed. Later that night, Jeff Lacoste goes to Wendy's, and she's a nervous wreck. She won't tell him what's wrong, but her stomach's upset, and he goes and gets her Pepto-Bismol. The killers are in town when that happens. The hitmen spend a day and a half following Dan Markel around Tallahassee. Here they are near the park there by his residence. They scope out his residence, and although Rivera had already purchased the murder weapon, a revolver that he got on the streets for the express purpose of killing Dan Markel, they lost him, or he was with the kids, or for whatever reason they did not get the job completed on the June trip. After the hitmen fail to get the job done, Charlie tells Donna on June 7th of 2014 that he's still working on Dad's birthday present, and she says, "I know you'll come through." Sometime around June 11th, Jeff Lacoste went over to Wendy's residence and observed her living room TV to have some impact damage. This was the same TV that Charlie got Wendy as a divorce present because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman. The location and damage to the set did not appear consistent with something the kids could have caused, at least to Jeff. Note that this is over a month before the murder that Jeff observes this damage, so it was hung out there for a while. June 13th, the defendant has a note in her calendar to consider canceling Harvey's birthday party if that's what he wants to do. Now this is between the June and July trips, that there's a note to herself to talk to Harvey about whether or not he wants to cancel the party. Rob Adelson testified that there was no illness or anything going on in the family that he knew of that would potentially result in the canceling of Dad's party. This note may be contemplating that if the murder had happened on the June trip, that Harvey might decide it's not appropriate to go through with the party and we need to cancel these invitations. Wendy took a photo with Catherine Magbanoa on the beach 2 days after that note to self in the planner. Here potentially or any he wants to cancel the trips, that there's a note to herself to talk to Harvey about whether or not he wants to cancel the party. Rob Adelson testified that there was no illness or anything going on in the family that he knew of that would potentially result in the canceling of Dad's party. This note may be contemplating that if the murder had happened on the June trip, that Harvey might decide it's not appropriate to go through with the party and we need to cancel these invitations. They scope out his residence, and although Rivera had already purchased the murder weapon, a revolver that he got on the streets for the express purpose of killing Dan Markel, they lost him, or he was with the kids, or for whatever reason they did not get the job completed on the June trip. After the hitmen failed to get the job done, Charlie tells Donna on June 7th of 2014 that he's still working on Dad's birthday present, and she says, "I know you'll come through." Go to Wendy's. Man. The location and damage to the set did not appear consistent with something the kids could have caused, at least to Jeff. Note that this is over a month before the murder that Jeff observes this damage, so it was hung out there for a while. June 13th, the defendant has a note in her calendar to consider canceling Harvey's birthday party if that's what he wants to do. Now this is between the June and July trips, that there's a note to herself to talk to Harvey about whether or not he wants to cancel the party. Rob Adelson testified that there was no illness or anything going on in the family that he knew of that would potentially result in the canceling of Dad's party. This note may be contemplating that if the murder had happened on the June trip, that Harvey might decide it's not appropriate to go through with the party and we need to cancel these invitations. Wendy took a photo with Catherine Magbanoa on the beach 2 days after that note to self in the planner. Here she is in front of the South Beach condo, pictured with Catherine Magbanua. That photo was taken June 15th of 2014. Wendy.
I forgot to unmute. I was just saying I wanted to see what that said because I couldn't read the writing when it said it, and I was wanting to see what the note specifically said about canceling Harvey's party.
Sends Rob a text with a picture of her and Jeff Lacasse. This is June 28th of 2014. She includes a request to her brother Rob not to tell her parents about her relationship with Jeff. This suggestion of a secret boyfriend later prompted Rob to suggest Jeff as a potential suspect to the FBI, a secret boyfriend. This was also a little odd that she sent this because Wendy never talked to Rob about her boyfriends, and also because Jeff had already met her parents several times. June 30th of 2014, the defendant comes and gets Wendy and the boys from Tallahassee to take them down to Miami. Remember how she doesn't let Wendy drive with the boys to Miami. She rents a car and comes here and picks them up and drives them to Miami herself. And I think Harvey comes with her. Wendy was to be in South Florida for 2 weeks. In the time between the June and the July trip, Charlie begins to put more pressure on Catherine Magbanua to get the murder done. On several occasions when he and Magbanua were discussing the murder, Charlie would step out of the room to call his mother and then return and advise her that the murder needed to get done as soon as possible because his parents were so stressed and worried about Wendy's situation. Charlie painted Dan Markel as an awful person to Catherine Magbanua. He was making Wendy's life hell. He was stressing out her parents. Katie knew somebody who could get this thing done, and he wanted it done. Magbanua understood that the murder was needed urgently to relieve the stress on Charlie's mother. July 1st, 2014, we have a single call from Garcia to Harvey Adelson. This call did not connect. Appears like it went to voicemail. And we would later learn from Magbanua that this was after an incident in which her two love interests, Charlie Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, had a little bit of a run-in. Garcia was angry and jealous about Magbanua dating Charlie and tried to confront Charlie. After this attempted confrontation, it's believed that Garcia was trying to call Charlie, but ended up getting Harvey. And that was that one hang-up call, but it ended up being important because it showed up on the tower dump, Garcia's number, and then when we cross-referenced it with all the Adelson numbers, that was the first match that gave us Sigfredo Garcia's name. We would later learn that the real connection between the Adelsons and the killers was Catherine Magbanua and her relationship with Charlie Adelson. The text messages found in Charlie's iCloud corroborate what Magbanua says about the interactions and the call made the day before. So here she's saying, basically, Garcia's being ridiculous and childish. Harvey's birthday evite goes out on July 3rd of 2014. The evite addresses the boys by the last name Adelson. Their name was Markel. This is 2 weeks before the murder of Dan Markel. Even though the evite says hosted by Donna and the party was for Harvey, the defense has suggested that it was Harvey and not Donna that sent the evites. The evidence showed otherwise, and Corbett told you there was some follow-up from Donna with the evite people. She sent that email. A text is sent from Wendy's phone to Dan Markel on July 6th of 2014. At the time this text was sent, the phone was present at the South Beach condo where the defendant lived. Dan Markel confirms, yes, I'm going to be in town to get murdered. Not specifically, but he's asked, are you going to be in town July 14th or the 18th? Those are the dates the killers were here. And this, despite the fact that the schedule for that week had already been decided way before this text. And Wendy was already scheduled to have the boys on that Wednesday, which is what she's asking about. She doesn't ask about the whole week that he's got the kids. She only asks about the 14th through the 18th. And I think the killers ended up going to Tallahassee on the 15th through the 18th. Obviously, Dan Markel was killed on the 18th. July 11th, 2014, the defendant comes back to Tallahassee to bring Wendy and the boys home. Okay, so bringing her home from the Harvey birthday party. That same day, both Harvey Adelson and the defendant separately, 8 minutes apart, email Wendy Adelson about her TV repair appointment that's going to happen on the day of the murder. July 13th, Wendy and Lacoste meet at Wendy's house, and she's an emotional wreck again for no apparent reason. Lacoste impeached her regarding some statements that she made during a discussion of their relationship that evening in the context of, you know, you got to get past this moving to Miami thing. I mean, what, you're not going to be able to move to Miami. And she says, you know, yeah, it's not an issue unless something happens to Dan. And she says, can I tell you something in confidence? And she makes the chilling statement at that time that her brother, besides joking about hiring a hitman because it was buying a TV because it was cheaper than hiring a hitman, he also, in fact, had looked into hiring a hitman to kill Dan Markel. This conversation occurred just 5 days before the murder. July 15th, the Prius is rented. July 16th, Rivera and Garcia traveled to Tallahassee. July 17th, Rivera and Garcia followed Dan Markel around Tallahassee. July 18th, murder day. You guys okay? Anybody need a break? Okay. July 18th, 8:11 a.m., the defendant texts Wendy about the TV repair appointment. The TV repair appointment was planned for between 8 a.m. and noon that day. And she says, they are on their way over now to help you with the TV sets in your living room. In case she didn't know which TV set it was. This is the TV that Charlie bought as a divorce present because it's cheaper than hiring a hitman. Could it be a coincidence that this TV is also the alibi for Wendy on the day of the murder? While he's being murdered by a hitman? And then, as we know, the defendant later uses TV as code when she's speaking on those wiretap calls. 8:20 a.m., Wendy texts Charlie, this is so sweet. We don't know what it means, but she's texted him that, and then she deleted it. Sometime between the time it was sent, 8:20 a.m., and the time that her phone was cell-brighted or downloaded at the police station later that day. 9:04 a.m., Dan Markel leaves a voicemail for Wendy telling her he's headed to the gym and wants to know if it's okay for him to pick up the boys early and take them swimming that afternoon. Wendy says no, he cannot take the boys swimming after school that day. Meanwhile, what's going on across town? The Prius is following Dan Markel into the gym parking lot. There it is at 9:16 a.m. 9:19 a.m. to 9:37 a.m., Charlie and Wendy talk for 18 minutes. Wendy and Dan argue back and forth a bit about him wanting to take the boys swimming, but after getting off the phone with Charlie, Wendy concedes the argument with Dan and says, okay, you can pick them up and bring them back to me when you're done swimming. But of course the swimming plan didn't happen because Dan Markel was killed. 10:38 a.m., the Prius follows Mr. Markel out of the gym parking lot. 10:45 a.m., Mr. Markel is shot twice in the head, in his vehicle, in his garage. 10:51, the Prius is captured, fleeing the scene on a city bus camera. 11:01, Mr. Geiger calls 911. 11:15, law enforcement arrives at the scene and sets up a perimeter. Dan Markel is rushed to the hospital. He's treated, but the damage is catastrophic. It's not survivable. And he passes away about 14 hours later. 12:30, the hitmen, now headed back south, turn their phones on. They had turned them off for the homicide. They turn them back on. The first phone call that either one of them makes is Sigfredo Garcia to Catherine Magbanua. They want their money. Where is Magbanua getting the money? From Charlie. 12:45, so while the killers are calling Magbanua and heading south, Wendy goes out of her way to visit the crime scene, encounters a roadblock and crime scene tape. Per the officer at the roadblock, she would have been able to clearly see the police activity at her former residence. The residence where her children currently lived half the time and where they woke up that morning. Yet she abruptly turns around and leaves. She does not make contact with the officer to ask what's going on. She does not call the police to inquire. She does not call Dan Markel to say, are you okay? There's a bunch of cops at the house. She does not call the daycare to make sure her children arrive that morning and are okay. Instead, she proceeds to the ABC Liquors, purchases her Bullet Bourbon at 12:49. She's later approached by law enforcement at lunch and gives a law enforcement interview in which she says, my parents have more reason to dislike Danny than almost anyone else. This echoes Rob Adelson's testimony that his mother hated Dan Markel at the time of his murder. And even from the periphery, it was known to Ryan Fitzpatrick as Charlie's friend that his mother did not like Dan Markel. In her law enforcement interview, Wendy suggests her mother is someone who is very angry at Dan Markel. She suggests Charlie when asked if someone might do this on her behalf. She calls her mom, and the defense has put that call into evidence. 7:04 p.m., she tells her mom that there's been a shooting, and afterwards, Wendy expresses relief that they sounded surprised. 8:59, defendant arrives at Charlie's with the murder money. How do we know she went there and that they aren't just old people that drive really slow? Well, there's a text message outside your house. I guess we're gonna find out what that means, but I guess it's not gonna be outside your house. And he says 10 men. Guess we're gonna find out what that means, but apparently it doesn't mean I'll be there in 10 minutes to meet you there and get the money. About 10 o'clock, Catherine Magbanua joins Charlie at the house. Here they are making plans for that meeting. Next slide, please. Charlie answers the door with a gun in his hand. He's extremely amped up. He tells Magbanua, my parents just left. They both end up taking Xanax and sleeping over there for the night. The next morning, July 19th, 2014. So this is early morning hours, 1:25 a.m. I think we need the next slide. Yeah, 1:25 a.m. Donna and Harvey arrive at their Orlando hotel. In the morning, Charlie puts the money in Catherine Magbanua's trunk. She's seen at 9:33 a.m. approximately, heading south toward Rivera's house, where she's going to meet up ultimately with Rivera and Garcia and give them the money. Garcia takes the money out of the trunk where Charlie Adelson put it and divides it up between the three of them. Magbanua says she did not count her cut, but we know she put some of it in the bank, creating the largest monthly cash spike of any of the records we examined for her bank. This cash spike also occurs at a time when Magbanua was not employed. Rivera says his understanding was the job paid $100,000 total to be split between the three, and that the cut that he received was roughly a third of that at $35,000. We don't know the amount of Garcia's cut, but we know he got at least enough to buy a car and a motorcycle. All right, so July 20th, the defendant and Harvey Adelson take Wendy and the boys back to South Florida, 2 days after, not even 48 hours after Dan Markel is shot. They're gone. Relocation granted. On the way, Wendy receives a call from Detective Isom. She tells him that the call's breaking up, and she hangs up, afterwards referring him to her lawyer. Catherine Magbanua, that day, or thereabouts, opens her Ziploc bag of money and finds her cut to be $100 bills stapled together in $1,000 stacks. How we know Charlie keeps his money. She also notes that her cut is damp and moldy. She mentions this to Charlie, and he tells her that his mother washed the money. Not like laundered, like washed. Rob Adelson gets a call from Donna Adelson advising him not to talk to the FBI. What? Rob Adelson gets a call from this defendant advising him not to talk to the FBI, just in case they call. He says, well, I already did.
There's dolphins outside my
She
window.
says, well, you don't know anything anyway, and hangs up. July 24th, 2014, Dan Markel was laid to rest in Canada. His children were not in attendance. August of 2014, the defendant registers the older child for flag football under the last name Adelson. His name is Markel. This is 1 month after their father was killed, and already he's being erased from their lives. Within 1 year, their names would be legally changed to Adelson. Nine 12/14. The defendant refers to the younger child by the last name Adelson. 9/17/14. The first check is written to Catherine Magbanua, signed by this defendant. This is the murder money. Even though Charlie has signing authority on this account, he could write these checks. He chooses to connect his elderly mother to a murder payment? If she wasn't involved, there is no reason in the world why she would write these checks. The defense said in opening that Charlie told Donna to write the checks because it was his business. But half of these checks were written after the business was sold back to Harvey on October 2nd, 2015. Regardless of who owned the business.
Well, members of the jury, you are relying on your memory of the evidence in this.
Hold on, I was reading chat. What did she say? Hold on, let me go back.
Because it was his business. But half of these checks were written after the business was sold back to Harvey on October 2nd, 2015. Regardless of who owned the business,
Well, members of the jury, you are relying on your memory of the evidence in this case. You may proceed.
thank you, Judge, and regardless of who owned the business at the time, all the Adelsons had an interest in the Adelson Institute. All three of them had signing authority on that checkbook. But the defendant is the one that wrote that check. September 17, 2014, and the 43 checks that followed. Is that consistent with what we've heard? That she would just write the checks and not ask any questions? We've heard that she is assertive, she's controlling, she's a details person. She ran that business and those people's lives, she ran a tight ship. We've seen her weekly planners where she plans out every detail of her own life, making meticulous notes. She kept detailed information about Dan Markel and lots of other things. Rob Adelson testified that she's not the type of person who's just going to do something someone tells her to do. She's going to be asking questions. And we heard that Charlie testified that he told his mother about extortion. He says he was being extorted, right? All right, let's fast forward to October of 2015. Charlie's had a couple girlfriends since the murder and is now dating June Mchinda. Remember her? June, one of Charlie's girlfriends that testified, she said they were enjoying a fairy tale relationship in October of 15. During her relationship with Charlie, June observes that Charlie packages his money in an unusual way. $100 bills stapled into $1,000 stacks. June also observes the defendant to be in control of the family and super involved with the grandchildren. However, she found it odd that nobody in the family seemed curious about who killed Dan Markel, nor did they seem upset about the murder. Rob Adelson also noted a complete lack of curiosity on the part of his mother about this murder in the family. When he asked what the defendant thought happened to Danny, she said, quote, "I don't know and I don't care. It doesn't concern me." As someone who liked details and who always stayed on top of everything, her total lack of interest in who killed her former son-in-law, her grandchildren's father, is totally out of character. From July of 14 to April of 16, Donna Adelson got everything she wanted. Wendy and the kids were in South Florida where she could drop them off and pick them up, manage their schoolwork, their tennis, their piano lessons, and have her sunshines with her every day. All the while, she's steady paying for the murder of their father. Everyone is living their best life, thinking they've gotten away with murder until the bump. Everything changed on April 19, 2016, when the bump occurred. The undercover approaches Donna and hands her a piece of paper. The most human reaction in the world is to look at the paper. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
I think we got one more. There we go. The defense told you in opening that this defendant is a normal person just like you and me. There is nothing normal about the way she conducts herself in the minutes, hours, and days after the undercover approaches her with that paper. The bump and the wire were designed to expose the co-conspirators and their roles in this conspiracy, and it did. Here, we're just 10 minutes later. There's only one thing a normal person would do if approached on the street by a stranger who appears to be threatening harm to them in some way. A normal, or maybe I should say an innocent person would, 1, look at the paper. She didn't do that. 2, get to safety. Get help, contact law enforcement or your husband or somebody that's going to come help you. Get somewhere safe. What you would not do is lead the bad guy right to the grandchildren. The last thing a normal, innocent person would do is go get her little grandchildren and walk right back down the same block with them where this stranger just approached her. But that is exactly what she does. Then she gets on the phone with Charlie and says absolutely nothing about Dan Markel. His picture's on the paper. What she does say on the wire, which by the way is direct evidence, I know y'all like that, some direct evidence. When Charlie asked Donna on State's 99 call A,
Does it involve me or?
Well,
What's that?
probably the two of them. Generally, confidential, more than so confidential.
does it involve me or other people? Well, probably both of us. That is direct evidence. If anyone in that jury room wants to acquit her, make them tell you how that is not a confession. In call B, Charlie calls back because
was
he
good.
can't stand it. And he asked his mother, will you send me a picture of the bump flyer?
Yeah, let me ask you this, do you want to take a picture of the letter and send me a call second?
That was good.
No, I don't want to do that. Well, why not? Why not? Normal, nice little old lady who knows nothing about this murder and has nothing to do with it. If Charlie's the one making you write the checks and Charlie's the one that knows something about it, send him a picture of it. He's asking for it. She doesn't want to do that. Why not?
That was good.
Call C, Charlie calls back to say,
I got chills on that one.
Well, one thing I would say, don't talk about things in the apartment or any place.
don't talk about things in the apartment. Oh, obviously. Obviously, we can't talk about things in the apartment. What's obvious? Is it obvious to you?
What is it, kind of asking when they ask for?
The TV is probably not fine.
This TV was probably about 5. She's the original code talker. This TV.
You
Look what he
cooked.
says. Well, they asked you for $5,000. He decodes it. He's not the one talking in code. He's decoding it and saying what he's picking up what she's putting down. There's no TV mentioned by the undercover operative that approached Donna Adelson on the street. A couple big takeaways for you, please. Innocent people do not talk in code. Second big takeaway, TV is code for the murder throughout this case. You got Charlie's joke, Wendy's chilling statement to Jeff Lacasse, the alibi of the TV, and now here we've got this TV again. A TV that's the alibi for Wendy. It sat broken for over a month so that a repairman could come out to be her alibi on the morning of the murder, an appointment that her parents set up for her, which was pointless because the TV was smashed and of course could not be repaired. Then she claimed she had an 18-minute phone call with Charlie about the fact that a smashed TV can't be fixed before she got in her car and went to the crime scene, where she did not get out of her car or make any phone calls or make any inquiries about what was going on at the house where her kids lived. Then Donna says that the undercover mentioned an ex-girlfriend.
Yeah,
You mentioned, ex-girlfriend.
Whereby, without knowing which ex-girlfriend, Charlie calls not his most recent ex-girlfriend, not the one before that. He only calls one, Catherine Magdanoa, because that's the only one he did a murder with. Because he probably did have a general idea what his mother was talking about. When Charlie brings up going to the police, his mother says, that's not a good idea. Why not? Then instead of notifying the police, Charlie and the defendant leave the safety of her very secure building and meet at a marina just 300 yards from where she was approached by the undercover. They were observed speaking very intensely to each other in low tones. After that meeting, Charlie goes to Dolce Vita. This is the restaurant where he meets up with Catherine Magbanua, and we are able to capture some of that conversation that was had there. In that recording, we hear Charlie make statements that are not only incriminating, but that also are totally inconsistent with the defense that he would later offer at trial. Pause on the wiretap here for a moment just to go to what his defense was and what we've learned about that defense. I told you earlier that he said that Magbanua, Garcia, and Rivera acted alone. They just came to Tallahassee and killed Dan Markel, kind of in the hopes that they would get paid. There were several pieces of evidence that Charlie had to explain, and he designed a defense that he thought would do that. First, he had to explain that he's got this close connection between his girlfriend and the hitman. So the obvious defense there is, she heard me griping about Markel and she thought she was doing me a favor, so she did it on her own. Well, the problem with that is, normally you're not gonna have your extortionist spend the night with you. You're not gonna have the woman that has murdered your former brother-in-law spend the night with you. You're not gonna inquire about her plans to go to the pool the next morning if she's, just murdered your ex-brother-in-law. So to explain these messages, he testified that he did not believe she was a part of it. She wasn't one of the extortionists. I was extorted by the killers. I had nothing to do with it. No one in my family had anything to do with it. But I thought that Magbanua was just a victim of the hitman too. She was a go-between for them. She was protecting him from them. All the money he and his mom were paying her, cash and checks, were going to the hitman, not for the benefit of Catherine Magbanua. Even the checks that were being deposited into her bank account, he said he believed she was taking out and giving the money to the killers. It was just funneling through her account so she could get insurance for her kids. So Charlie testified that he had previously mentioned to Magbanua the $1 million offer that his family was going to give Dan Markel, and from that she deduced, he's got a bunch of money. So she ran her mouth to her associates, and her associates took it upon themselves somehow to figure out who Dan Markel is and where he was and kill him on their own. Per Charlie, it was Katie alone that came to him on the night of the murder and demanded money on behalf of the hitmen, with the threat that if he didn't pay, they would kill him or other members of his family. Since he didn't have that much money, Magbanua then negotiated a layaway plan with the hitman for him to pay her monthly to go toward this amount of money that the hitmen were demanding.
Oh, the layaway
He
plan.
opened up his safe, not at gunpoint or anything, and gave her all the money that was in there. And because she needed to show proof of employment to get insurance, that's why that money was funneling through her account. It was all for the extortionist. The problem for Charlie with that was that he had already agreed to put Magbanua on the payroll between the two trips. You see here in June, he hadn't done it yet, but he says no problem. Okay, so he'd already agreed to do it before she allegedly extorted him. Even though he had signing authority, it's this defendant that wrote those 44 checks. So if he's being extorted, why doesn't he write the checks? It's this extortion theory that we're saying that the defendant adopted when she heard Charlie's testimony and texted everyone she knew that what he just said on the witness stand was the truth. There's a concept in the law known as adoptive admissions. That's when one party makes a statement and the statement is adopted as the truth by another person. So when Charlie says in those first couple wire calls, if there's a threat, you go to the police, it's of interest that Donna doesn't say, what do you mean if there's a threat? We've been extorted for 2 years. There's been a threat for 2 years. Charlie did tell his best friend Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. So what I want to highlight here is the difference between their conduct during this like alleged extortion that was going on for 2 years versus the way they act after the bump, which we know was a ruse, but was supposed to be like a blackmail effort. So Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump. He also tells him about the confrontation with Garcia in the roadway on July 1st, 2014, but he never previously confided in Ryan Fitzpatrick about, even though it's his best friend, about being extorted for 2 years by this girlfriend of his or her associates. Ryan also noted a major change in Charlie's demeanor around the time of the bump. He was displaying a level of stress and anxiety that was not present before the bump, evidencing that his story about being extorted the whole time is false. June Mchinda noticed these changes in Charlie's behavior as well, but she also noted a major change in this defendant's demeanor after the bump. Although she didn't know about the bump, around this time she observed the defendant to be a mess. She had a swollen face, was crying, and said she was on painkillers for stress. On the balcony of the Icon, which I'm not sure this is the right balcony, but some high-rise, the defendant told June Mchinda she felt Danny was haunting her from the grave. Why would she make that statement unless she felt guilty about having wronged Dan Markel? So keeping that all in mind, let's see if the other evidence in the case makes sense with this Charlie version of events that this defendant has adopted. Starting with his statements to Catherine Magbanua at the Dolce Vita restaurant. Charlie says to Catherine Magbanua, if they had evidence, we'd have already gone to the airport. Even if they bug your phone, you're still not talking about any of this. Like his mother, Charlie emphasizes that the co-conspirators should not talk about what they know on the phone. The cops would only bug your phone to get information about the murder, right? I mean, why are we not talking on the phone if we had nothing to do with it? Why are we not talking on the phone if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? Why are we not reporting it to the police if we're being extorted and we're the victims here? If the cops are listening, we're not reporting it to the cops because we're afraid they'll come kill us if we do that. Well, talk about it on the phone. If they're listening, they'll hear and they'll know you're being extorted, but they don't do that because it's bull. Discussion about how he's going to start arming himself. So Charlie says at Dolce Vita, I'm going to start, I don't remember his words exactly, but he's going to start carrying a gun and he's prepared to shoot. And he goes through a scenario where, you know, he might have to kill somebody in his driveway and the cops will not ask any questions because he's a dentist. If he's been an extortion victim for 2 years, why is he just now starting to carry a gun? And then he says, if somebody comes up to me asking for money in my house, he's going to shoot them. This is the same guy that's been like too paralyzed by fear over the last 2 years to report his victimization to the police or to anyone. This is a guy of considerable resources that could, I don't know, get some muscle or some help or some something. Not just roll over and open his safe and give all his money to some girl that's not even armed. This is a tough guy that would never tolerate somebody coming up to him at his house and asking for money. But he's talking to the woman who supposedly did that exact thing, came into his house and asked him for money. He doesn't mention, well, I gave you the money, but I'm not giving this guy any money. You know, it's like they don't mention this extortion. So you see the problem. But this defendant doesn't see the problem. She says that that's the truth. The truth is out, thank goodness. The truth is out after we remained silent for so long. The defense does not have to prove anything, but through cross-examination and the witnesses they called, they chose to kind of suggest, you know, maybe Charlie was involved, maybe Wendy was involved. But there's no connection to our client. But Charlie's story was that he and his mom were.
Wait, why does it look like Jackie just woke up and is trying to figure out what's going on?
The truth says that, but this defendant doesn't see the problem. She says that that's the truth. The truth is out, thank goodness. The truth is out after we remained silent for so long. They chose
Where'd it go?
to kind of suggest, maybe Charlie was involved, maybe Wendy was involved.
Look. Why does she look like she just woke up and is trying to figure out what's going on? She's like, like that look when you accidentally, like, or like when somebody's like loud and they wake you up and you wake up and you're trying to figure out what's going on. That's what she looks like right now.
But there's no connection to our client. But Charlie's story was that he and his mom were involved in the sense that they were extorted by Catherine McVanoa, so they knew who did the killing. They just didn't speak up because they were scared, because they were being extorted. Donna Adelson calls Charlie's story the truth when it suits her to support her son and proclaim his innocence during his trial, but now she kind of wants to distance herself from that because it's ridiculous.
Look at that
Story.
face.
It's not the truth. The truth wasn't out. Don't let her distance herself. She adopted that statement as the truth. She's stuck with it.
Today's approach.
Oh boy. Look at Donna's face. Oh boy.
I'll take you to the jury room.
Oh, they mad.
Yeah, leave everything right there. Here, please.
Oh boy.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may argue what you're seeking to raise.
Thank you, Judge. The comments being made in the closing argument of the state, and I don't like to interrupt closing, so I apologize for that. But there have been several comments that have been made that are burden shifting and commenting on my client's right to remain silent. She's stood before this jury and said that the defense has some other version. She said this in a text, but now they're saying something different. We don't have an obligation to answer any of this. She's insinuating to the jury that we're going to come up there and provide her version of events. She chose not to testify.
Mr. Campbell, any argument concerning this?
Ms. Adelson has made adoptive admissions and has suggested other alternative theories that have been developed through cross-examination. I'm entitled to comment on those theories.
Concerning this, Ms. Fulford, as I have heard the closing argument and the evidence, my recall of it and my notes as well as to what occurred during the trial, there were adoptive admissions as it relates to statements that occurred during Charlie Adelson's trial. While she has not testified, the prosecutor has not made any direct comment on her not testifying in this trial. Also, as well, it is clear she has no burden to prove anything. The state is entitled to argue reasonable inferences from the evidence in the record. We will take a break at this time. If the defendant needs to use the restroom, bailiffs, please take her. If anyone else needs to, please stretch your legs or use the restroom at this point as well. Ms. Kappelman, on my clock, you have 35 minutes remaining. You need it.
Dang. Yeah, that rarely happens. Also, I'm really hungry. So if they could, she could get snacks. I've seen objections during closings. I don't think I've ever seen an objection then they remove the jury, have arguments, and then take a break. This just gets wilder and wilder. Shauna Pope said, I've only seen that on Law and Order. Okay. Let's talk about moments. Let me put down our time here. I don't know what time that happened. 3. We'll say 20-ish. I don't know. I didn't write down what time that happened because I was so involved in what was going on. How do you spell interrupted? Why doesn't that look right? INTERRUPTED. Why does that look weird? I don't know. It's fine. Everything's fine. We are caught up to real time. We only got like a few 20 seconds behind, and then I put it on 1.25 until we caught up. It's crazy, right? I have seen objections in closings and openings. It doesn't happen often. I have seen it. They usually try to keep that to a minimum. I tell you what, the strongest thing from all of this, like where I know she's got to walk through all of this and walk through the timeline and the evidence and all that. But literally she could have gone up and said that one thing and played that one clip and it would have been a done deal for me. When she goes up and she says, oh, I did write down the time. I'm just too ADD to realize that I did. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay, so you can tell I didn't take my medicine today. What was I saying? Oh, the one clip where she's like, she plays the clip where she says, you know, she gets that notice, that flyer, and it's about Dan's death, and she calls not the police, not Harvey, not security. She calls Charlie. And she's like, hey, this involves both of us. Does she say anything about Dan? No. If you're not hiding anything, when you get that, let's just say you don't call the police right away. And you call Charlie for whatever reason. Well, first of all, anytime something like that happens, my first call is going to be Chat Daddy. I'm like, oh my God, I don't know what this is. Come help me. She didn't call Harvey. She called Charlie. And then what's the first thing an innocent person would do? Hey, I got this guy just came up to me on the street. He gave me this notice. It has Dan's death thing on there. And then he said this and this and this. You're not going to be like, hey, there's something that involves the both of us. It involves the both of us. This is a flyer about Dan's death. And she calls Charlie and says, this involves the both of us. Playing that clip and pointing that out, and then Georgia saying, if anyone in that jury room wants to acquit her, make them tell you how that's not a confession. How that's not an admission. Whatever she said. Oh boy. Oh boy. Chills. I had chills. I had whole chills. As opposed to half chills. Whole chills. That was big. was big. Also, I'm glad that she has good visuals, especially with the timeline stuff, because y'all know I love a timeline. It was an ouch objection. Ouch, that hurts my client. Stop. And Jackie has been the one who is making the objection, so she will probably be the one doing the closings. But one thing about Jackie, she's tired, so she ain't gonna be up there for a long time. So there's that. What a moment. Also, if Wendy is watching, I don't know what chat she's watching in. I have a feeling she would probably be watching in a chat like ours, because we're snarky, but we're not disrespectful. So some of those chats are like all willy-nilly. They're, anything goes. I guarantee she's not watching in those chats. Oh, I guarantee she's not going to watch it. Which, imagine the whole world hating you, and then you have to watch your brother's trial and watch your mom's trial while the whole world is talking about how they hate you. Don't read the chat, Wendy. Cover your earballs. Is she guilty yet? Not yet, but only because they haven't handed out the verdict slips yet. But in our chat, she was. We did polls on all 3 counts earlier today, and she was found guilty in our chat. The wiretaps are bad, but man, that after the bump, that is one of the main things. I think that everything else, because beyond a reasonable doubt that's a high standard for good reason. If you are going to be taking away somebody's freedom, you need to have plenty of reason. It needs to be a high burden. Justice is not justice if you're putting, an innocent person in prison. I think that without that behavior after the bump, you wouldn't get to that place of beyond a reasonable doubt. Would I think she did it? Heck yeah. I'd be like, oh, she guilty. But as an actual juror, would I be able to vote that? Probably not. Because while it's probably not likely that you could explain away some of that stuff, there could be reasonable reasons to explain whatever. But man, that wiretap stuff, that doesn't just push you over the edge of reasonable doubt. That like catapults you over, catapults you. I think. The bump was the bump. Like, if you were to write a book about what not to do after an FBI bump, it would be like everything she did. All of it. All the things that she did. And the checks on top of that. And the way that Charlie tried to explain the checks. Like, oh, well, you know, she was extorting us. Okay, so you're saying these dudes went and murdered this guy that they had never met and never heard of? And then we're like, hey, look what we did. Now pay us. It's like those window washers at the red light when they wash your window and then they like ask for money. Like, I didn't ask you to wash my window. That's one thing. That's one thing. Window washers walk from the sidewalk to your car. They don't drive 8 hours from Miami to Tallahassee in a rented Prius and then drive back and then present you with your bill. They don't do that. That's not what they do. So to say that like, oh, they did it and then we're like, oh, hey, we did this, pay up, already doesn't make sense. But then to try to like say that the checks that they're writing Katie are for that. Oh, yeah, she was extorting us and she was cashing those checks and giving them to the hitman. Sir. So what you're telling me, what you're trying to tell me right now is that these Aladdin Kings were like, hey, let's extort this millionaire dentist by having him pay us $112 a week each. Is that what you do? Is that what you... I don't know much about extortion. I don't have any personal experience with it. But I feel like if it's going to happen, it's not going to happen like the window washers. And it's also... I don't know much about what you expect when you're extorting somebody. But I think if I were an Aladdin King, and I was extorting a millionaire dentist, I think I would probably ask for more than $112 a week. I could be wrong. Steady income. Do you want to catch up on the first 5 minutes that you missed? I do, but I don't want to miss the ending if they come back. So I don't know how long their little break is going to be. We're at like 12 or 13 minutes right now. I'll watch it when... What time is it? Probably when we go to lunch. Because... they'll probably... I don't know if they're going to do a rebuttal. She's got 35 minutes left of the 2 hours. So I assume when they come back, she's got a little bit more to say. Maybe on the rebuttal, she'll handle up whatever. Normally, this is the part where they get to, because she's walked through everything else. And she's walked through, like, timeline and admissions and things like that. Normally, this is the part where then they get into the jury instructions. Okay, now I've summed up everything for you, reminded you of all the evidence, all the things that get us to the point where we're like, oh, she going down. Now, they usually go through the 3 counts and say, okay, you know, this is one of them. This is how you know you can vote guilty for this one. This is the other. This is how you know you can vote guilty for this one. So, we'll see. We'll see what they do. But if she wants to split it up any, to save some of her time for the rebuttal after the defense is done. How much did they end up getting? It was like... there was like 56,000 or something like that, if I remember right, deposited into Katie's account over that 6 weeks. And then they put her on the payroll for $428 every 2 weeks. I think she'll save 10 minutes for rebuttal. She'll probably save something for rebuttal. And it may be that she just saves the jury instruction part that I was just talking about for rebuttal. I don't know. We'll see. But I also don't think that there's going to be a whole lot to rebut, because there's not a whole lot of a defense. So my kosher production says jury's coming in now.
You can be seated. The objection is overruled. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with your argument.
When the bump happens, you get to observe this defendant and her son in action working the problem. Neither of them would ever just lay down and let themselves get victimized by anyone. The bump is an actual recorded example of how these two act when they're threatened by an extortionist, in this case a blackmailer, and it's the complete opposite of how they say they've been acting before in the previous extortion. Several other things to note about this. Let's just compare like the two extortions, the prior one and the one with the bump. So when the bump happens, they resist, right? They don't open their safe up. It's only $5,000 compared to thousands and thousands of dollars they've been paying. $5,000, they don't pay. They resist. They take action. There are in-person meetings between Charlie Adelson and his mother, Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua, and eventually with Dad too, about the bump and what to do about it. The defendant eventually downloads a recording app and records a call to the would-be blackmailer. So she records this call, an action that wasn't taken in the 2 years that they were being extorted previously. Charlie tells Ryan Fitzpatrick about the bump, although he never mentioned being extorted over the previous 2 years to Ryan Fitzpatrick. They investigate the bump. This defendant questions every aspect of the undercover. His look, his words, his behavior. You know, it's done like that, it's not done like that. Charlie enlists Catherine Magbanua to find out who it is and to handle it, right? Charlie says he's not going to take it lying down. He threatens Nazi shit if they mess with his family. Katie, I don't care what I spend. You'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. If he can't do it, I'll have someone else do it. Now these guys want an extra $5,000. You're going to kill him when you've been paying, I don't know how many, $100 and some odd thousand over the past 2 years. You weren't killing anybody then. They don't pay the money. If Mrs. Adelson has been blindly writing these checks every 2 weeks for 2 years, and her son has been paying additional monies each month on the layaway plan to the extortionist, and they've done nothing to investigate it, nothing to report it, nothing to stop it, but now they're going to launch a full-scale investigation over $5,000 more dollars? They don't call out Catherine Magbanua. According to Charlie and this defendant, they've been paying Magbanua now for 2 years, or at least funneling money through her. And here Charlie is talking to the person that's been collecting that money over all those months. But at no point does he acknowledge in that Dolce Vita recording or even allude to this long history of payments he's been making to her. This long history of extortion that's been ongoing through her. While they're still in the restaurant, Charlie gives Magbanawat instructions. Say my friends have no idea what you're talking about, and frankly, I don't know what you're talking about, but the name sounds familiar of who's incarcerated, so I'm going to give you something as charity to help the less fortunate, but do not contact these people again or they're going to the police. The whole time you're talking, just say, I don't know what's going on, and only use the words help and charity. Charlie proceeds to give Magbanawat a whole lecture on blackmail, which is pretty ironic in light of the fact that his defense is she was blackmailing me or extorting him. And these are just a selection of the incriminating quotes from the Dolce Vita recording that you all heard. After the meeting with Magbanawat at Dolce Vita, Charlie calls the defendant and tells her he had coffee with a friend and gave her some good relationship advice. Well, at this time, Catherine Magbanawat is living with Sigfredo Garcia. Relationship advice. This means he talked to Katie and she's going to talk to Garcia and they're going to handle it and deal with the problem. Donna seems to understand this from the use of the term relationship advice. In call G, she's less sure than Charlie that this is the police. That's his theory. She's worried it might not be accurate. She says she has a different theory. He assures her repeatedly it's being handled, there's nothing to worry about, don't freak out. Magbanawat does not want to make that phone call though, and neither does Garcia. And you hear him pretty emphatic on that wire that he's not making that phone call. But everybody starts lying to each other about having called it because everybody wants to reassure the co-conspirator up the chain that it's all good, I'm handling it, it's not going to come back on us. Charlie expresses concern that if they pay the money, they'll create a monster that will demand more and more and more money. And the defendant replies to that exactly. So these calls go up and down the train cars, back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Donna to Charlie to Katie to Garcia and back, over and over again. In call R, Charlie is telling Magbanawat that he has a very nice gift for Garcia's birthday. So if we think about his defense, the defense that this guy is extorting him after he, on his own, went and killed the ex-brother-in-law, he's gonna buy a birthday gift for the guy? The man that he knows killed Dan Markel? And Donna says this is the truth. The truth is out. Once Charlie and the defendant finally decide for sure that the bump is an undercover as opposed to a real gang member, bad guy, you have never seen two people so happy to be under investigation for first-degree murder in your whole entire life. They convince themselves that they're untouchable. It's just the FBI fishing. They don't have anything on us. If they had anything on us, we'd already be at the airport. They're thrilled about it. Even on the call that the defendant staged and recorded to the undercover where she's proclaiming her innocence, it's pretty interesting the words that she chooses. For example, she says, I'm out of the loop. How odd is that statement? It implies she knows there's a loop and she's not in it. The evidence has shown that the co-conspirators in this case were all on a need-to-know basis for their own protection. That's why Catherine Magbanawat wasn't shown the murder instructions. That's why no Adelson had any contact with the hitmen. And that's why the defendant didn't attend the murder meetings with Charlie Adelson and his mother. They were insulating each other. She was out of the loop on the stuff that the undercover was talking about. You know, my brother in Broward, Luis Rivera, she didn't know anything about Luis Rivera. She was out of the loop on that. But she was in the loop on Catherine Magbanua. She knew an ex-girlfriend met Catherine Magbanua. She knew that Catherine Magbanua needed to give relationship advice to deal with the problem with her baby daddy. She was in the loop on paying for this murder, and she was in the loop with Charlie to get a win for the Adelson family. In May of 2016, after the bump, the defendant stops writing checks. Stops. The bad guy comes up to you and wants more money, so what do? You stop writing the checks you've been writing for 2 years under some threat? She's still not going to the police, but apparently she's not scared anymore. She's going to stand up to him and stop writing the checks, okay? Why? Isn't it because she's gotten spooked, because she's figured out this is law enforcement and they're getting close? In May and June of 2016, Garcia and Rivera are arrested. The news of this makes it all the way to Rob Adelson's operating room. When Rob next speaks to his mother, he says, hey, they got the guys. They arrested the guy that shot Danny. Getting no response, he brings up the matter again, like, did you hear they got the guys that killed Danny? And she responds, I've got to go, and she hangs up. That is the last time that Rob Adelson has talked to his mother. Because he knew, and she knew he knew. A couple other problems for the defense that I want to point out as far as this whole Charlie story goes. These are kind of mind benders, so bear with me. In 2016, after the arrest of Garcia and Rivera, but before the arrest of Magbanua, there's a text indicating, this is Charlie to Donna. Charlie says, basically that his lawyer was meeting with Garcia's lawyer. If Garcia acted alone and then extorted Charlie, why is Charlie's lawyer meeting with Garcia's lawyer? This is your extortionist. In fact, regardless of whatever the defense is, why are the two of them meeting? Unless they have common interests. And while Charlie's lawyer is at this meeting, he runs into Magbanua. Magbanua hasn't been arrested yet. She's up there seeing Garcia's lawyer. Well, why is she doing that? According to Charlie's story that this defendant adopted, Magbanua is not in on it. She's a victim too of Garcia, her baby daddy, who's a bad dude. Why is she up at his lawyer's office? And when they learn that Magbanua was up there, Charlie says, oh, my lawyer ran into Magbanua while he was up there. He said she was nice and pretty, and Donna says, just like all your girlfriends. Well, why isn't she saying, what do you mean? Why is she up there? I thought she was a victim of Garcia, just like us. All right, so here's another text. This one's from August of 16. In this one, Charlie and the defendant are discussing a newspaper article in the Tallahassee Democrat, which talks about a drug dealer that the killers had contact with when they were here in Tallahassee from Miami. And somehow Charlie deduces this drug dealer is going to be the state's star witness, and they're basically spitballing alternative defenses. This is August of 2016. They've known, supposedly, who the killer was. The truth came out that the killer was Garcia and that they knew about it since the time of the killing. But here they are saying, well, maybe a drug dealer killed Danny and a drug deal gone bad. And this is because the extortion thing hadn't been invented yet. The extortion thing didn't get invented until right before Charlie's trial in 2023, when he's trying to think of what he's going to say from that witness stand to explain all the evidence against him. Rivera gives a proffer. That's on September 30th of 2016. Magbanua gets arrested October 1st, 2016. You would think that if Charlie's story was the truth, he would be sleeping well for the first time in a long time, knowing that these folks that were taking his money and taking his mother's checks were off the streets and behind bars. But to the contrary, you've heard evidence that he started freaking out around that time, and so did the defendant, right? His behavior became erratic. He became angry, paranoid, stressed. Per June, he got a second phone. He started sleeping with a bag of clothes by the bed. He started communicating with her via WhatsApp. In April of 2022, Charlie gets arrested. In that Dolce Vita restaurant recording, he repeatedly refers to the bump as a blackmail attempt. He uses the word blackmail on the Dolce Vita recording. But in trial, he switches that up to extortion, claiming that he and his mom have been extorted by the hitman. That was going on since 2014. But interestingly, in October 16th of 2023, so just 7 days before Charlie's trial started, this defendant, Donna Adelson, Googled the difference between blackmail and extortion. And the difference is that blackmail is the threat to expose some dirt on somebody. I know something about you, and if you don't pay up, I'm going to expose the dirt. Whereas extortion is the threat to harm somebody. You don't pay up, I'm going to harm you. Obviously, when they developed this defense in preparation for Charlie's trial, they realized the term blackmail was not a good word for them because it indicates they were somehow involved. You got to have some dirt. Okay? It needs to be extortion, threat of harm. We're totally innocent. They did this on their own. They came to us. They extorted us. The defendant doubles down on this. So yeah, she said the truth is out, the truth is out. What does that really mean? Well, she doubles down on it when she writes that script for the witness, Drina Bernhardt, who she solicited to come in here and perjure herself to you all. What does she write in the script? Extort, underlined. This script is Charlie's story. She's again adopting it by writing it out for her witness that she's trying to recruit to come in and deliver it to y'all, which of course backfires. And according to the defense investigator who interviewed Bird, her first story involved the word extort. It's pretty unusual. Regardless of what you think of Drina and Bird, it's clear what the defendant was trying to do with them. I mean, when Drina Bernhardt had that script, and it read exactly like Charlie's whole story, with the exception of the part where he told his mom, it was in the defendant's handwriting. That was very compelling evidence that this defendant was trying to buy herself some witnesses. I do want to talk about one more piece that has to be dealt with regarding this whole story of the extortion. And that's that Wendy wasn't in on it. Okay, there's a text November 1st of 2023. So this is after the truth comes out. This defendant texts Wendy Adelson, her daughter, and acknowledges that Wendy doesn't know anything about all this extortion stuff. And like, sorry, we had to keep it from you for so long kind of thing. If Charlie's defense was the truth, and Charlie and this defendant knew there was a threat to Wendy and her kids from the people that killed Dan, it's a little shocking that they failed to mention it to her. Instead, they let her and the boys move to Miami, where the bad guys were, and, you know, walk up and down the street without any extra protection or even knowing that the killers knew who they were and had threatened their lives and lived there in Miami. The defendant also acknowledges in this November 1st text at the bottom there. Next one. Previous one, maybe? Okay, on that text, which is in evidence, it says, get the quote, "You know I'm next." This is the defendant to Wendy Adelson. "You know I'm next, but that won't happen. I'll take care of that." An important insight into her state of mind when you're considering this evidence about her flight to Vietnam. All right, 11/6/23, Charlie's jury is deliberating. The defendant gets angry about Wendy sending prayer hands. I guess, you know, your brother's on trial for his life and you're sending prayer hands, an emoji. She says, protected his sister for years. Protected her? Protected her from what? Would he need to protect her from the knowledge that they were being extorted? Or does it make more sense that the protection that's referred to is the murder, and the fact that this defendant is a little angry that Wendy doesn't seem to appreciate what she views as a huge sacrifice that her brother has made for her and her benefit. Wendy's not charged. This was all for her. 11/6/2023, Charlie is convicted. Nothing about the extortion defense adds up for Charlie, and it doesn't add up for Donna Adelson either. It's true that she did not pull the trigger. She's guilty of first degree murder as a principal, which we talked about at jury selection, about how a party who assists in the murder can be charged and convicted the same as the person that pulled the trigger, even if they're not physically present when the trigger is pulled, which is not disputed that she was not. And you all agreed to follow that law, even if you ended up not liking it, right? I don't know if anyone admitted to not liking it, but you don't really know if you're going to like it or not until you have to make a decision. If you don't like it, you still must apply it. I know that I can trust you to do that. We talked in jury selection about the difference between direct and circumstantial evidence, and it's true that this is largely a circumstantial case. You might recall my powdered donuts example. Had direct evidence that it was the kid not covered in powdered donuts, but we agreed that being covered in the powdered donuts was pretty good evidence that that's the child that ate the donuts. This case is not entirely circumstantial. I mean, she's covered in powdered donuts, don't get me wrong. But there is direct evidence as well, and I want to go over those. To Rob, when told that he'd already spoken to the police, she says, well, you don't know anything anyway. That's direct evidence. You can consider that as direct evidence. To Charlie, after being handed an article about Dan Markel's murder, it involves both of us. It involves the two of us. Number 3, 44 checks to the killer, signed by Donna Adelson. Catherine McBanoa admits she was in a plot to kill Dan Markel. And she got 44 checks, and they were all signed by this woman. Next, that license plate number. She had the car, make, model, and license plate in her 2014 planner. Her statements to Bird, she admitted she did what she was accused of. The script written by this defendant in this defendant's handwriting for Drina Bernhardt to come in here and deliver to y'all about stuff that wasn't true. She also speaks in code. Innocent people do not speak in code, ladies and gentlemen. And consider the things she didn't do. She didn't want to talk on the phone. She didn't want to talk in the apartment. She did not want to send a picture of the bump flyer to Charlie. She didn't say the name of Dan Markel. Anywhere on that wire, she did not say his name. Dan, Danny, Gibbers, that asshole, nothing. Why not? And she didn't go to the police. Nice, normal, Jewish grandmother approached on the street about a murder and an extortion attempt. She didn't go to the police? Why not? After Charlie's found guilty, the defendant sends this text to Wendy Adelson. Your brother protected you for years. Now you are not guilty. Your lawyer took very good care of you. You can bury me in the dress that I bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. Does not sound at that moment as if she's totally committed to attending the bar mitzvah. You heard that open line call where she's making plans to either flee or kill herself. She is distraught over the verdict. And she's distraught over the knowledge that she's next. The defense has tried to sell you that her emergency fast-track visa and one-way ticket to a non-extradition country was a vacation. On November 7th of 2023, this defendant Googled a list of U.S. extradition treaties. She was looking for a non-extradition country, and she booked a ticket to one with a stop in another non-extradition country. She applies for a fast-track emergency visa for Vietnam. I wanted it the fastest I can get it. She indicates a 30-day visa is not sufficient. She requests for the longest visa, which is 90 days, which is past the bar mitzvah date. She tries to get Wendy to help with business assistance. And when Wendy doesn't respond, she ends up asking her friend, Annie Cunningham, who y'all met in court. She says, I can't say exactly why, but we need you guys to come here, both of you. Wendy's not responding to us, and we have an issue that we cannot discuss over the phone. Why can't you discuss it over the phone? You're just going on vacation. Annie responds, basically, just say the word. When they leave for the airport, Harvey leaves this note dated 11/12/23 for Wendy regarding what is needed to sell some property, a gun. Donna makes notes in her planner to have Wendy have the lawyer tell Charlie where they are on the lawyer's private line, so the call will not be recorded. Why not? Y'all are going on vacation. You're coming back. You're not fleeing. There's also a note in her planner to cancel disability insurance. That doesn't seem like something one does when they're going on vacation. There's a note, tell Wendy due October expenses, child support through mid-November 2025. They're presumably for Charlie's son planning to pay child support 2 years in advance. So this is made in 23. All right, November 13th, 2023, the defendant is arrested trying to board a one-way flight to a non-extradition country. I mean, y'all decide if it's a vacation. This is a conspiracy. I mean, this took a lot of thought and effort. It's not a typical murder case. The defendant and her son set this up in a way that was designed to protect them. The main benefit of the structure of this conspiracy is that each party can insulate or distance themselves from each other. The primary risk of a conspiracy is that you're doing it with other people, right? You can get caught. Somebody can squeal. Somebody could give you up. And that's why the conspiracy is not shaped like this. Rather, they're not all huddled up together. They're going to be more like train cars. This is the way we see the communication flow throughout the course of the conspiracy. The best way to insulate yourself from your co-conspirators is to organize the conspiracy like a train car, with each car only communicating with the one in front and the one behind. That way, if someone gets caught or cooperates with law enforcement, they won't have enough information on you to give you up. And it's also very important to position yourself within the conspiracy such that those that have the most information on you are those most loyal to you. And that is exactly what Donna Adelson did. To be guilty of conspiracy, it's not necessary for the defendant to say any particular word or do any particular act. But in this case, she did do that. We have all those words and acts that we went over that directly tie her. They are direct evidence tying her to this conspiracy, plus all the powdered sugar dust. Don't let the way she thought she was going to get away with this be the way she gets away with it.
Ooh.
Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
Members of the jury, at this time we are going to take our lunch break. The bailiff will take you into the jury room. Lunch will be provided for you. Once again, I'm going to remind you, do not discuss this case with each other until we have come to its conclusion. You may discuss any other matters, but do not discuss the case. Do not seek out any outside information. The bailiff will take you to the jury room. The lunch will be delivered shortly.
Let's do a poll.
Everyone can be seated. If the defense can go ahead and move forward with setting up the room in the manner in which you'll need to do. We will come back at 1:45. The defense will give its closing. The state will give any rebuttal that it has. 7 minutes and 6 seconds. Ms. Keppelman. You may request additional time if needed. Mr. Zellman.
With respect to us setting up, we're gonna need the exhibits. The exhibits are obviously not gonna stay in here during a lunch break. So once the clerk gets back from her lunch break, and we'll obviously come back a little bit early, but
Please return then by 1:20 so that way you can get set up.
thank you, Your Honor.
Judge, do you want the demonstratives that were admitted, not admitted, but that were shown as demonstratives to be admitted as court exhibits?
Yes. If anything does need to be reviewed, anything that was presented to the jury, even as a demonstrative, I'm sure will be of use to the appellate court.
Yes, sir.
All demonstratives for the state or the defense that were used during the trial, these would be court exhibits.
Yes, sir.
We're in recess. Defense is to return at 1:20 to set up. For everyone else, please return by 1:30.
Well, you have permission to mute the defense when your ears are bleeding because ours will be bleeding also, right? All right, so if we're coming back at 1:45, 2:45, 3:45, that's if there's no way they're going to have a 2-hour closing. There's no way. They don't have 2 hours worth of evidence that they can even talk about. And y'all know Jackie tired. She gonna want to sit down. There's no way. So let's say an hour for closing. Yeah, their opening was like 20 minutes. There's no way they're going to have 2 hours. Jackie likes to echo Georgia. She might just reiterate the state's entire closing. Well, I'm going to get some food, take Lucy on a side bark. Look, her eyes opened when I said that. And then I'm going to come back a little bit early because I want to watch those 5 minutes that I missed because I was on my telehealth appointment. What will they even talk? What can they even say? Members of the jury. Like, what can you even say? All I know is I need to go get some lunch in me because if I have to listen to defense closings while I'm hangry, it's going to be bad for all of us. But I am going to come back a little bit early because I want to watch those few minutes that I missed while I was on my doctor's appointment call. And we can watch those together. So he said 1:45. I'll come back probably. Well, he said for the attorneys to come in there at 1:20, right? They're going to go write their closing during lunch. It wouldn't surprise me at this point. The level of unprepared. All right. I appreciate y'all. I will see y'all in just a few minutes.
demonstratives, here in
The ones that are in evidence, yes.
Oh, I came in right in time.
It's not just the ones that are in evidence, Your Honors. It's also the other ones that we had requested to be put in evidence and submitted as court exhibits.
Well, these are items that are not in evidence. I believe the state's demonstrative specifically dealt with items that were in evidence as a part of its closing presentation.
I don't dispute that, Your Honor.
For anything that is not admitted at this time, it cannot be presented to the jury at this point as evidence for consideration or argument for consideration. The pages of the two calendars that are in evidence, you certainly can use. You can use the physical books themselves as demonstratives if you want to show the jury. Beyond that, getting into pages that have not been admitted and are not a part of evidence, what would be the proper basis of doing those?
Again, Your Honor, the way in which it's been presented is misleading. My client has, even if it's not a specific basis for admission of the rules of evidence, the Constitution allows my client to present evidence in support of her defense, and just based on, as I said, the way that the state has misrepresented items in the calendar, we would like to be able to present that as argument to the jury.
Again, at this stage, for items that are not in evidence, I do not find that these are specifically exculpatory. You can make any reasonable argument or inference as it relates to the admitted evidence, but items that were never admitted at this point are not to be presented to the jury.
Yes, sir.
He needs a moment.
You can bring in the jurors.
Rang the jury.
Your Honor, since we don't have a beautiful presentation as a state while Ms. Fulfer is giving the closing, I will be assisting by putting the items on display.
That's fine.
Tag team, back again. Just put her on the stand. Let her clear it all up. Scooch on up there to the stand and just tell them what's up. Is this normal? No. He just needs a moment, y'all. Judge is doing what we said yesterday. He's like, hey, quick question. Are you effing kidding me? That's the judge right now. I feel like, I don't think that they're, I don't want to be too harsh on the defense team. I know that they didn't have as much time to prepare for this as they would like. You know, this, like, Rashbaum was representing her, and then there was somebody else in between, right? And then them. So, it's a complicated case. They haven't had enough time, I guess.
Everyone can be seated.
I'm trying to
Members of
be
the jury, I hope you enjoyed your lunch break.
understanding.
At this time, we are going to continue with the defense's closing. Defense, you may proceed.
Good afternoon. It's been a long day. You've heard a
It's
lot.
Only
I
lunchtime,
hope
Jackie.
you'll stay awake so you can hear me too, okay?
Pot,
So,
this is kettle.
It's been what, 2.5 weeks, I guess, since you started this venture with us? And you've heard an awful lot. And I'd like to take you back to my opening statement. In my opening statement, there were some things referred to today that I'd like to address. The first one is that I stood up in my opening statement and said all of these wonderful things about Dan Markel, and then I called witnesses to attack him. That is not true. That is not true. In fact, the defense is the only part of this case that actually elicited evidence through testimony about the good qualities of Dan Markel. We elicited that on cross from his ex-wife, Wendy. And all of the things I told you in opening about what a wonderful man he was, a wonderful father, well-educated, successful, we elicited that testimony. And criticized today for having 2 witnesses who came and testified on the stand about the dissolution case. And
Who told Jackie that it was her on trial when they woke her up from her nap? Who told her that? Who, if anyone, told Jackie that she's the one on trial and she has to get up there and defend herself? Remember when I made the joke before we went to lunch where I was like, what's the defense going to do? Like, get up there and say, jurors. That's what she's doing. That's what she's doing. She's like, oh, jurors, Y'all. It's going to be a long 2 hours. It's going to be a long 2 hours. It's going to be a really long 2 hours. Jackie's up there putting on her own defense.
things that had been filed in it, that was not to attack Danny Markel. We didn't put that evidence on. The state is the one that made it an issue. They put those documents into evidence, the things that Mr. Markel had filed. So we're the defense, and we represent Donna Adelson, and we're just supposed to say, okay, well, they put it in, let's just let it sit there. We have an obligation to represent our client, and what happened in that divorce, whether it was contentious or not, was an issue the state brought up. They've been calling this a bitter custody battle for years, and they started this case by saying the same thing. So to have the people who were actually involved in the case point out that there never was a bitter custody battle is important, because there never was one. There was never a time when they were fighting over somebody having access to the children. In those pleadings, nobody says, you can't have them, I've got them. You can't have them, I've got them. When they filed their initial pleadings, they did what everybody, according to the lawyer who was on the case for Mrs. Adelson, meaning Wendy, on the case for Wendy, they all filed their typical pleadings. And in the beginning, you ask for certain stuff, and she asked for 5149, maybe for a tax purpose. But there was never one single time, and you can't be convinced that relocation was the issue where they were going to take Danny Markel's kids away from them. If you believe that, you are ignoring the evidence that the state of Florida put on against Donna Adelson. And when I told you in opening that this was all about theory and belief of what a motive was, and there was no evidence that a crime was committed by my client, Donna Adelson, that is exactly what has happened in this courtroom. The state is ignoring the evidence that came in through their witnesses that support our defense, and instead they stand before you with calls and text messages, and they tell you what they mean. That's not evidence. Their argument about what a conversation means is not evidence. You decide what it means. You've got it in front of you, and you have to consider it in the context of all of the evidence that's presented. Not just what the state puts in, but what the defense puts in. And I know at some point when we were putting on evidence, you all were looking probably at me like, what are you doing? Who cares? Some of those little things matter, and I'm going to cover those in the defense, and you'll see why we put those things in that didn't seem like that I had a hoot to do with anything, because they actually did. Now, I think the state, near the beginning of the case, and I don't recall who the witness was, but near the beginning of the case, the state, through a law enforcement officer, elicited testimony about how this event transpired, this brutal killing of Dani Markel, how it transpired, and how they were able to break the case. And what did they tell you? They told you they broke the case because Luis Rivera, who was one of the killers, decided he would cooperate with the state of Florida in exchange for a deal, which for his crime, he ended up, the testimony was, he got 7 more years for committing that crime. This is the man who got in the car, got the gun off the street, drove up to Tallahassee, Florida, stalked, is the best way I can describe it, Dani Markel in a car with his children from his home, watched him take his little boys out of his car and put them into the daycare center, followed him again to where he went to work out at Premier Gym, and sat in wait for him. Sat in wait for him. And then when Mr. Markel came out, trying to work some things out with his ex-wife Wendy about having the kids and who's picking them up at what time, even leaves her a really nice voicemail that they could get together and walk at the school to talk about the education of their older child, where he was going to be going to school because he was going to be starting kindergarten. And Wendy pushed back. You know, she pushed back. This was his time with his little boys, and she's telling him no. You know, I've got plans. Well, it wasn't her time to do that. So leading up to his death, she's arguing with him over about an hour and a half worth of time that she thinks she's entitled to with the kids, but it's his time. And I agree with the state of Florida. The most important thing to that man was those little boys. And he fought for every minute he could get, and rightfully so. Then he drives home in his car while he's on the phone, and Luis Rivera, driving the car that's been stalking him all day, pulls up behind him in his driveway. Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him twice in the head, and they pull off at a pretty high rate of speed and leave Dani Markel dying inside his garage. Left him to die. Those are the people that killed Dani Markel, those 2 people. And the state has all kinds of arguments about how Mrs. Adelson's involved because she said these things about him, and we'll get to that in a second. But if Luis Rivera is telling the truth, what did he tell you when he got on the stand? What did he tell you? He said, and this is his signature on this document, dated March 11th, 2025, when he was deposed, and those numbers and circles are his. And he testified to you that, where are my numbers? That Catherine Magbanawah, that's right, Catherine Magbanawah is the person that elicited Sigfredo Garcia to kill Dani Markel. Now her versions change over time, so we'll have to address a few of those. And then she says she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved. This is a woman who the state has admitted lied 1st time, 2nd time, 3rd time, 4th time, maybe the 5th time. Every time she puts herself under oath and swears to tell the truth, she's going to say more. She told you she didn't even know Luis Rivera was involved, but the phone records that were put in by the state of Florida prove otherwise. Because during the time that they're traveling to Tallahassee, when she can't reach Sigfredo Garcia, whose phone is she calling? She's calling Luis Rivera. This woman can't tell the truth. But in any event, Luis Rivera then puts this number 2 next to Sigfredo Garcia because he's the one who actually killed Dani Markel. A number 3 next to himself because he's the one who got the gun and drove the car to kill Dani Markel and then away from the scene. This is the man that he says they killed. Who else on this document do you recognize? On this exhibit, who else? Who else was involved in this? Well, all the players that the state claims are involved are pictured on this document, and he says, Wendy Adelson, she's the lady who wanted to get her kids back. This is why we were committing the crime. Wendy Adelson. And Doctor, the dentist, he called him, which is Charlie Adelson, who he identified, was the one with Katie. This one and this one are the reasons that they're coming to Tallahassee to kill Dan Markel. And I said, well, what about Donna Adelson or Harvey Adelson? No, they weren't involved. I said, would you put an X next to them if they weren't involved? And he did. Donna Adelson's name never came up, but Luis Rivera is telling the truth according to the state. That's who you're supposed to believe, and he says my client is not involved. There's some issues that I might address further, but I want to go through some of the things that the state stood up and told you. Relocation, 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 that's the issue. That is the reason that my client had Dani Markel killed, because relocation was lost.
Danny Markel was killed July the 18th of 2014. Relocation was done for over a year. That's the motive? It's been over for a year, and they said yesterday in court that the relocation issue didn't stop when Danny Markel was, when the divorce was over. It continued going on. The emails showed that. There is not a single email that's been put in by the state that shows that my client, Donna Adelson, was continuing on a rampage about relocation. The last email that they showed you today that my client wrote about relocation was July the 19th of 2013. The divorce was final on the 31st, said and done. They bring Wendy Adelson in here to testify. That's their witness. And she said it was done. Now, have Charlie Adelson and Wendy Adelson been honest with their mother? The evidence says no, they haven't been. Because the whole time Wendy Adelson is telling her mother, she's telling her mother that relocation is what she wants. She's the one who starts that. She's the one who asks her lawyer about it. The whole time in the spring leading up to this hearing, Wendy Adelson admitted in her testimony she's sending these messages to her life coach and telling her life coach, you know, I think I want to stay in Tallahassee. But she didn't bother to tell her mother that. Her mother still thinks she's trying to get relocation. She does it in April. And then she writes to her again in May. I think I'm going to give up relocation. I can stay in Tallahassee. The kids will be close to their boys. There won't be any plane rides. And I like my job. It gives me all this flexibility. I'm going to stay. But she still doesn't tell her mother. She has her mother believing we got to fight for this relocation. She testified. Well, I said, why did your mother get so upset? Well, she's venting to her mother about what she claims Danny Markel is doing, and she's venting to her mother about what she wants to accomplish, only she's not being honest with her. On the backside, she's making other plans. It'd have been nice for my client, Donna Adelson, to know that, because these emails that have been submitted here, which are proof that she wanted to have Danny Markel killed, would not have been written. And when she goes to her hearing on the relocation in June of 2013, she has her mother stay outside. Her mother can't hear what's going on in the hearing. She admitted she had several witnesses to call beyond the two that got on the stand. And then after the judge made the comment, she gave up. She could have continued with the hearing and put her witnesses on. The judge could have ruled against her, and then maybe she has an appellate issue. She gave up because she didn't want it anymore, but she didn't tell her mother that. When she told her mother, well, this is how the judges ruled, the mother understood that through the court system it was done, but not with her daughter, Wendy. Because you can continue to negotiate all the way through a final judgment. And that's what those emails say. They do suggest some crazy stuff. They do. But she puts in there, we're trying to negotiate. We're trying to negotiate. Get this, you can still work on this. She doesn't know when she's writing those crazy emails that there's no reason to write them because her daughter agreed. You know, you can have a dismissal on an issue. You can have a denial on an issue. She agreed to it with prejudice, which means it is over. She already made an agreement. She's not going to seek relocation anymore. So my client is hanging out there trying to support her daughter, and now she's sitting in a court of law charged with murder because of what she wrote in emails. Because the truth is, you are here to judge my client based on her conduct leading up to and to the time of death of Danny Markel. That's her conduct. Can you consider things she said and did after to see if it corroborates that she was involved? You can. But her conduct leading up to the day that Danny was murdered is in this book that the state has entered with emails. It's separated between where you can see it, where they lead up to the divorce, and then after the divorce until the time of the homicide. Now, my client did say ugly things about Danny Markel. During the divorce, she did. And the state has put them in. This is State's Exhibit 64. and they have emails going up through July the 11th of 2014. These are the bad names that my client called Dani Markel. During the course of a divorce where her daughter is constantly venting to her about what she says Dani is doing, she said some really bad names, and I'm going to say them, although you shouldn't say bad words in court. She called him some ugly stuff. The first one that they wanted to put in was from 2011. He was killed in 2014. They introduced this email from March the 28th of 2011 at 64A, and inside that email, they claim, shows the hatred for Dani Markel. And you want to know why? According to their exhibit list here, because Mrs. Adelson referred to Dani's parents as, quote, the royal couple. And she and Wendy were bantering back and forth about some issues with Mr. Markel's parents. That's not hatred on Dani. It's not even hatred on his parents. We're sitting here with murder charges because she did something like that, called somebody a royal couple. She said other bad things. She called Dani a major fucker, Gibbers, which Wendy Adelson testified that she came up with that nickname for him, a religious zealot, and Wendy testified that the issues in their marriage included matters of he had now become more strict in their religion than she wanted to follow. That was one of their problems. She called him a royal jackass, a piece of shit, a fucker, crazy, a bastard, and she called him Elvis. That's why we are sitting here today. That is hatred for somebody. That proves they wanted to have him killed. Are you serious? You call somebody some bad names and that means you wanted them dead? My client has lack of any ability to stop herself from saying things. She can't do it. And I'm not trying to be offensive to her, but she can't. And all of these emails that they have introduced prove it. She is not a one-word person. She goes on and on and on and on. And they believe that she had Dani Markel murdered because she said some bad words. There's not a lick of evidence in here that they submitted of what she did prior to July the 18th, 2014, where she said not a single word, that she wanted him killed, she was planning to have him killed, she was going to find somebody to kill him, she was going to pay somebody to kill him, she was going to kill him, that she was glad he was dead. That's not in here. And this is it. This is it. Before he was killed. You're judging her conduct before he died, up to his death. And that's all you've got. And I told you that in the opening statement. They have a lot of theories, and they like to spin evidence a certain way to make her look bad because she said ugly things. That is not proof of somebody having somebody killed. And that's it. Besides the relocation issue, which has been dead for over a year before he's killed, bad choice of words, I apologize. It had ended over a year before he was killed. Now they want to bring in something called the grandmother motion. This is what had to push her over the edge. Their own witnesses said she didn't know about it. Let's see who testified to that. Wendy testified, her daughter, that she never showed it to her and she never talked to her about it. But then there were two more witnesses for the state, and they were Craig Isom and Jason Newland. And when they testified on cross, they admitted that there was no evidence that that motion had ever been forwarded to my client. Not a single piece of evidence. What if she had gotten it? Do you want to know what it accuses her of? That a 3- and 4-year-old said that they called Abba, that she had called Abba stupid. Stupid. And that drove her over the edge? One, she didn't know about it, but two, somebody claiming you said the word stupid, that's what brings us to murder charges? It's unbelievable. But that's their spin that they want to put on it. because they've got this theory that she's the mastermind. And then they stand up here in their closing and they say, everybody who's been charged in this case, so they want to point at the other one, point at the other one, and point at the other one. No, 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 no. Who is pointing at these people? The state of Florida. The state of Florida is doing the pointing. They're the ones getting the warrants. They're the ones doing the investigation. They're the ones charging people, deciding who they're going to give deals to and not. That's them pointing the finger. That's not my client. There's no evidence of that. They bring the charges. They prosecute. They get the convictions. They get people sent off to prison. Not us. What, we're pointing the blame at the killers for killing them? They proved that those are the people who killed them. That's not us pointing the finger. They actually did it, and it's been proven. And we're distancing ourselves from Charlie Adelson? Let me tell you something. They elicited the testimony about Charlie Adelson over our objection, if you happen to remember that. It came in. Charlie Adelson is not on trial. You may be sitting in that jury room thinking, well, Charlie did it, and it sure looks like Wendy did it. That doesn't have an ounce to do with Donna Adelson doing a thing. Not a single thing. If you think he did it, he's been convicted. He admitted in his testimony that he is the person, although he claims he was extorted, he is the person that took $138,000 out of his refrigerator-size safe that he has at his house, with the money exactly like he says he kept it, stapling $100 bills together in stacks of 1,000, staple, 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 staple. He said he took that money out of his
Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark.
safe, and he gave it to Catherine Magbanowa that night. Whether that's his girlfriend and they're still fooling around on the side, that's between the two of them. That's got nothing to do with my client. He did it, but now they want to say Donna Adelson did it. Pick one. You don't like our theory? That's what they say. You don't like our theory? Oh, well, you know, you like our theory on everybody else. Pick one. If you have prosecuted Charlie Adelson for paying the $138,000 stapled just like their other witnesses in this case said, why are they now saying Donna Adelson provided the money? Oh, wait. Oh, because Catherine Magbanowa, who's been sentenced to life and is telling her sixth story now, has decided she'd like to see her kids someday. So now she's going to come in and provide information that will help the state prosecute an innocent woman so she can go home to her children. That's what that's about. So she claims that this all goes down. Charlie puts the money, Charlie, not Donna, Charlie puts the money stapled just like she knows he does into her trunk. She drives it the next day to Sigfredo Garcia, her baby daddy. He takes it out of the trunk, and a day or two later, she gets hers back. And she says he puts it in her closet, and to this day, she wants you to believe that that money sat in her closet and she spent it along the way. The records that Ms. Hull testified to, showing all her cash deposits, she clearly was doing something with it, right? But to this day, she wants you to believe she has absolutely no idea how much money she had. Never counted it. Really? She must have think y'all was born yesterday. But here's something. She's got this new thing she wants to testify to. That the money was wet, and Charlie told her that Donna had washed it. Her money's wet, that she hasn't touched, that's been somewhere else for these number of days. Well, what did Louis Rivera testify to about his money that he got? He said it was weird. Well, how was it weird? Well, it was stapled in $100 bills, stacks of 1,000. Not a single word about wet, and he got his money before she did. He got it straight from Sigfredo. This washing money wet thing is nonsense, and they've already proven that it was Charlie Adelson's money that was paid through Katie Magbanowa to those two killers. Whoops, it's gone. But now it's her fault. And I'm not sure what this is all about. The state standing up saying that the defense has suggested that Harvey is the one that did the Evite. We haven't said a single word, presented any evidence, or made any argument that Harvey Adelson is the one who created the Evite. Their witness that they called, Wendy Adelson, sat up there and said, what did she say? She probably did it because her mom doesn't know how. And then their other witness, Chris Corbett, Sergeant Corbett, who does all the media and cell phone tower stuff, he sat up there and he said it was clear to him from his research and investigation that my client, Donna Adelson, didn't have a clue how to work that. But she's responsible for sending out an Evite that Wendy says she did, where the names come up with guests who are going to be there that are Wendy Adelson, because she kept that name, and her two sons. So it's Wendy, the name of her two sons, and then Adelson at the end. If that's how it appears, Wendy did it, not my client. And there's more proof of that real quick to come. But the Evite thing is a non-issue. I just can't imagine what that is about. The state has argued that between the time the killers came to Tallahassee in June and the time that they came back in July and actually killed Dan Markel, that Catherine McBanawa said in her testimony that between those two time periods, when she was discussing scenarios with Charlie, he would say he had a call from his mother, step out, have the call, come back in and say, oh, they're stressed, they're stressed. Catherine McBanawa, not one single time testified to when that occurred, number one. Number two, if you've heard evidence in this case and paid attention, Charlie Adelson is not a one-woman man. He's got lots of girls. She doesn't know if that was really the mother on the phone. She doesn't know who he was talking to or what they were talking about. But she wants to get out of prison. So she's got information she's willing to share now. Charlie's business. There is a slide that the state had in its presentation this morning that they showed to you that shows that Charlie Adelson owned the dental practice up until 2015. Do you remember seeing that slide? Well, here they are again, ignoring the real evidence. They got a theory and they got to spin it some way, but the evidence from their expert witness, Mary Hall, financial investigator, forensic investigator, Mary Hall, she's up here testifying for them, and she says that Charlie Adelson was the owner of the Adelson Institute until 2020. And yet their slide says, oh, he sold it back to his father in 2015. That's not what the evidence is from their own witness. There was some argument from the state about some things that were in Mrs. Adelson's planner in 2023, around the time that Charlie Adelson was convicted, and they apparently were going to flee the country, take flight to a non-extradition country. And there's a notation in there shortly after Charlie is convicted that says cancel disability insurance. They want you to take what they believe that means as they were canceling their insurance because they were going away and never coming back. Could it be? Those were the words that were used. This is not a could it be situation. This is beyond a reasonable doubt. They have nothing other than that notation. Well, could it be that Charlie was convicted and he no longer needed disability insurance because he was going to prison for life? Just as likely. How about this could it be? Could it be in State's Exhibit 142 on the front page that they showed you with this little notation, notify everyone who was invited to the 70th birthday that party is off if that's what HJ decides to do. And that's on June the 13th. Could it be, the state says to you, that if the killing had actually taken place the first time the killers came up, then they'd be canceling the party because Danny would already be dead. What? Does that, where's the proof of any of this? Could that be what it means? This is not, could it be? And a birthday present. The birthday present, according to the state, for a 70-year-old man is that they're gonna have Danny Markel killed. Happy birthday. Let's have a party. What?
Let's have a party.
There's no birthday present, according to Rob Adelson. Wendy Adelson, who was at the party and who was involved, and there are emails that tell this, involved in helping get a caterer for the party where the man came and cooked paella out on the balcony for everybody, but that's what Charlie decided to give. But you gotta read the worst in every single piece of evidence that they present to you. You have to, because that's the only way you can convict, and they want you to convict her. There's no evidence that there was a birthday present to Harvey Adelson to have this man killed. None. But that's their theory, and they're still spinning it. And you gotta ignore the witnesses that they put up there in order to follow their lead into that jury room and convict my client. Let's talk about Rob Adelson. They brought him in here and he got up there and he testified on the stand about allegedly all of these things that he claims his mother said. If you were paying attention by the time we got to cross-examination, what did we learn about Rob Adelson? Well, he's a doctor and he's got little kids, so he's real busy, which is his explanation for why he rarely speaks to his family on the telephone and has, in that time period, only been down to see his family 2 times in a 2.5-year period. And he rarely talks to them on the phone, but somehow Miss Adelson has made all of these comments. This is a guy with an axe to grind, right? He doesn't have any of this information. He's not talking to them. They got him to come for the birthday party, and what was his testimony? He's a busy guy. He flew in the night before the birthday. He was at the birthday party and got up the next morning, packed his bags, and put him and his wife and his kids on an airplane and left because he was busy. He's not hanging out with his family. He's nowhere to be found. Oh, but you got to believe everything he tells you. A huge percentage of the argument of the state was, well, what did Rob say? What did Rob? Rob doesn't have the knowledge of anybody. He's not here. He lives in Albany, New York, and he's not around these people. But let's use her son, who's clearly estranged from the family, to try and bury her.
Tell the truth about why he's estranged. You're smarter than that.
So my client has been charged with the murder of Mr. Markel, conspiracy, the planning to commit murder, and solicitation, hiring the hitman that killed. We're going to go through the jury instructions briefly. The judge has already gone through them, but we're going to go through in a minute what actually is there that the state has to prove. And just like I said in opening, what the state thinks happened does not matter. What they believe happened does not matter. What spin they want to put on it does not matter. You can only make your decision based on the evidence presented to you, and up through the time that Dan Markel was killed, that's all they got. She said some ugly things, and she meddles in her children's lives. Meddles in their lives. Gets involved in their divorce. She's a parent. She's just being a parent, not a killer. She's a meddler, not a murderer. They haven't proven that to you. Just like I told you in opening, what they were going to be able to prove, and that what you were going to hear a lot of evidence about, lots of introduction of exhibits was going to come in. They proved that those 2 men killed Danny Markel, that Catherine McDonald was the one who found the killers, that Charlie Adelson is the one that paid the money. That's it. And Wendy Adelson is the one who wants to get her kids back. That's why they're killing him. Nothing about Donna Adelson. We sat here for days listening to testimony of witness after witness getting on this stand. Not a single one of them connected my client to Danny Markel's murder. Not one. I think the state introduced a couple of exhibits. They would be 64C and F. Sorry, I can't do technology. Somebody has to help me. And these are emails where she's giving her daughter advice on what she should do, preparing for mediation. Oh, how terrible of her. But what they didn't want you to see in this email, you see that highlighted part? If she thinks she's going to have him killed, why is she telling her daughter in mediation, make sure in the final order that he has to pay half of this expense and half of that expense and extracurricular activities and tennis lesson and baseball teams and travel? Well, who cares if they're going to kill him? Why is she writing that? Negotiate. Negotiate. Shame on her getting involved in her daughter's divorce. Negotiate. Let him know that you want him to see his children. And they talk a lot about this bribe. Bribe. This man, they were considering giving him $1 million to relocate because he had already lived in Miami with Wendy. Relocate back to Miami. He taught, according to Wendy, 2 days a week. He could commute by airplane. They were willing to pay for plane tickets, give him money to buy a house, expose his children to a more strict Jewish environment where they had Jewish schools and all kinds of activities and be around more kids, kosher like Danny. Relocation was never about taking those kids away from him. It was, how can we make it happen? You can live in the same city, we can co-parent separately, but be together, be around each other, and all have family support. Shame on them for wanting to help him like that. They act like they were doing something illegal. That's not illegal. You heard the woman testify. It happens a lot in divorces. People offer money to get certain things that they want, or they concede something they're entitled to. But if Mrs. Adelson does it, she must be up to no good. This grandmother motion, I want to point out something to you for just a second. That would be 60JJ. The state calls this the grandmother motion because they're prosecuting grandma. Sounds kind of cool, right? There's this terrible motion, this grandmother motion that was filed against my client, Mrs. Adelson. This pleading is actually entitled, let's see here, Former Husband's Counter Motion for Enforcement of MSA, which is Marriage Settlement Agreement, on Parenting Issues and Motion for Contempt and Sanctions. And this pleading goes on and on about, he says Wendy's refusing to facilitate video teleconferencing with the 3- and 4-year-old, that she's failing to regularly facilitate telephone contact with the children, that she routinely violates the right of first refusal, resulting in the children missing days from preschool, that she violates her duty to inform that's in the MSA. She fails to follow clinical recommendations. She violates by refusing to communicate with Mr. Markel. She persists in inhibitory parental gatekeeping, refused to provide access to have both children on one of the child's birthdays. The only single complaint he makes about my client is she called him stupid, according to a 3- and 4-year-old. And do this, but I'll try. Number 6, this is the section. You can write a motion and put all your complaints in it, your legal argument, and then you ask for what is the relief that you want. He wants all kind of relief related to Wendy. And this is what they say. The state says that he's saying that the grandmother cannot have any unsupervised contact with the children. That's not what it says at all. It says consistent with the right of first refusal. And safeguard the children so she doesn't call him stupid anymore. This does not mean she can't have unsupervised contact. It means consistent with the right of first refusal. If grandma's in town and she's going to watch the children, according to their marriage settlement agreement, he has to be given the opportunity first if he wants to take care of the kids. That's what was agreed to in the divorce. That doesn't say no more unsupervised contact with grandma. Now, besides her not knowing about it, what is the evidence? I don't want to mess this up. What is the evidence that supports two things? One, that my client did not know it had been filed, and two, that Danny Markel was not trying to keep my client from having unsupervised contact with him. Well, the proof is, from Wendy's testimony, that he continued himself because during the course of the marriage and separation and divorce, my client, Mrs. Adelson, didn't just continue to assist Wendy when Wendy needed help with the kids. She continued to assist Danny. And in fact, that motion was filed on March the 26th, and the testimony was, for almost 2 weeks in April, my client watched the boys while both parents were out of town. And my client facilitated the Skype with the grandsons for Mr. Markel. Now, if he's really worried about her having unsupervised contact, is he going to leave him with her for almost 2 weeks in April? And he does it again and again. And the last time that he does it is on July the 11th. That's according to Wendy. He comes home and he needs help. She's going to go do something, and then now it's his time to have the children. So he asked my client, Mrs. Adelson, if she could watch the boys, and she does. And she knows he likes this particular kind of banana bread that she makes, and they're going to mock us for this, but that's okay. He likes this particular kind of banana bread. It's got chocolate chips in it and no nuts. And so what did my client do? Before he came to pick up the boys the next morning, the evening before, she makes him a loaf. But she hates him. She hates him and she wants him dead. And clearly he hates her because he filed a motion. It's unbelievable. Us sitting here is actually unbelievable. Now I want to talk about the day that Danny was killed with respect to my client. We're not going to go through all the details again, but what is the evidence about my client? The state has said that my client tried to set up an alibi for her daughter. I don't know how it could have ever been considered an alibi because the man was going to get there at 8 o'clock in the morning, and the evidence is he got killed around 11 o'clock. But State's Exhibit 64FF is from the Geek Squad. And the state presented earlier that not only did Donna Adelson send an email to Wendy that morning, or before then actually, not only did Donna send an email to her about the appointment, but Harvey, the dad, did as well. And here is the form that was completed, not by Donna, they say Donna arranged it. Mr. Harvey actually made this appointment for the broken television. They had purchased a plan for protection on this television and believe they may get a replacement or a repair. When they made it, you have to fill out some information on the form. And what does this say? Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? Yes. Well, now, are you going to accept an earlier appointment if it becomes available, if you've got a homicide planned? That doesn't make any sense. This is supposed to be her alibi, but they're agreeing you could come earlier if you want. And then the mother sends an email. Do we have that? And what she tells her daughter is, if you can't keep Friday, July the 18th between 8 a.m. and noon, call that number to reschedule. The contract is under Harvey Adelson's name with Dad's cell phone number, but the purchaser is actually Miss Donna's name and cell phone number, and she provides her with a work order. Here, we did this for you, like we do everything else for you, and apparently that's a bad thing according to the state, helping your kids this much. But here, we helped you out, but if this doesn't work out for you, change it. A fake alibi, that's what they want you to believe. You gotta read bad into every single thing they present to you to come to the conclusion that they come to. Now let's talk about Defense Exhibit 71. There was, according to the testimony that you heard from the state, Wendy Adelson was interviewed at TPD the day that Danny was killed. They went and found her at a restaurant, and they've introduced these pictures about what she did that day and where she went and how she took the long way around. But she's sitting at TPD being interviewed, and she has requested to be able to call her mother. And unlike other exhibits where the state hired someone to enhance it so you could hear the call better, they didn't do that in this case. And the recording is actually inside the room. You can see it. It's an interview room at TPD. And not only are you hearing what Wendy is saying, there's the victim advocate that testified that my client was shocked when she heard the news, but my client is actually on the other end of the phone, so it's not real easy to hear. But if you put the headphones on, you're actually going to hear some things, and you can hear what my client's reaction is to finding out that Danny Markel has been shot, excuse me. Can we play that? If you could just please put your headphones on. It's not easy to hear. haven't actually put the headphones on, but hopefully that assisted you in hearing, but like the victim advocate for TPD testified, she was shocked. She's not sitting home waiting for a phone call, let us know that it's done. It's 7 o'clock at night, and Wendy's calling from TPD to tell her mother that Danny has been shot. She has to tell her to calm down before she gets on the road, and you can clearly hear her elevated voice. She's asking about Danny. How did it happen? Where was it at? Well, where's he at now? He's at the hospital. This is not somebody who's planned for him to be killed. Now, the state has made a pretty big deal about the road trip that the 70-year-old man and 64-year-old woman take that evening when they leave their home. It's 11 years into this case. It's this July that just passed before the investigator in this case, who's given testimony again and again, after he's deposed, decides, I'll go ride the route. 11 years. They've been claiming now, my client, arrested almost 2 years ago, that this ride is completely off, but they haven't even tried it themselves, right? And even when he testified, and also when Agent Sanford testified, first of all, he didn't do the whole route, he did a segment, because he's determined that in this segment is where Mrs. Adelson was at for too long. Did you take any snacks when you did the ride? And he's only doing part of it. Well, yeah. Did you get some coffee? Yeah. But they've calculated this drive for these folks who have just received horrible news and they're clearly upset about it, that they had to be at their son's house dropping off money that was washed, because there's a period of time that it takes them longer to get to their hotel in Orlando than it should have. They took into consideration nothing with respect to their age, that they hadn't had anything to eat. They didn't calculate any time in to stop and get gas, or to use the restroom, or to maybe sit down and have a meal. None of that's counted in. It's got to be a strict from here to there, and you're not there, then you must be doing something bad, and it must have something to do with murder. They give no consideration to that whatsoever. But what's stronger than that is their own testimony from their expert. They have all of these slides that they've shown you where they can show where everybody is in the entire world. And did you notice that for the killers, they had collected records with SunPass and cell towers, etc., and they have a whole map that they're showing you where they went and what they got. They got the SunPass records for the killers. Agent Sanford said that my client was a person of interest from the beginning, but he had her locked in a year. And yet here we are 11 years later, and they never bothered to get her SunPass records. They can get them, they got the killers. If they want to tell you that they're stuck in a certain area and they've gotten off in a certain place, all they had to do was get those records. But they didn't do it. They can prove where the killers are, but not my client. But one thing for certain that they did say is they cannot put my client's phone at Charlie's house during this time period that they say that they took too long to get somewhere. They also testified that there is never a point in time that evening where Charlie's cell phone is hitting on a tower and either Harvey or Donna's cell phones are hitting on the same tower. They don't even have them in the same vicinity, much less the house. But they want you to believe that means Mrs. Adelson was there dropping off money. They have no evidence of it. It's just their theory. That's all it is. You can't convict somebody based on theory. You have to have evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, how about this text message that says outside your house? According to them, outside your house means outside your house. I'm not saying that's illogical to jump to that conclusion, but do you have any evidence of it? No, they can't put her there. And according to State's Exhibit 142, Mrs. Adelson was at Charlie's house, what in the world is she doing hanging outside for over 30 minutes before he gets there? She's got the
Waiting
garage
on
door
him.
code to get in. But she's outside the house? They introduced this. She had talked to him, according to their records, she had been on the phone with Charlie. She talked to Charlie. And then later on, they send this text message, and it could mean many different things. But it would have been 30 minutes while they were waiting there for him to get there. And there's no reason for them to be outside the house because they know he's not there. It took him 10 minutes to send, or 20 minutes to send a message back saying he was 10 minutes away. And then he had to travel there. They don't have proof that she went there. They want you to envision it and imagine it and believe it because that's their narrative. That's what they tell. And I don't think I said it before, but the witnesses, the additional witnesses that testified that Charlie kept his cash, these $100 bills stapled together, that was Miss Umchinda and Mr. Fitzpatrick. They both testified they knew Charlie well, and that's what he did. No evidence at all that my client did that. Do you remember back in jury selection, I didn't do it for Miss Adelson, my co-counsel did, Mr. Zellman, but he asked you a series of some similar questions, and he asked you, would you agree that the state could make a mistake in the theory of their case? Yeah. Would you agree that law enforcement could make a mistake in their investigation and determining who they think committed a crime? Yeah. That was the overall response that we got. It was asked of everybody who came up that got individual questions. I mean, questions as a group. Well, according to Special Agent Pat Sanford with the FBI, do you remember his testimony? According to him, he has never made a mistake. Not one time in his
That's not what he said.
career has he ever thought somebody committed a crime and he ended up being wrong. You know what the problem is?
That's different
When
than
he
never making a mistake.
Thought she was a person of interest from the beginning, and then he, according to his testimony, locked in on Donna Adelson. The path didn't lead to Donna Adelson. They tried to build a path with something as flimsy as these emails that they say are the motive for her to have him killed. They made some other mistakes. Rob Adelson calling him to testify was a mistake because they've clearly relied on his evidence, and he testified himself he wouldn't have the basis to give it. He's never around. And then they called Patricia Bird. That's their next mistake. She claims, different ways, that Donna was going to buy her some land and a trailer to put on it, a small car to drive, and fix her teeth to testify untruthfully. She said that a white female investigator actually offered her all of those things. But then when it was pointed out to her that the investigator that came to see her was actually an African-American female, oh, it was her that did it. Then she wants to tell you that my client confessed to her. I asked her, did she do what they said you did? And Miss Donna said yes. Well, she's not clear on this confession because when Mr. Zellman was asking her questions, she couldn't remember if it was Donna said she wrote the checks or she confessed to the whole crime. But here's a woman sitting in front of you that has come up all of a sudden at the end of the game, and here she is claiming that an investigator offered her these things, and that was for false testimony, that Miss Adelson was trying to elicit false testimony, have her come in here and swear under oath and testify to things that were not true. Well, both investigators came in here and said that never happened. She was never offered anything. She never told us that Donna had offered her anything. Most importantly, she never told us that Donna confessed. None of that. She's facing going to prison, and she has an opportunity to come in here and testify against Miss Adelson, so she can get a deal. What was she facing, 5 or 6 years? Here's the biggest part. Did you hear what the judge read to you this morning before he started with the jury instructions? He read to you a stipulation. As he explained, that means the state and the defense agree to certain facts and you must accept them as true. And what was the stipulation? Patricia Byrd was never on the witness list for Donna Adelson. Well, isn't that interesting? She was going to come in and testify falsely for Donna Adelson, and she's never been on a witness list. And then you got Drina Byrd. This is not just someone who is hoping for some help in her case. She already got it. Her testimony was she is a 27-time convicted felon and/or crimes involving dishonesty, facing 15 years in the Department of Corrections as a prison releasee reoffender, which means you get day for day with no gain time. Here she comes saying she's got all this evidence, and Donna's offering to do the same things for her that, oddly enough, Patricia Byrd in the same cell block has said is going to happen. What does she do? We tried really hard not to bore you by playing the whole tape, but there's an exhibit that we put in, and it's the video of where Donna and Miss Bernhardt are sitting at a table. Oddly enough, Miss Byrd wasn't there, and she told you that she was with Donna Adelson day and night talking about her case. She wasn't anywhere around when they're sitting at this table, but you can watch that video again. I would just like you to recall this. Who shows up to that table first? Drina Bernhardt does. Who shows up with paper and a writing instrument? Drina Bernhardt does. And while they're sitting at the table, is Donna sitting there just telling her? No, they're having a conversation. How does the writing start? Miss Bernhardt gets out her little hot pink folder, paper, whatever it's called, notebook, plops it open, shoves it towards Donna Adelson, and starts tapping on it. Let's get busy writing. You don't hear those words, but that's what she's doing. Here, write. And allegedly, she's going to do the same thing, give false testimony, and her name is not on a witness list. A little bit more about Catherine McBanawa. No, actually, I covered that. So if this is all they've got, up until the time that he died, just that she said bad things about him and helped her daughter with her divorce, what is the evidence that they have after Danny Markel was killed? They put this evidence in. They got nothing to show that my client was involved in any way leading up to the time that he was killed. But they elicited the testimony that it was 2 months after the murder when Charlie Adelson discloses for the first time to his mother what he knows about the case. Now, all she knows is what he's telling her, but it's 2 months after the murder when he's telling her, well, what happened was I got a girlfriend, and I had told her about this $1 million offer, and she said it in front of some of her friends, and they've gone up there and killed Danny Markel, and now they're demanding money, and so they said if I didn't turn over my third of the $1 million, this is what he claims that they elicited, if I didn't turn over that money, then I'd be dead in 48 hours or they'd kill my family. So he goes into his safe and pulls out $138,000 cash, puts it in a bag, gives it to Katie, tells his mother 2 months after the homicide, now he's being extorted. She works at Adelson Institute. They want you to believe this is a family business. Does family work there? Clearly. But who owns the business? Who does the money belong to? Who is Mrs. Adelson writing and paying all the bills for? Who's she doing the salary for? Everybody there. Everybody there. So he tells her, write around $1,000 a month to Katie Magbanawa. It'll save my life. They had this forensic investigator, and they didn't present anything to you, not a single check ever, that Charlie Adelson signed for his business, because he had his mother paying the bills, doing salary and other things at the dental office. That's him paying these people. She's doing her job because he says it'll save his life. She believed it was the truth, so she did what he told her to do. Was there pushback or not? We don't know. They didn't present any evidence about that. They claim she would have pushed back. Maybe she did. We don't know. But what we do know is it's 2 months after the murder before she knows what has gone down. That's their evidence. But she conspired with people to have him killed. She got the hitman to have him killed, and she wanted him killed, and he ended up dead. She doesn't even know about this going on. And the only version she knows is what her son has told her. Did she say, oh, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out, the truth's coming out? She did, because that's what Charlie had told her the truth was. And that's her son. And she believed him. And she didn't want her son to die. She wrote paychecks at Charlie's instruction. That's not her giving cash and paying off murderers. That's a paycheck to Katie. That's it. That's all she did. So we're bumping along, and now we're in 2016, and it's a bump. Law enforcement testified to you that they created this scenario where they could try and get information to further investigate this homicide. So they've locked in on Mrs. Adelson, so they're going to set her up. Funny thing is, Mr. Sanford testified to what probable cause is that you have to get a wiretap on somebody's phone, and you have to have proof that a crime has been committed, and this is likely the person who committed the crime. It's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's the same that you have to get a warrant to arrest someone. But when they do this bump in April of 2016 to June, who do they get wiretaps on? Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa. Not Donna Adelson. But they're just sure she's the mastermind behind this. So what do? They follow her. They watch her daily routine. They pick a location where she is taking her grandchildren, Mr. Markel's children, to and from school. And they decide that's where they're going to do this bump. This is State's Exhibit 113 of the bump on the street that took place on April. This is State's Exhibit 113 of the bump on the street that took place on April the 19th of 2016. Am I in anybody's way?
Black George, what is it? Okay, okay, bye. Excuse me, Mrs. Adelson? How you doing? Just want to give you this. Listen. No, don't be scared. Listen, just want to let you know that we know that your family has been taking care of Katie and her friend Ruth for quite some time after your follow-up was that we saw. And I want to let you know that my brother, he's incarcerated.
She's like, let's go over all of the worst evidence against my client.
What did she say? You scared me. And he goes on his little explanation, and her response is, I don't know what you're talking about. Now, the state says, from what happens next, which is a phone call that Mrs. Adelson makes, she has to be involved in this murder. Because she doesn't call the cops, she calls Charlie. Well, why'd she call Charlie? Because Charlie has confessed to her his role in paying the killers back in September of 2014, that it's his money, claiming he's being extorted, claiming his life is at risk. That's who she's gonna call, because guess what? Now this man is talking about the people who are involved in the murder. You're taking care of Katie. So yes, she calls. And the state wants you to believe that there's this huge made-up code. They allowed you to look at the transcripts when that was going on, and you looked, I watched, you were all intent looking at the transcripts and listening to the calls. If you go back and want to hear them again, you're welcome to do that. She's responding to his questions and his instructions not to talk about this on the phone, but he keeps pushing and pushing and pushing, so she's trying to give him a hint without actually saying on the phone what's going on. These are hints, not code words like the state wants you to believe. Can I have just 1 second, please?
Who, if anyone, is surprised that she needed a moment? I'm with y'all. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. It definitely wasn't this. I've barely even taken any notes. Once she started yelling at us, it got my brain all combobulated, and I haven't even taken any. Jesus, take the whole car. Jury's leaving.
Members of the jury will take a brief break at this time. If you need to use the restroom, please do so during the break, and we will continue with the closing argument. Everyone can be seated. If you need to use the restroom or stretch your legs, this is your opportunity. Or something to keep yourself from passing out. This is your opportunity now. 5 minutes.
I don't even know what's happening. I clipped that part where she Jackie needs a moment. Hold on. Hold, please. I need a moment. If y'all can give me a moment. I need a moment. I clipped this, but I can't play the whole thing. Because of the music, but I'll mute the music when we get there.
Mrs. Adelson referred to Danny's parents as, quote, the royal couple. That's not hatred on Danny. It's not even hatred on his parents. She said other bad things. She called Danny a major fucker, gibbers, a religious zealot. She called him a royal jackass, a piece of shit, a fucker, crazy, a bastard, and she called him Elvis.
I can't play the whole thing because of you can only play a few seconds for copyright reasons. But it's on my social media if anybody needs to see the whole thing. When she starts yelling, I can't take notes, so I'm like, I need something to do with my hands. But also, why is she bringing up all of the worst evidence against her client? I had to put the lady falling asleep in there. She is also free falling. So. Revenge Banana Bread said, I knew by your face you're up to something. Because I always look guilty as hell when I'm... Yes, I made that while Jackie was yapping on and yelling at us. And y'all thought I was playing Candy Crush. I'm always listening. I'm always focusing. Just sometimes I'm also doing other things. Jackie when she was in her zombie state earlier in that montage. Okay, let's try to find some positive stuff to say. Banana Bread has once again entered the chat, so there's that. I don't know why she played the bump. I don't know why she played the call with Wendy. Of course, I don't know why she's done most of what she's... Okay, we're supposed to be saying positive. Okay, what do we have that's positive on here? I'm positive this is a train wreck. She gave us some laughs. Okay, is there anything positive that she did for her client? Anything? Is there anything that you think that she brought up where the jury could be like, oh yeah. She did not have to wrestle the podium today. There was no rearranging furniture, so that's a perk. She was awake. I mean, her main thing is she's trying to pick apart, and I get what she's doing. Do I agree with it? No, none of it. Okay, wait, there is one thing. There's one thing. When she was saying that Luis Rivera, you know, like when she went over the thing where Luis Rivera was putting X's and checks and all that by people. That was good. That was good. Can you clarify who her client is? We don't know at this point. We don't know at this point. For a while it was Wendy. but then she said multiple times in her closing, Wendy's guilty, and there's evidence of that. I don't like what she said about Rob. Not a fan of that. But the thing about Luis Rivera saying that like when he didn't point to Donna, Rivera's money wasn't wet. Oh. I mean, I get what she's saying. As an attorney, she wants to try to discredit, like pick holes apart, from me. But the problem is there's so much evidence. So going through all of these things and picking all of these things apart is not effective because there's so much. So all she's doing is reminding us of all of the evidence against Donna. I mean, her main thing is that he's, he got called names. So the state's mad and want to prosecute her. What evidence did we see about Charlie telling Donna 2 months after the red rum that he was being extorted? The only thing from that is that's when Donna started signing those checks. So because that's when Donna started signing those checks, in order to make that fit into the Uno flip reverse double extortion layaway murder plan, they have to say that he told her about what was happening. She did get her quota of air quotes in. We should have told Marie Moss to do an air quote count. I would have if had I known there was going to be that many. I'm really pissed at her about bringing Rob into this, but it's funny too because she's like it's just unbelievable, inconceivable that they want to bring her into this as the mastermind, like she's making some big plan. Ma'am, like ma'am, did you not see the emails? That heifer had a whole itinerary written out on crazy stuff to do to make Dan's life miserable with the children. She had an action plan that included dressing their Jewish children as Nazis. And you think it's so inconceivable that she's planning stuff? Ma'am, have you met your client? I mean, her defense is basically she didn't do anything wrong. Both of her kids, can't say yes or no about either of them. And then that other one, he don't talk. So I don't even know. I can't believe what she said about, you may be thinking that Wendy looks guilty, or however she said it, but that has nothing to do with Donna. And she even says about how there'll be more evidence about Wendy later. basically, all she's done the whole time is throw everybody under the bus. I remember the Best Buy TV repair, possibly being able to change the date to sooner. There was an email that said, if an earlier appointment becomes available, would you be open to taking an earlier appointment? And Harvey had checked yes. I'm not happy at all about the Rob thing. I feel like weirdly protective over him, which is weird. I've never met him, but because he's a victim in this too, like not in the same way that Dan or the Markels are, obviously, but he's a victim of his family as well. Like his, you know, she's a meddler, not a murderer. So the TV guys can come earlier. So at that point, I don't think Harvey knew anything. I don't think so. I think that because they set that appointment, if I remember right, they set that appointment on the 11th. Can you think of anything else? Anything else that... The account name is Harvey's account, but wasn't it Donna handling everything with Best Buy? Donna handled everything with Best Buy, except for there was one thing that they said that Harvey, they sent something and you have to check different boxes. And they said that Harvey checked the boxes. That was like the only thing he had to do with it. And that was one of the boxes that was checked.
Timer back in the correct position.
Is it normal to have a break in the middle of closing? No. Nope. No, it's not. Does Lucy miss the zoo crew, or does she love being an only child? I think she misses them. She loves all the one-on-one attention, but she misses them. She gets excited when we go back. I think they all needed a moment. The thing about having Charlie's garage code, like that proves that she wasn't at his house because she would have gone in. My mom wouldn't use my garage code to go just walk into my house. Like just... She has the code. But she wouldn't just be like, oh, I'm just gonna walk in here. Your mom is normal. I wouldn't say that. Let's not go that far. Oh, one other thing that, because I'm trying to find some positive too. They said that they didn't do a wiretap on Donna's phone, the feds. So they were like, if they really thought that she was the mastermind, you know. But also, I don't think that they necessarily had enough evidence yet to get a wiretap on her. I don't know. What do y'all think? And the thing about Charlie told her not to, like she was just answering Charlie's questions and he told her not to talk on the phone and that's why she was talking in code. She was doing that before he said anything. He's the, like she was talking in code and he was the one that was saying the code out loud. So that argument made no sense. I didn't want to interrupt her and say that, but I'm trying to think of all the things that I wanted to tell y'all in the moment.
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may continue with the defense closing argument.
As you recall from the testimony, there was a meeting between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanawa after the mother had it was after the bump, right? Do you have that?
Oh boy.
There's a transcript of that. You can't make out everything they say, but this is part of the transcript that I wanted to point out to you. This is Charlie Adelson talking. Don't waste your time with mom. They need to talk to someone who's first person. Wouldn't it make sense that they make a connection to my family, to me, to my family, not my mom? And then he says to Katie, "You're the office help. Checks are on me. That's just because they found out you come in and work on the weekends. Trust me, I'll keep you on full time, so you're gonna get your checks." That's Charlie Adelson agreeing that he's keeping her on payroll and the checks from him will keep coming. after the bump on the street, Mrs. Adelson receives a letter. And the statement from, or the evidence that came from the state's witness, you recall that he said that his instructions on when he met her on the street was to be polite. This is not so polite. The next thing, she gets a letter and it says, so my phone is not ringing, so you don't care about Tato and what he did for you. He knows he is fucked, and soon so will you. Now, it doesn't say I'm going to kill you, but now the threatening behavior is coming, and they're taking the next step to try and get Mrs. Adelson to come out and admit to something. If she pays the $5,000, bingo, right? She doesn't do that. So that happened on April the 26th. Then she does nothing still. She's scared, and you recall from the phone calls, she's scared. She thinks it's someone related to the killer. She's worried about her safety. She thinks something bad is going to happen to her, but Charlie just keeps saying, Mom, everything's okay. You have nothing to worry about. Then on May the 4th at 2:09 in the morning, the undercover sends her a text message, 2:09 in the morning. So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta call me to see if I'm for real? If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're fucking crazy. I want the now, or I'm going after the 100K. So, threatening. I'm gonna go to the police. This is not going away. Don't think that I'm gone, we're still here, and you're gonna do something about it. That happens on May the 4th.
Is it weird that I want to clip that one part and just have that as my ringtone?
As you recall from going through the wire summary with the state, other calls take place in between. And then on May the 6th, finally, Donna calls the undercover at the number that he had provided initially, that shows here on State's Exhibit 83 with the article about Danny Markel being murdered. Call or text, that's the number that was provided, 305-712-6570, and the dollar amount of $5,000. Now, the state has said to you, innocent people don't fold the paper up and put it in their pocket. I'm pretty sure there's not going to be a jury instruction that tells you she must be guilty because she folded it up and put it in her pocket. She took it very seriously. She got her grandchildren, she went home, and she immediately called Charlie to report that. But now she's calling the number that was provided, and you've heard from the testimony, she downloaded an app so it could be recorded, but of course it was being recorded by the undercover as well. Could we play that call? And I think we have provided a transcript to you because it wasn't provided previously, if you'd like to read along.
This is Mrs. Adelson. Is this, Danny? Danny. Okay, my grandchildren had my phone before, so.
Here's the script.
I'm Mrs. Adelson.
Oh, I didn't even think about this. She made her script for this. I didn't even put this together, and I usually pick up on all the details. She made the script for this. You know how we were laughing about how she had her script? She said to Charlie that she had her, I think she called it a letter, ready for this phone call so that she could read the letter. And like she made this script, and then she made the jail script. Y'all.
Yes, yes.
My grandchildren had my phone before, so that's, and I just saw that you called.
Oh, okay. You left a message on my voicemail?
Right, I did.
No.
This is my problem. You approached me on Alton Road. You handed me an article from the newspaper about my ex-son-in-law. You told me I need to call you and help your friend who is in prison. Now, at the time you did that, I didn't understand what you were talking about. I didn't call you back. Then you mail me a threatening letter. Then you send me a text message to my phone that says I'm not taking you seriously. So I am taking you seriously. And I really want you to listen to me.
I'm listening.
I have to tell you, I mean, this is important. I have been so stressed out. I have spoken to 10 or 12 people who are close friends of mine, telling them about this and basically picking their brains and asking them what I should do, because I don't know your friend who is in jail. You mentioned a name. I don't even know his name. I never spoke to him. I don't know what he looks like. I've never met him. I'm sorry your friend's in jail, but I don't know what that has to do with me.
You know exactly what it has to do with. You know exactly what. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me. You just got to listen to me.
You need to
You gotta, no.
who this person looks like, or what their name is, something, because I know there's a big reward out there, and if you need money for your friends, that's the way you get it. I mean, I'm asking you nicely. I don't know who he is. I am out of the loop. It is not me. If I can help, I would help. I mean, that's what.
Just like I told you, listen to me. Just like I told you that day, we know that your family has a problem up north. We know that problem was taken care of about a year and a half, 2 years ago. And we know that Katie has been taken care of. And has been taken care of. Now my brother in jail, we were in Broward together. He told me the whole thing. And he hasn't been taken care of. You know. Now, all that's being asked for is 5K. That's all we're asking for is just 5K. And he told me everything, and I know everything. I know who's involved. I know everything, and I'll get the 100K for myself.
You know,
All I ask is to send the 5K. Everybody knows what's going on.
I don't, you're saying everyone knows. I know I lost my ex-son-in-law. I did not have anything to do with it. That's why I said, ask him what.
That's what my brother Tato told me. He told me everything when we were in jail. He told me everything and who was involved. I know everything.
Well, I don't. That's the problem. I'm telling you, it's not me. It's not me. I have had a year of aggravation, a year and a half of aggravation over this. My daughter, my grandchildren. It is not me. And when I asked my friends, what do they think? They said, well, this person needs to get a description of you because of what you look like, or
Bring the friends.
I don't know who caused it. It wasn't me.
Bring the friends. Where they at?
I mean, I don't know.
Who'd you tell?
Just like that day when I talked to you, this is not going away. This is not going to go away because Tato told me everything. He wasn't being taken care of. He needed the 5K. Send 5K. That's all we were asking for.
I
Don't do that.
I don't know who Tato is. You don't understand.
We know you don't know who Tato is, but you know who Katie is. And you know the contacts Katie has. And she has, listen to me, let's stop fucking around. Let's stop fucking around. Okay? You know who Katie is. And you know that Katie has somebody that knows stuff. And they took care of a problem for you people. That's just the bottom line. The bottom line is you know who the fuck Katie is.
Look, I don't.
I'm not fucking around with it. You know who Katie is. You know that they took care of Katie and her people. Nobody's taking care of Tato. I know you don't know who Tato is.
No,
But we know who all of you are. And this ain't going away.
you know what?
So I can give you that, you want to send the 5K?
Here's what you need to do. You need to go and.
Don't tell me what to do. I know what to do and I'm doing it.
She's used to telling people what to do.
$100,000 or whatever whatever the reward is. It isn't me. You have got the wrong person. That's why I said, ask your friends, your.
Donna Adelson.
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Well, I know, we know who's involved in all this.
So does Jackie.
I mean, if you want the money, you should get it from the police. They can give you a whole lot more than you're asking me for money for someone. I can't do this. I have had too much stress and too much aggravation from this, and I don't know what you are talking about. I just don't know. I just don't know.
Good, I think you should talk to Katie, talk to people that are involved in this. You'll know. You know what's going on.
That's why I'm.
You can tell me, you can tell me all you fucking want, but I know you know. Because I know, because I heard, when I was locked up in Broward with my brother, he told me everything. Everything. He told me everything.
Well, then
I just wanted to take care of him because fucking Katie was being taken care of with her fucking people.
I just think instead of asking me, you should get the money from the police. There's a lot of money out there, and I know, if you think you know who this is, then go ahead and do it, because I know it isn't me. I know it isn't me. And I can't take this kind of level of stress. I just can't. I know I didn't do anything.
You talk to people, you talk to the right people, you talk to people, you make this 5K come to me. That's all I need. Just do it and get it to me. Do it and get it to me. Bye.
I'll call you back.
They tried 5 different times. I'm sorry. Did you want a particular position? Yeah. Sorry, Judge. 5 times. They
Remember when we were trying to find positives of this and we were like, she didn't move the furniture.
tried. They tried to get her to pay the money. They tried to get her to admit that she was involved in this, and 5 times it failed because Mrs. Adelson tells them in this call, he keeps telling her, I know everything, I know everybody, I know what happened, and she tells him in this call, if you know, go to the police. Go to the police and get the reward. Why in the world, if she's guilty of committing these crimes, is she telling somebody who apparently knows everything to go to the police? If you're guilty, you're not sending anybody to the police. That's why they think they can get her with the 5K. But she didn't do it. And still consistently, Charlie is saying, nothing to worry about. Don't worry. You can hear the fear and worry in her voice on that call. Now, the state talks about coding and code words, and one of the things they say is that in one of the discussions with Charlie, Mrs. Adelson says, it's about the 2 of us. It couldn't be more clear what that means. Her son told her in September of 2014 that he got extorted, he has to pay this money, he has paid the money, and he's going to keep paying the money so he doesn't get killed, right? Now somebody has walked up to her on the street about the exact same subject, Mr. Markel being killed, and demanding $5,000 from her. So now he's brought her into this. It is the 2 of them. They're not knocking on his door. They're coming up to her on the street. They're sending her text messages. They're sending letters. They're calling. They won't stop. But she didn't do anything. If her son did, that's on him, not her. There's no evidence that if Charlie Adelson had not told her in September of 2014 what he told her, there's no evidence that she would know anything at all about what happened. That's her single source. And he brought it to her. Bring cash. That's one of the things she says. Bring cash. Without telling him what has happened on the street She's telling him they want cash. That's not code. That's hint, hint, hint. You don't want to talk on the phone, but you won't stop asking me, so I'm going to hint to you what this is about. There's nothing code about that. The state is interpreting what they think these things mean. It's not their interpretation that matters, it's the evidence that's presented. The judge has read you the jury instructions. So I'm not going over all of them with you, but I want to say this. Murder in the first degree, the state has to prove that on July the 18th of 2014, Donna Adelson intended that Dan Markel be killed on that date. They have to prove that. There's no evidence of it. First-degree murder is killing with premeditation, is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. They've got no evidence of her doing anything until after Mr. Markel is dead, when she writes the checks at the instruction of her son. Conspiracy. The state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the intent of Donna Adelson was that the offense of first-degree murder would be committed on the date that he's killed, not after the date, before and up to the time that he shot and killed. They have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she had that intent, and they have nothing. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. They have to prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. I'm sorry, back to conspiracy. I forgot to say this. In order to carry out the intent, Donna Adelson had to agree, conspire, combine, or confederate with Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to cause the first-degree murder to be committed. Had to be before. No evidence of it. Solicitation. Prove the following two elements beyond a reasonable doubt. Donna Adelson solicited Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to commit first-degree murder. During the solicitation, Donna Adelson commanded, encouraged, hired, or requested Charles Adelson or Catherine Magbanawa or other persons to engage in specific conduct which would constitute the commission of first-degree murder. What does solicit mean? It means to ask earnestly or to try to induce another person to engage in specific conduct. We know that the state has not presented evidence of Mrs. Adelson actually shooting and killing Dan Markel. They are asking that you find her to be a principal, that these other people did the killing, but she's a principal. And to prove that she's a principal, you have to show that she helped another person or persons commit the crime. In doing so, the state has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant intended the crime to occur and the defendant did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. For first-degree premeditated murder, the state must prove the defendant intended that the killing of Daniel Markel occur. Then you heard the instruction of a principal when active participant is hired by the defendant. If the defendant paid or promised to pay another person or persons to commit a crime, to commit a crime means she paid or promised to pay them before they killed him. There is no evidence of that at all. She never paid any of her money. All she did was write the checks that her son told her to write from his business account. It says you have to show that she made or promised the payment in exchange for the commission or promised to commit the crime or to help commit the crime. Nothing. There's nothing at all linking her to Catherine Magbanawa, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera. Her link to Charlie Adelson is it's her son. They like to show those little arrows going back and forth like it's a train, I think they said. This isn't a train. This is somebody's life. Danny Markel's life.
Yeah,
and now
no
Donna
shit.
Adelson's life. This isn't cute. This isn't powdered sugar. They have charged my client with first-degree murder. Conspiracy
fired.
to commit first-degree murder. Solicitation of the people to kill. And their example is she's got powdered sugar all over her. No, she doesn't. They want you to believe it. That's their theory. But a theory doesn't prove a crime. They have to present evidence, and they haven't done that. Let's talk about Vietnam and the evidence that the state has introduced. Their exhibits 129 and 130 are the visas for Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson. That one's Harvey's. Would you put Donna? Now, there's something very important about these. It says their name and what they're going to do. You see that line? It's in, I guess that's Vietnamese, but underneath it, it's in English. And it says, good for single/multiple entries. That it is a visa for tourism, not residence. It's a visa for tourism. They can come and go as they please. And that it is good until, where's that date? Here it is. It's good until, they put the dates backwards. So this is February the 5th of 1950. And the state says, oh, well, she was going to be gone past the date of the bar mitzvah. This visa allows them to come home, and if they want to go back, go back. Now, here's something really important. The state said that we're trying to tell you she was going on vacation. That's not true. Her prior attorney testified that before there was a conviction, she was very upset and said she wanted to kill herself if her son was convicted. And her husband was concerned about her doing that, so he wanted to get her away, to clear her head so that she wouldn't take such a drastic step. That's not a vacation. She's beyond herself. And then he gets convicted. And it's worse.
I'm sitting here thinking I'm going crazy. She said 1950, and I'm sitting here talking to myself thinking, like, I know I'm not crazy. Did she say 1950? What kind of visa is this? Is it a time machine visa? This is a time machine visa. She said 1950. She said 1950. Why are we... What? I thought I was going crazy. It's a time machine visa. That makes sense. It's a time machine visa.
And here's the thing, the state has been saying, since this woman was arrested, that she was going to flee this country to avoid prosecution. Flee. She's going away. She is not coming back. Is
it her DOB? Didn't she say, she said February whatever it was? All I heard is 1950. Okay. Focus. We've got hot tubs. We've got time machines. Focus. Focus. Let me get my life together. No hot tub time machines. Okay, here we go.
Going somewhere where we could never get her and bring her back. They took almost nothing with them. They took a few credit cards, some cash, 2 pieces of luggage, and 1 carry-on.
I should have taken my medicine today.
This is Defense Exhibit 147. When the search warrant was executed, after Mrs. Adelson was taken into custody, here's the luggage in plain view with the tags on it to go to one stop and then to Vietnam. And that's terrible. I'm sorry, not criticizing. I think you gotta hold it. In any event, there's the luggage. It's there when the search warrant is executed, and the gentleman from Miami, what did he tell you about that when they executed the search warrant? They didn't even look in the luggage to see what they had. Not even look in the luggage. More important than that is they conducted, according to him, a
Because, hold on, I'm not over the 1950 thing. I'm not over this yet. Because isn't that when she said that the 90-day visa ended? Isn't that what she said?
thorough search. And this is State's Exhibit 160. And it's not real easy to see, and I might just have to pass it along to you because this is really blurry. You see that? You see that little light down there underneath the white shirt? See that? That's the size of Mrs. Adelson's safe, sitting there on that little shelf. They never even bothered to open it and look in it to see if there's any stapled cash. That little bitty safe on that shelf, is that where she allegedly got $138,000 in cash and washed it and stapled it after she got this phone call and took it up to Charlie? Never happened. Couldn't happen. Wasn't going to happen. And the investigator was so concerned about it, he never even touched it. But here's what the state presented, and just like so much other evidence that they presented in their case, this is a state witness. And on cross-examination, when asked, Sergeant Chris Corbett testified there was no proof that they were actually going to flee. When confronted with a 90-day visa, his testimony was, well, they were going to be gone a long time. That's not fleeing. That's not avoiding prosecution. She got arrested almost 2 years ago under that claim. And it took them almost 2 years to come in here and have a jury seated on these serious charges, and they finally admit there was no evidence that she was going to flee.
I'm still stuck on 1950 because Charlie was convicted on November 6th. And then she started, like, she applied to get the visa like right then, like right after that. So I'm thinking November, December, January, February. Okay, that's 3 months. She got her 90-day visa. But that could also be her. Anyway, I'm still stuck on 1950. Okay, focus. Picture it. Sicily, 1950.
Danny Markel was killed on July the 18th of 2014, and Mrs. Adelson, according to Agent Sanford, was a person of interest, but she was not arrested in 2014. They immediately started, according to him, gathering bank account information, emails, phone records of Donna Adelson. 2015, she was not arrested. In 2016, they conducted the bump operation against Donna Adelson, and we've just gone through that entire bump operation, and still, even though others were arrested, Donna Adelson was not arrested. She was not arrested in 2017. She was not arrested in 2018. She was not arrested in 2019 or 20 or 21 or 22.
Or 1950.
Not arrested. And what did Agent Sanford tell you? That they had listened in on this call or heard the recorded call where Mrs. Adelson thinks she's gotten cut off from her son, and she's talking about going away, getting airline tickets, and she wants to kill herself. She talks about it on there. She wants her and Harvey to do it together. And he wants to get her out of town and away from the media and clear her head. And Agent Sanford said, here's how invested he is, they think they might get a warrant for her on the day that she's arrested. They're not sure if they're going to try or not. But maybe they're going to, so he's up here in Tallahassee, and what does he do? He hops in his car and he starts driving towards Miami, not even knowing whether they're going to try to get a warrant. When Mrs. Adelson got her visa, there was not a warrant. She was doing nothing wrong. When she booked the ticket, or Rick Sugarin helped book the ticket, there was no warrant. She was not doing anything wrong. She got advice of her legal counsel that there was no warrant. There was no promise with Mrs. Kappelman, but her lawyer told her of the possibility if they got a warrant, she could self-surrender and turn herself in. She packed her bags, no warrant. She gets in her car to drive to the airport, no warrant. She gets to the airport, and sometime therein, they actually get a warrant, and she knows nothing about it. They go to where she is seated with her husband, waiting for the flight to board, sitting down amongst the crowd, and they watch her and wait, even though they've got a warrant. They don't arrest her. And he gives some, oh, well, you know, there was a crowd of people. There's no more crowd than when you enter the jetway and everybody's trying to get on the airplane. They waited until she presented her ticket and walked through the little door so they could say that she was actually fleeing. It was a setup. They knew exactly what was going on. They set her up so they could claim, oh, we captured the matriarch murderer. She was fleeing the country to flee prosecution, never to return. It was a great story. Got a lot of headlines. Spun with their theory. But we're in trial almost 2 years later, and they know she wasn't fleeing this country. Yeah, I'm going to sum it up here. And this is from the state's evidence. TPD, FDLE, the FBI, and one agency in Miami-Dade are all involved. They have people listening to phone calls around the clock, 24 hours a day during this 2-month bump period. In their investigation, in their words, they have collected hundreds of thousands of emails, over 2,000 phone calls during that 2-month period, recorded text messages, bank records. They got experts analyzing all of this stuff. They got cell tower records, and I don't even understand all that stuff, but it supposedly can place you in places. They've been working on this case, according to Agent Sanford, right up until the time he was sitting on the stand, still investigating Donna Adelson. If you were going to have proof that Donna Adelson committed a crime, you should have had it beyond a reasonable doubt before you put handcuffs on her in the Miami International Airport. They still didn't even know that day if they were going to arrest her. In all the evidence they have collected, she can't help herself but run her mouth. Not a single email, no phone calls that are recorded, no written documents, no emails, not one single thing that said anything about wanting Dan Markel killed. The most aggressive thing they have are her foul words and wanting to aggravate him. This is not, could she possibly have done it? Could she probably have done it? Might she have done it? You have been sitting here hearing testimony for almost 2 weeks, and there's not a single piece of evidence that connects my client to that murder. Charlie Adelson? Yep. Potentially Wendy Adelson? She's the one who said she hated him. She's the one fighting with him in court. Donna Adelson? Nothing. Not a single piece of evidence. You have to find her not guilty because they have failed to do their job on all 3 counts. They cannot prove she had him killed. At the time that he was killed, she had paid anybody or asked anybody to do it. Please take this case seriously. Please go back and review the evidence. Please discuss what's been presented. Don't get talked into something that you don't agree with. The verdict has to be unanimous. If you don't reach an agreement, if you can't be unanimous, there's another procedure we go through. But please don't buy into what the state is about to do, telling me how wrong I am or telling you how wrong I am about everything and how they have this mountain of evidence, because they admitted it. Agent Sanford admitted it. There is no direct evidence linking Donna to anything. And all this circumstantial evidence isn't really circumstantial evidence. It's argument about what it could mean, what it possibly mean. Could it have been? That's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fulford. State, you may give your rebuttal.
Y'all.
Well, tired of hearing lawyers talk yet? Down for another hour or two? Just kidding. I think I've got 7 minutes. He hasn't started the time yet. I haven't.
She said, well.
Okay. It does not matter what Ms. Fulford thinks, if she's right, if she's wrong, if I'm right, if I'm wrong. What the lawyers say is not evidence. You have the evidence before you. They say it means one thing. I say it means something else. Only you guys decide, right? I think outside your house means outside your house. But apparently outside your house means something else. I think a very contentious divorce means a very contentious divorce. They think it means an amicable divorce. You guys decide, right? Look at the evidence and you guys decide. Is everything not what it seems and actually something else? You guys decide. A TV repair appointment is not an alibi because she could have changed it to earlier, but she didn't change it to earlier. That's where she was when he was getting killed. That's an alibi. This TV, that doesn't mean, that's not code, that's a hint. A hint for what? It's code. What does it involve? The two of us. Oh, well, that actually means it doesn't involve the two of us because we're being extorted, we're victims, it doesn't involve us. So what does it involve? The two of us actually means it does not involve the two of us. That's what we've heard. A one-way non-extradition ticket to Vietnam? It's not fleeing. It's a setup. How did I set her up? I didn't make her do that. I didn't get her a fast-track visa. I didn't get her a one-way ticket. She did that. She made those choices. Wendy didn't bother to tell her mom she was ready to give up on the relocation. Yes, she did. Look in the emails. She was giving up, and Donna wasn't having it. That's when she gets the totally unhinged email from her mother suggesting, you're not going to give up. You want to move on with a sense of peace? Hell no, we're going to fight this guy. We're going to dress your kids up as Nazis. That's what happened when when Wendy suggested giving up. Never, never, never give up, right? This murder charge is not based on the fact that she said some bad words. I mean, I'd be facing murder just in this courtroom. Obviously, people. That is not what this case is about. You've got to look at all the evidence. I mean, it is death by 1,000 cuts. It is powdered sugar. You've got to look at the whole thing and make a decision. And I'm sorry that there's not a smoking gun, but she was too smart for that. She thought about it. She planned it. She made sure we could never get her, right? She took precautions. But she did make mistakes, and that's what all those exhibits are. Mistakes. My spin and the spin I'm putting on all the evidence, that's not, it doesn't matter what my spin is. It's your spin. You look at the evidence, you decide. I tell you what I think it shows. They tell you what they think it shows. Here's the other side. And what do they think it shows? They don't have to prove anything. I have to prove the case. Yes. But what are they saying? Circles. Wendy. Oh no. Charlie, definitely. Wendy, maybe. Not Donna. But also, not Charlie. We were getting extorted. Not Charlie. I mean, you can't have it both ways, right? It's like hard to get your head around it, but we can't be getting extorted by the killers who killed Dan Markel on their own. And also, Charlie's pretty guilty and Wendy looks a little guilty too. It's got it like, there's no lane that's been picked. And they don't have to prove anything, but they're throwing all that out, right? And it's like, you were getting extorted, or Charlie and Wendy did it behind your back and they don't tell mom what they're doing.
She's so mad.
Can't charge Donna because Charlie already went down for this. No, that's not true. Everyone that's responsible for this murder should be held accountable for their role. Not just Charlie, not just the two killers that came here and shot him. Everyone that played a part in it should be held accountable. They said some things in their closing that doesn't comport with my recollection of the evidence. For example, Corbett said that the defendant did not send the Evite. My recollection is the complete opposite. You guys took notes, you have remembrances, you guys rely on your own memory. I don't want to go through every single thing, but there were a few of those. The only complaint from a 3- and 4-year-old was, Grandma says you're stupid. Oh, that's dumb. Well, no, I remember that the kid also said, Grandma hates you. Rob has an axe to grind. Mary Hull said that the Adelson Institute was Charlie's until 2022. Not my recollection, but hopefully you remember that it changed hands in 2015. No SunPass records. Do you need SunPass records to know that Donna Adelson was outside Charlie's house on the night of the murder? We didn't know that. Catherine Magbanoa told us when I got to Charlie's, he told me his parents had just come, right? And brought the money. But when we looked in the records, There's a text outside your house corroborating what she said. That's important. She was outside his house. Oh, well, she had the garage code. Why didn't she go in? I don't know if she went in. Maybe she did. She told him, I'm outside your house. He said 10 minutes. He's going to be there in 10 minutes. Maybe she did go in. I don't know. But she was there. That I do know. I don't know why she's denying that. Grandma motion. We disagree with what the words say. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. I say the words say, I don't want the kids around grandma because she's disparaging me. Somebody needs to be there to monitor. They say, no, that's not what it means. It means something else. Charlie's extortion story. She wrote the checks because she had to save her son's life. Well, right. So if that's the case, we're picking lane 2 here, down below. And that's where all that evidence comes up about that pushes back on that. Like, that couldn't happen. They're not going to be spitballing the drug dealer defense years after they've been extorted. Like, that didn't happen. That was a lie, right? That Charlie came up with in his testimony, and that she then kind of got stuck with after saying all the truth is out, truth is out, truth is out. Plus, she's got to come up with something for writing those checks. She paid for the murder. Could you just give me 5 more?
She's out of time. Sidebar. It's 4 o'clock.
Please continue.
Sanford said he never made a mistake. Not my recollection.
That's what I said.
What's the pushback on extortion? Her behavior on the wire. She doesn't say, oh my gosh, it's happening again. She doesn't say anything about the prior extortion. If the prior extortion had occurred, she would immediately tell him it's happening again, or some reference to the fact that this is something that's been ongoing. She doesn't do that. Instead, she talks in code. It's a TV. What the heck? Why are you talking in code? Her Googling extortion versus blackmail 7 days before Charlie's trial. That wouldn't happen if the extortion was real. She wasn't extorted. Charlie didn't tell her there was an extortion because there never was an extortion. She was paying for a murder. She knew it was going to be a murder. She's the one that wanted it done. Her discussion of Charlie's lawyers meeting with Garcia's lawyers. What? If she was being extorted by Garcia and Charlie was being extorted and his life being threatened by Garcia, their lawyers aren't going to be meeting up. Look at those text messages. She said, bring cash. They say, oh, that's not code. She said, bring cash. She literally said, bring cash for dinner on that call. It's not a hint. It's a code word. They say the bump failed. I say the bump succeeded. She said it involved the two of us. That was before we got made, before that Matt Surrey operation where they literally see the camera in the bag and know the camera's in the bag. Yeah, she called and put on a great show when she called the undercover, but what did she say in the first call, the second call, and the third call before we got made, before she knew it was law enforcement? She said it involves the two of us, both of us. To these, okay, I want to hit one more thing. Don't call time on me. 2 years after the murder, we've got 2 emails, 64T and 64I. The defense told you in opening that this defendant cares about others more than she cares about herself. The problem is that she decides what other people need, what's necessary for other people in their lives, and she is willing to justify whatever ends she thinks are needed right? Any means to get to those ends are justified in her mind. The problem is, she doesn't care about the collateral damage to get to her ends. The evidence has shown that this defendant, I think, did believe that Wendy and those boys were better off in South Florida. She thought that's what they needed. They would be better off with her, and she was angry that that couldn't happen. Dan Markel is the thing standing in the way. What was the cost of that to not only Dan Markel, but to those little boys? Those little boys lost their father. Look what she says in 64T. Children are 2 and 3. Children do not even have a memory of life before age 5 or 6. Look what she says in 64II when Wendy is concerned. This is 2 years after the murder. Her child is having trouble at school, crying because he misses his father. And this woman, this nice grandmother, innocent woman, says, quote, "I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father." Quotations on the sad. 64II. "I still do not believe that Ben is sad about his father. I spend a minimum of 25 hours a week with him, and oftentimes more than that, including weekend times and sleepover days, and have never experienced a time when he was sad. I think it's just another phase of the many, many phases that kids go through. The problem is they have a highly intelligent and sensitive mom." She doesn't believe that this kid is sad because she can't take accountability for her own actions and the catastrophic consequences that this had on everyone's life in her family. Not just her son, not just her daughter, not just Rob, not just Dan Markel, but those boys who lost their father. It wasn't better for them to be in South Florida. It was better for them to have their father. You must not base your verdict on the feelings of sympathy, prejudice, bias. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and the law. Yes, she's a grandmother. Most murderers don't look like that. But the evidence has revealed what she is. Please don't let her appearance influence your verdict in any way. It involves the two of us. What about the script? They didn't even talk about the script. She wrote a script for a witness that was perjured testimony based on a lie, an extortion lie that's been proven in court to you to be false. This defendant tried to erase Dan Markel, thinking there would be no harm to those little boys. They don't have a memory of their father. They feel the absence of their father. This defendant decided they didn't need their dad. She doesn't get to decide that. She wanted it done. She brought the money. She stroked the check. She didn't have to do that. Charlie was a signatory, had signing power on that account. He could have written the checks. She wrote the checks. Why? Because she was neck deep in this thing. She wrote the checks. She said it involved the two of us. She wrote that script. May you have the strength and the common sense to see this evidence for what it is. It's only one thing. There's only one truth. It can't all be right. It's only one truth. Render a verdict that does justice. Find her guilty. Thank you.
Woo!
In just a few moments, you'll be taken to the jury room by the bailiff. The first thing you should do is to choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violation of these instructions or any other instruction I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the bailiff. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or other electronic devices here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. Kindly leave those devices on your seats where they will be guarded by the bailiff while you deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the bailiff. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have a question, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions, if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. The photographic, disc, jump drives, reports, and document exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. If you wish to see any other exhibits, please request that in writing. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the law spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law. No juror has the right to violate rules we all share. Before the deliberations begin still afternoon, we are going to discharge at this point the alternate jurors. If the clerk could please read out the names of the alternates.
Cameraman's on it, doggone it.
Please let the bailiffs know. I will have my assistant contact you with that information. We thank you for your service. You are excused at this time. Members of the jury, you may follow Ms. Tolbert and Ms. Vance. Your instructions and your notepads with you at this time. One moment before you go back in. The transcripts of the recorded call, these are to remain out here. Please leave those in your seats.
Sure you leave those on the seats, please.
Only the jury instructions and your notes.
We're gonna take care of the headphones and all that. It's okay.
I'll send you a bill. Deputy Bunk, if you can check on the radio to see if there's another jury room possibly that they can be taken to temporarily while the headphones and the audio equipment is moved.
Okay.
Judge, we learned that the headphones can just be unplugged, and there's stuff already set up back there for them to plug them in, so we don't have to do anything with that.
Well, that makes that perfect
Sorry,
then.
forgot to plug that.
Everyone can be seated. If the parties can review the items that will go back into the jury room with the jurors. The instructions that were read aloud with a copy of the verdict form. You can inspect that as well before it goes back. I will hand that to the clerk at this point. Instruction 4.2, instruction upon discharge, that will just remain out here as the case is not yet concluded. Also, please leave your phone numbers with the clerk, so that way if there is a question or a verdict, everyone can quickly assemble. Unless there are any other matters to address for the court, we will be in recess at this point. That I'm aware of. There's the instructions.
And the verdict form is in here?
Verdict form is in there. Check for pages 8 and 9. For everyone else, you may step outside the courtroom or you may remain at this point. We will be waiting for the jurors.
And now we wait. Let me, oops, wrong button. Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. Share screen. So what are we thinking? How are we feeling? Ugh. George's rebuttal was like, yeah. Okay, who wants to play 20 questions while we wait? How, like, don't you wonder how Harvey's doing? I think my ears are peeling where I was out on the boat last weekend. All right, we have a poll up right now on whether or not y'all think we will get a verdict today, and 71% of you said no. But it could still happen. Yeah, Lucy's out. She's not concerned at all. She's not concerned at all. I need to call my mama back. She called me twice while all of the closings were going on. I'm gonna call her back quickly. I'll be right back. Okay. I'm so behind. Did the jury get the case? This guy won't stop talking to me and is holding me hostage. Yes. Let me put up our banner. I've got our timer going. I'm just going to put all of the things that people always ask during verdict watch on there. Just go ahead and get ahead of it. Mom's good. Mom's watching. Everybody say hi to Mom. Mom, we're trying to plan. We're supposed to go to dinner tonight. And for my kid's birthday, his birthday was yesterday, but he hung out with his friends yesterday. So we were going to hang out tonight and go to dinner. But now we don't know how long this is going to take. So we're trying to figure out plans. Everybody says, hi, Mom. Birthday party. There will not be paella. So there's that. No paella. That I know of. Maybe there will. Who knows? So most of you think that we're not going to get a verdict today. No hits were planned for the birthday either. So he got an expensive pair of shoes. I paid his car insurance. And then he got some cash. No murder for hire. Jennifer said, I hope y'all are wrong. I hope y'all are wrong. I hope we do get a verdict today. Same. We might. I want us to be wrong, but 1 hour isn't much time. It's not much time. I will say this. It took 3 hours for Charlie. I would think it might be around the same. Maybe a little longer. But we'll see. I want a verdict today, though. Believe you me. Imagine sitting through 38 witnesses and reporting for 12 days and then not Hold on, my mom's calling again. Okay. Sorry. Change of plans. We're going to celebrate the kid on Saturday instead of tonight. So now we could be here all night. I am not putting my mama on speaker. Nope. My mama is not one that you put on speakerphone. Nope. Y'all can say hi to her. She's watching me. When she called just a second ago, she's like, I could hear my voice in the background where she's got me on the TV. And she's like, why is your mouth moving? Why are you talking on there, but you're also answering the phone? I was like, there's like a 10-second delay. Yeah, because I guess we're going to go to, I don't want to say where we're going to go, but we're going to go somewhere where we're going to go somewhere fun Saturday. So he wants to do that. So it actually works out better. I'm not saying where I go. We have weirdos that show up where I go. By saying, hi, Mom. Chuck E. Cheese, where a kid can be a kid. A 22-year-old can be a 22. No, I ain't messing with them kids. I ain't go. I don't go to Chuck E. Cheese anymore unless I absolutely have to. Y'all been in Chuck E. Cheese lately? Those kids are a little. I don't know. I guess it's different at all of them, but the Chuck E. Cheese I've been to, those kids ain't got no home training. Ugh. Can't deal with it. The most entertaining place in PCB is Walmart. That and Waffle House. That's where everything goes down in PCB. Walmart and Waffle House. Yeah. Yep, see? At the Waffle House on Thomas Drive, they ask you if you can fight when they hire you. That's a true story. They ask you if you can fight. It's like a running joke that people don't put their past employers as references. They put like their childhood karate teachers and stuff. True story. But okay, but Chuck E. Cheese does have some good pizza. Like, if they had like an adult day at Chuck E. Cheese, I would totally go. but there's just too many screaming children for me. But if they had an adult day, I would totally go. But they do have good pizza, and they have a salad bar. But also, it's not a salad bar you can actually eat because of said children. Germs and hands and sneezing, and I ain't doing none of that. What's the place that puts the paper hats on with the lewd sayings? That's Dick's Last Resort, and I've never been there. I've seen the hats, I've seen the pictures and stuff, but I've never been there. The way that my attitude is set up, I am not built for that. I'm not built for Dick's Last Resort. I'm a little too sassy. I'm a little too sassy to go into Dick's Last Resort. I feel like there are some things that I can take a joke, you know? I'm a very funny gal. And I can take a joke on most things, but there are some things that I would want to fight you. And I feel like when you're right there on that border between, you know, like being like 13th juror and audio Chuck Brandi, and then being Walnut Grove, Georgia Brandi, like when you're like right on that, Dick's Last Resort is one of those places where it's like right on, you just don't know. Coming out of there, I like, it's just best to stay out. Especially if I get one of them young, servers that says something to me that makes me mad. If I don't want to have to punch your mama, you know, like it's better for me to stay out there. Tell us about Charlie's jury. Charlie's jury was pretty stoic, except for one of them, who was incredibly pro-defense and made it very obvious. Everything he did, it was like, I kid you not, and I'm not even exaggerating, because when I act it out, it looks like I'm exaggerating, and I promise you I'm not even exaggerating. He would be like, even when Charlie was on the stand, Charlie would say something about how, you know, poor Charlie, you know, woe is Charlie. And I can't remember what it was about. This juror, like, leaned up and was, like, looking like this, like, watching Charlie. And then whatever it was that was poor me, Charlie, the juror goes, and he's like looking around, like looking for other people to be just as shocked and appalled as he is at whatever poor Charlie was going through. And I remember watching him, and I was in chat. Jessica for Justice and Kathy ran my streams while I was gone, while I was in trial. And I was like, but I was in the chat and I was giving updates, you know, on the juror stuff while I was in there. And I remember telling the jury, I was like, or telling the chat, I was like, if this juror is on there, it's gonna be a hung jury. He's gonna be a holdout. But he was an alternate. The first two seats, the way that they have it in there, the first two seats that are like on the back row closest to the door are the two alternates. It's the same every time. That's who the alternates are. And so he ended up being an alternate, which he was not happy about. But I knew he was pro-defense. He was so obvious about it. And then it turns out after Charlie was convicted, he is the one who reached out to Rashbaum and was like, oh, the jurors had a group chat. Did you know that? They had a group chat. Like, there's nothing wrong with having a group chat. You just can't talk about the trial or the evidence in the group chat. You can talk about, like, hey, what time will we all have to be there? Hey, is, you know, like, what are we doing for lunch tomorrow? Like, you can talk about whatever other than, as long as you don't say anything about the trial or the evidence. So all of us that were in there watching, like on the media rows right there, you know, we were watching and we were like, if this dude ends up on this jury. So then when they were getting ready to call the alternates, we're all like, scared. So scared. Yeah. He literally, he was so. The husband has entered the chat. He says, exactly. We try to keep Brandi happy and relaxed, not fired up. I told y'all, somebody asked me earlier what my husband does for a living. He's retired from the military. He's a project manager and he's my full-time handler. That one's the hardest one, though. My full-time handler, I'm sure. Poor Slick. I saw her have to straighten up one of her friends one time. Nothing was said, just a look, and he straightened up quick. He did. So my friends that introduced Chat Daddy and I, they're married, and I introduced them. I hooked them up like 20-something years ago. And I'm good friends with both of them. And the husband, he gets to run in his mouth sometimes, and he's just, you know, which he's funny, but he's like, he gets to be where he'll, you know, smart off, whatever. And he said something to his wife, who's my other friend, and Slick and Vane and I were getting ready to leave, and so we were out in his truck, and he smarted off to her or something, and I gave him a look, and he was like, because he's just a yapping, just a run in his mouth, and I gave him a look. I was like, and he immediately stopped and straightened up, and Slick was like, how'd you do that? So and ever since then, he's been scared of me. It's great. Chat Daddy's scared of me. If they come back not guilty, I'll be, yeah. Yeah. My father-in-law. It's like a family. It's like a whole family gathering. I got my mama watching, my husband watching, my father-in-law watching. Whole family. Next trial. I think the next trial is going to be Courtney Clenny. I think. Still figuring it out. You call Chat Daddy Slick? Yeah. I've probably called him by his actual name maybe 4 or 5 times in our life together. If, where'd that go? If they come back not guilty, she best get on a plane where she's not coming back ever. There's no way that they're going to find her not guilty on all 3. No way. Oh, Susan's watching too. Hi, Susan. The classic fix your face admonishment. That one juror, man, he needed to fix his face, his body, his attitude. All that. What are some of your favorite Audio Chuck podcasts? 13th Juror, of course. I mean, they're all good. Crime Junkie, Counterclock. They're probably my top 2. They're all good. Do you have a date for the new season for the podcast? Yes. I think. Stay tuned. It'll be very soon. Courtney Clenny trial is supposed to start on December 1st. Somebody's in the hall. Lucy ain't having it. December's such a long time without Brandi moments. We'll try to get together. We'll do lives on my channel so we can all still hang out. Yeah, the OnlyFans model that stabbed her boyfriend. And then she said it was self-defense. Look, innocent until proven guilty. But I'll say this. From what I've seen, the evidence does not at all lean toward self-defense. As in, she's like, oh, I just tossed a knife at him. It was like 3 inches, like 3 inches deep in him. You don't get a knife 3 inches deep in you by tossing it. You know those like professional knife throwers? They have one of those dudes for the defense who's going to try to show that it's possible. He was throwing knives at like a pig or something, like a... Okay. Y'all gonna get up there and try to tell me that this self-proclaimed toxic OnlyFans model who said that she just tossed a knife is going to toss a knife with the same velocity of a professional knife thrower who gets all set and then is like, no, sir. But I'll keep an open mind because that's what jurors do. I'll keep an open mind. If she did it, what was her motive? She's crazy. She's crazy. She says that she's toxic, and there's texts and stuff where she has, and videos and all this stuff where she has like attacked him before. She stabbed him before. She's come at him with a knife before. He had to go to the hospital and get stitches because he had like gashes on his face and stuff. She stabbed him in the leg one time too, if I remember right. And he had to go to the hospital, and he was like, don't worry, I'll tell them that it's like a football injury or something. So like he protected her. But she said it in a podcast that she was in. She was like, yeah, I'm crazy. I'm toxic. Well, at least that we can agree on. Who wants some revenge banana bread with the chocolate chips? Linda said, I'm not open. She's downright crazy. There are some, trials where like you go in and like you kind of already lean one way or the other based on what you've heard, and you can totally change your mind. I've done it before. Because everybody is innocent until proven guilty. And there are some where like, by the things that I've heard and the stuff I've seen in the media, I'll lean one way or the other and then change my mind. Travis Rudolph is one of them. I leaned one way going into it and I was like, this is what I'm thinking, but I'll keep an open mind, of course. And by the end, I had totally changed my mind. And so it can happen. Like it's kind of human nature, I think, to like hear stuff and think this sounds legit or this doesn't or whatever. But going in there and keeping an open mind and listening to the evidence and, whatever, I'll always go in and hear it out. But based on what I've seen on her, She cray. Any update on the Kentucky cheerleader? I did a video on it this morning. The autopsy results came back. It was a baby boy. My heart. Oh, my heart. It was a baby boy. The autopsy results are inconclusive, so they don't have a cause of death yet. The initial autopsy results are always, you know, you can get those within a couple days. Sometimes like the other stuff will take longer. Like if they, you know, a lot of times they'll do like toxicology reports and stuff like that. So right now they still don't know cause of death. It says it was inconclusive is all they released. So, but she pled not guilty, and I think her hearing is September 26th. I put it on my calendar because I'm gonna be following that one close. Yeah, 26th. So sad. I have so many questions too. I've been stalking like, you know, her social media and like her friends' social media. I've even like pulled up like her high school, like stuff from her high school. Cause I mean, she's a senior now at Kentucky, but, and from her college before. Like, I mean, how can you not know you're like, you could look at those pictures and see you're pregnant. And also there's like the whole, like, it looks like a maternity shoot that she did. Like with a guy. I don't know if he's the dad or not. I don't have any of that stuff confirmed. So I don't want to say he is, you know, or not, but I hear the fighter jets. Sound of freedom. But anyway, so sad. Not me just munching on chocolate chips over here. No judgment. I still have just the two of us. How many songs have I sing today? Every time they say something, it reminds me of a song. And then I just start singing. And then every time I start singing, then our numbers drop. Just joking. They didn't say in the stuff that was released so far. It just said inconclusive. That's what I'm waiting to see too. Because if that baby was breathing air when it was... Apparently her roommates had suspected like something was weird. She had the baby in her apartment, cleaned it up, put all of the stuff where she cleaned it up into a trash bag, wrapped the baby in a towel, and put the baby boy in the trash bag, put the trash bag in the closet, and went to class. Her roommates were like, when she went to class, her roommates went in there and looked around and found that, called police. Police came. I think she gave birth on Wednesday. And they didn't arrest her till like Sunday. And then she bonded out on Monday. she was obviously pregnant in the photos. And then like she stopped posting a while back. So it's like I don't know if like she was trying to hide it on social media or she just didn't like the way she looked when she is pregnant. I didn't care how I looked when I was pregnant. I was big as a house. Jacob was a 10-pound baby. I was big as a house. I didn't care. I was pregnant in the summer in Georgia. I was out there. I lived on the lake at the time. I was out there floating around the lake, big as a house, in a bikini. I didn't care. It's hot. You try growing a human inside of you in the summer heat in Georgia? I didn't care who saw. It's too hot to care. My son is 22 years old. 22 years old and 1 day. I went into labor on Labor Day. Yeah, the roommates have to be traumatized. That's crazy. It does make me really sad. As soon as that one happened, I did a couple like TikTok reels, whatever. But I've been following that one closely. Grew one during the summer in Texas. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. In summer in Georgia, it's too hot to care about most things anyway. But then you add growing a human inside of you, it's like, Pregnant in the summer. A lot of, like, it's funny because all the people who go into labor around Labor Day, it's all them New Year's Eve and Christmas pregnancies. Florida and Georgia are hot, but Texas is like closer to the sun or something. Yeah. It's like have you ever been cremated? That's what Texas is like. Let's see if we have any updates. Let me look. Let me go stalk all my favorite reporters. I don't see nothing else yet. It's going to be a minute before we hear something, probably. There's another that delivered a baby in the Walmart bathroom and left it in the trash. What is wrong with people? Lincoln's booking picture freaks me out for some reason. But yeah, did you see her in the hearing? In the hearing, she looks kind of normal again, but in the booking picture, I don't know. It just hurts my heart. Jurors have a question. Can they view the time machine? 1950? Baby safe havens are a thing. Baby safe havens are a thing. I want everybody to know that. They're everywhere. If you can't find one, just give the baby to somebody. Just anything's better than all that. So many people want babies and can't have them. Some couple would have loved to take the baby. I agree. Is there a time that the jury stops deliberating for the day? Well, they normally go home around 5:30. So if most times the judge will, ask them if they are ready to go home or if they want to stay a little bit later. Most of the time, if they're not anywhere close to a verdict, then they want to stay. Wait, what did I just say? If they're not you know what I mean. If they're close to a verdict or they feel like they could be getting close to a verdict, they'll want to stay. If they feel like they're nowhere near a verdict, then they're like, it's been a long day and Jackie yelled at us, so let's all go home and we'll come back tomorrow. So it just depends. So it's 4:04 now, which means it's 5:04 now. So like 25 more minutes will be the time that they normally go home. That was the most energy I've ever seen Jackie have. I was like, why is she hollering? First of all, who woke her up? Where is Donna now? She in handcuffs, etc. It depends on, as far as being in handcuffs and stuff, it depends on where she's at. Normally, if she's in the, when defendants are in the courtroom, they'll generally have to have on some kind of something if they're a threat. Not usually handcuffs though, because they don't want the jury to see them with handcuffs. Yeah, if she's in a cell, she's not cuffed. She probably drank 5 monsters. Jackie came out swinging. Like, she came out swinging. It was actually kind of funny, too, because, like, not funny, haha, but funny, oh my gosh, I'm scared of you. Because she was like, we were all like, I don't know what I was expecting. I'm not positive on what I was expecting. I just know that it wasn't that. No one could track her cats. No one could track. That sounds dirty when you say it like that. If you weren't here for Karen Reed, Snow Pappy, he said it's enough snow to track a cat. So maybe this sounds. Anyway, she was off the. She was. We don't know what happened. And I think she got confused about what she was doing there for a minute, because I think she took George's closing arguments personal, because she got up there and she was like, they said this, but that is not true. And she's like banging on the podium. Like, she came out defending herself instead of Donna. And I was like, you're there to defend your client. Sometimes you just got to remind her she slept through a lot of it. So you got to let her know, you know. Jackie came out swinging at the podium. She was confused quite a bit during her whatever that was. Yes. She did get a lot of air quotes in there. And was able to point the finger at everybody else. Basically everybody else except for Donna. She's like, nope, they did it. They did it. They did it. They probably did it. You know, they had a part in it. She a liar, so she did it. But not Donna. Your Uno reverse had me cry. It's the Uno reverse flip draw 4 double extortion layaway murder plan. It'll get you every time. Get you every time. Best was Georgia mimicking her air. Georgia is like, she has like that very dry sense of humor, you know, and she has that snark that you just, I love it. I'm here for it. Donna was a loving grandma and mother-in-law. She cried when he was shot. Yeah. Because she Googled how to fake emotions. And she was on the phone, so she could have been like, Javi, here comes the call. Alexa, play the sound of a crying woman, and then just hold the phone up. The judge had good. Yeah. The judge had good. The judge was awesome. And also patient. He had more, and except for yesterday, he was over. His patience had worn thin. not we as in we as in Donna, got hit. Like, it's like if this is like where you're, you know, every once in a while he'll get up here, but then it's like, then he can get back down. But after the 75th time, he was like, hey, you have to make your decision. And she's like, I'm just not ready to do that yet. I need you to give me more time. Donna is so used to telling everybody what to do that she tried to tell the judge what to do. She tried to tell the Aladdin King, aka undercover agent, what to do. She's so used to that. She just can't even help herself. I bet she tries to tell the bailiffs what to do. I bet she tries to tell, like, the corrections officers what to do. Maybe that's what they were calling the defense for. Like, I got something to tell you. I got something to tell you. That heifer tried to tell me, do you know who has the keys to her cell? I do. But she tried to tell me, maybe that's what it was. And then they were like, oh yeah, it wasn't admissible, so just never mind. Just forget it. It's fine. Wild. He was such a breath of fresh air after Bev. Like, so much. I mean, she didn't set the bar very high, to be fair, but he's so great anyway. Like, I'm a big Judge Everett fan. I just triggered my Alexa. Everybody's Alexas are like now playing sounds of crying women all over the country. And I'm sorry. I apologize for that. When do you think Harvey knew? I go back and forth about this. I think he had to have known when it happened, because that night, I don't know. I go back and forth about that. One thing is for sure, I truly believe he did not know from the beginning, because if he did, then she would not have tried to be like, hey, I need to, you know, go into this bathroom in Gainesville on the way from Tally to Miami and talk to you and delete this message after you read it. Like, nobody, first of all, you gotta have a good reason, especially old rich ladies. You have a good reason to go into a random bathroom in Gainesville to have a conversation. You just do. That's not like, you don't want to just, you're not like, I can't wait to get to Gainesville so that I can go in this bathroom and catch up on all my phone calls. That's not that's not a thing. So it had to be after that, because if Harvey knew, she wouldn't have needed to hide it from him then. And that was in March. So I don't know. What do y'all think? I'm so curious about this. I am too. I want to know what was actually said. Not a single sigh was sighed from our judge. But he did have like the most wholesome laugh. Like when he would do his like little chuckle at the jurors, I'm like, that's adorable. I think he knew afterwards. My favorite judge was Judge Jennifer. Look, you want to talk about patience of a saint. That fool had built himself a box fort, and y'all, who, if anyone, has not seen at least parts of Daryl Brooks' trial? Judge Jennifer Darrow she has the patience of a saint. Let me find a picture of the box fort. He's a whole hot mess. I don't even... Remember the paper that he held up that said objection? He built a box fort to hide. Hold on, I gotta find a picture of it. That was his best defense. Look, it's like oh wait, hold on. Can you see this? I don't have my camera on to where I can see it. Oh, you can't. Let me see. This is his box fort. Oh, that didn't get any bigger. He built, hold on, let me see if I can find a better picture. He built himself a box fort. Look, that's so... Grounds? Here we go. Here's his box fort. Like he put... And then oh yeah, I'm looking at pictures of him now. Remember, he stared down the judge. Look, this is him. He's staring down the judge. Look at that face. That's how he stared at the judge. And she was so, like, she had so much more patience than I did. He, like, yelled at her. He built box forts. He ended up having to watch some of it from another room because he's like a psychopath. He's like on a whole other planet. He's on a whole other planet. Harvey accessory after the fact? Maybe. I think based on what we've seen, it would be harder for him because there's so much reasonable doubt for him. Just based on what we've seen. Because he was there when they dropped off the money. Okay, but you don't know that he had anything to do with it or that he even know what she was doing. There's a little bit of talk in the one wiretap where the FBI guy got made, but not a lot. So, and you can't really hear a lot of what it is. So I just don't know that they would have enough based on what we've seen. We haven't seen everything, of course. I wish she testified so we could ask her why she washed the money. That is the $1 million question right there. If you could ask Donna anything, what would you ask her? Did you think that laundering money meant you actually had to wash it? Why are you washing the money? What did you think that was going to do? Had to catch up from working today. Nothing better than Jackie on 2.0 speed. Look, all that hollering on 2.0 speed, I can't even. Yeah, she's a Judge Dar's a trial mama for sure. She was one of our very first trial mamas, wasn't she? Grounds? Objection. Grounds? Bro. Subject matter jurisdiction. Oh, God. You're not muted. We see you. How many screens do you use? I normally use 3. I only have 2 in the condo now because I took my 3rd monitor to the house and put it in my office. So I have 3 there, and I only have 2 here because I'm usually not here as much. But I had 3 here until I set up the office there, and now I have 3 there and only 2 here. Do you keep up with Letitia? Did she ever... Oh, Letitia. When I redid all of those Letitia episodes, because, you know, when I first covered Letitia, that was one of the very first ones I covered, and I was doing, like, just live recap. That's, like, when I first started and had no clue what I was doing. And I just did, like, live recaps. And, not live, but I did recap videos where I was just kind of talking whatever that had anyway. So my podcast, before I started actually doing the podcast, was just the audio of the videos I was already doing. It wasn't like actually podcast stuff. It was just the audio from all those. And then I started like doing the actual podcast when I started doing Karen Reed. And so the story of Letitia and not really a story of Letitia, because Lord knows there's a lot of stories of Letitia, but the story of Gannon and what that family went through was something that I always wanted to go back and redo those episodes and like tell that story. So I did. But to do that, I had to go back and listen to a lot of that again. And y'all, listening to all those FBI calls again. Like, she is... You know what's interesting about her? Other than her screechy voice. She's the first one that I've ever seen that will immediately change her story. And she gaslit the heck out of him. She is just evil. To kill that child and then take your own kid on a cross-country van ride to dump his body. And then every time your husband, the child's father, tries to ask you about what happened, like where's my son? I can't believe you're not supporting me. Listening to those FBI calls, I wanted to. But what's interesting about her is she's the first person I've ever seen that as soon as you call her out and like you're like, this is how I know you're lying, then she would be like, I can't believe you don't believe me, and then hang up. Call back 3 minutes later with a totally different story. A totally different, and like it's not like she changed her story once when she got caught. It was like every single time they would hang up, she would call back. There were so many versions of the story that I couldn't keep up. And she doesn't talk in a way that that is understandable. She jumps back and forth so that you don't have any clue what she's saying at any point in time. And she does that on purpose, because if she goes around, this happened and then this happened, and but she skips all these parts and then jumps back and forth to all these parts. And then all of a sudden there's a cash baby and a mafia and the pregnant woman who needed help, and it turned out to be a belly full of cash, and then she had to go take it to this Mexican place. And then it was like, then there was a guy who she went to buy a bike from, but then it turns out Gannon fell and hurt himself. So then this rando stranger dude was like, I'll take him to my house and patch him up. You just wait right here. And she was like, okay. There's nothing that she said that made one lick of sense. Not one thing. Not one thing. Not even one of them. Out of all the stories she told, there were 0 of them that made any kind of sense. I can't pass by PetSmart anymore without thinking about that crazy heifer. Ugh. And I know that her jail calls are out there, and I'm like, I can't listen to it. I had to listen to those FBI calls. I can't listen to her anymore. I can't. The piles of stapled cash you would have to pay me in order to listen to her talk again. Ugh. She's crazy. I watched Jackie on 3.5 speed. I bet that was entertaining. I'm reading all the questions that y'all said that you would ask Donna. This is really entertaining. Brandi, I speak for all of us. Thank you for staying on with us for the beginning of Jury Watch. I enjoy it. I like sitting here chatting with y'all and obsessing over what's happening and then talking, chatting. Letitia made me mad every day. Every day. Every day. And I still get mad. But I'm glad I redid those episodes, because those episodes are very important to me. Because I wasn't going to cover that case. I don't cover a whole lot of them that involve kids, because I have to be like, that gets very heavy. It's different covering them than it is watching them or following them. So for any of the trials that I do or cover in any way that involve children, I have to be in the right headspace. Like, I've skipped big trials because I'm like, not in the right headspace for this. You have to be like mentally prepared. And I almost didn't cover that one. And then I went to bingo with my friends, and our server, it was like the night before the trial started, and our server was just the sweetest thing. He was like just this, like, maybe 16-year-old kid or something, sweet as he could be, just so polite. And when we were getting ready to leave, I told him, I was like, you've been so great. I appreciate your mom must be so proud. You're such a, such a polite young man. I said, what's your name? And he said, Gannon. And I was like, okay, well, I guess that's my sign. I need to cover it. So I decided to cover it. It was hard though. On those first videos that I did, you could, like, I'm physically crying And even in the podcast, when I redid the podcast, you can hear my voice break multiple times when I'm talking about Gannon. That was hard. But that one is like, but it's really hard with all of that. The moments of levity, because you have to have moments of levity. Otherwise, it's way too much in it. Make your mental health take a nosedive. The moments of levity in that one all come from Letitia being a total dipshit. Like, every time she says something new and stupid, you think, like, this is it. This is, like, it couldn't possibly get any stupider or less believable. And then she starts over again, and then there's something else. And then you end up with, pregnant women in your car with a belly full of cash. And Eduardo, the carpet repairman, who's already in Mexico by now. And I tell you what, Gannon's mom, Landon, her victim impact statement was one of my, like, there's a lot of victim impact statements that have stood out to me over time. Hers is one that has stood out to me. She was crying, but she was angry. It was good. I don't think I know this case at all. I have, it's on the podcast. I think it's like 7 episodes on it. Maybe 6. I think it's 7. It was a long trial. The Letitia hair. I did my Letitia hair because I was covering Lori Vallow at night on the YouTube channel, and then I was watching Letitia during the day so I could do the recaps on it. Because the weirdo put her hair, like, in all these... I don't know what she's doing. She's... Never has my brain worked harder to try to keep up with anything than trying to keep up with those Letitia calls. It's 5:30. Yep, it's 5:35 right now. Let me see. No updates yet. No updates yet. The judge's statement was really, that was another judge who I loved. The judge in Letitia's trial, I loved him too. He was great. And, yeah, his statement when he did the sentencing, he was great. Oh man, that final episode I did on the podcast for that one, I ended after, like, I included, some of the judge's statement and some of the, don't make me cry again. Some of the judge's statement and some of the victim impact statements and stuff. And then I ended the episode, like, and then, I always, like, do my like wrap up at the end or whatever and talk about the victim and stuff. And then I ended it with that one video of Gannon and his mom singing together. And I couldn't even like do the clips and stuff because I was like boohoo crying. There are always like certain stories that like just stick with you, and that's one of them. The case that started me on true crime was JonBenet Ramsey. Yeah, I could see that. Latisha. Kelly P, good luck. You're in my prayers. Oh, if you've never been through the big seep, I know it's hard to understand, but man, so I know you know. I don't know how long they're going. My case was Lacey Peterson. I've always been into true crime stuff because my mom was, and I used to watch all kinds of stuff with her. But that one was the first one I ever took personally. I named my kid after Lacey Peterson's baby, Connor. My kid's middle name is Connor because of that case. I was pregnant when all of that was going on, and I thought it was so sad that she never got to have her baby. What trial was it that we sent the card to the police officer? Oh, what was that lady's name? The one where she was on trial for shooting her kid. What was that lady's name? What was that lady's name? I want to say Rebecca. I don't know if it was Rebecca or not. I could just be making that up completely. Yeah, there was an officer who testified, and he is the one who went in the house and found the child, and you could tell it hit him, you know? And so it was hard. So we want to do something nice. So I set up a thing on my website where everybody could go in, like I had everybody from chat, like go in and like, write something nice. And we sent him a card. I sent it to the police station to give to him. And I was like, hey, just want to know, like, we watched the trial. You really, touched us. I know that this must've been hard on you. We want to offer you support. And then I gave him the link to it. So then he could go on the website and then read all of the comments that everybody wrote to him. And so he wrote me back. He wrote me like a thank you card back and said that I guess he got the card when he was getting off of a hard shift and he read it. And he said he sat there in the parking lot and read every single one. And he was like, I've gone back and read them all again, like at least 2 or 3 times just before he wrote the letter to say thank you. So that was really sweet. It was really sweet. Which trials would you want to see if you could choose? I know for sure Courtney Clenny. Thank you, Jody. I think OJ was my first true crime case that gripped me. I remember sitting on, we had a braided rug in front of our couch, and I remember I was a kid, and I remember sitting there watching that slow speed chase. My mom and daddy were sitting on the couch behind us, and I remember watching that on TV. Robin Howington, that's it. That's it. Robin Howington, yep. I took some time off between Karen Reed trials, though. I came back, and it was a new trial. Brandi got married and has a tribe of animals. No more breaks. I missed too much. I know, right? Yeah, we got married literally like right when jury selection was starting. So the Karen Reed trial was our honeymoon. But we're not doing like our actual wedding until April 4th. Will you be here all night if the jury keeps debating past it? I'm here. I'm here for the long haul. We have to obsess over it together. We might have to take some breaks. Corey Richens. That one's coming up soon, isn't it? Lucy is a champion. She's good at it. She is good at it. Well, I told you she made me go on that longer walk this morning. She was like, we're not skipping the park. I was worried when I saw you at the apartment. Chat Daddy wasn't around, but glad to know it's still good. Yeah, he's been here on the weekends, but I've been here. It's my best friend's birthday and then my kid's birthday, so I've been here. And then he's just been coming on for long weekends and then going back for a few days and then coming here. But I'll be going back probably Sunday. I am not doing a gift registry for the wedding. I am not. I appreciate that, though. Lucy's she pays a lot of attention. I'll start calling her Jackie. Look at her. She's like, are you talking about me? I see you. She's side-eyeing me. I see you. I see you. I love on her. I'm thinking he's going to let them go home, rest, to come back refreshed tomorrow. Probably. I'm still waiting to see. If there's any. Still no updates. I'm watching, though. I keep refreshing just in case. This is far less stressful feeling than Karen Reed. I feel like because this one is so obvious and we've had so many trials with this one already, and they've all ended in convictions. I watched Charlie's trial after Karen Reed, then watched Travis Rudolph. It was wild. Yeah. Those are some good ones. Corey Richards won't be till next February or March. Oh, for some reason I thought it was coming up like in the next couple months. I don't know why I thought that. I'll never forget you eating cold pizza at a trial verdict watch. Best thing you ever. Yes, when I was there for Laurie Shaver's trial, and I was waiting in the courthouse, and we were there for verdict watch, and they made it to where they locked the doors of the courthouse, because the courthouse was technically closed. So if you left, you weren't allowed to get back in. I was like, well, so I can't leave. And Michael Shaver, the victim, his family was there, and they brought me pizza, and I've actually become close to them since this. They're all amazing. They're all incredible. So yeah, it was the best pizza I've ever had in my life. I was so excited for that pizza, because I've been in court all day. It was like the longest day ever, and there's no time to like go get anything to eat. Best pizza ever. Jackie banging on that lectern didn't, it didn't, because I have it in my headphones, so Lucy gets to sleep through it all. The only thing that bothers her is when she hears people in the hallway. Then she's like, oh, we're not having this. We're not having this. Sorry, one more question. How was your visit with Ashley Flowers? I'm so jealous. Ashley's great. She's awesome. She's great. The prom, we had the audio truck prom. It was the last time I saw her in person. She's that's when she popped in. We were doing Karen Reed trial at that time still, right? And she popped in on the live. Lucy is a trial pro. She knows how to sleep. Oh yeah, the Laurie Shaver one. That's when I was supposed to have that was supposed to be our first date. That was supposed to be me and Chat Daddy's first actual date. And I was like, I gotta cancel because I'm stuck at a murder trial. Totally normal. I've seen clips of the Cardi B case. Can we? I want to see some of that too. I've only got to watch some clips of it, so maybe we'll watch some of that together on when this is over. Maybe we'll do some of that. Hi, 80s. I don't know. What do y'all want to see next? I know I want to do Courtney Clenny. Yeah, Jessica got to guest host when I was at Laurie Shaver. And you guest hosted for me when I was at Charlie's trial too, right? Yeah, we should totally watch it because it looks like, especially her testimony. I want to watch her full testimony. Yes, Courtney, come down to South Florida. We can go together to Miami to watch. That one starts December 1st. I love streaming. I do love being in the courtroom too for trials because I like being able to watch the jury. I like doing both. Brian Walsh is coming up sooner. Hold on, let me look. I think it's next month. Let me check. I have it on my calendar for next month. Brian Walsh. But that could have changed since I had it on there. He's got a status hearing September 15th. And then, as of now, court is set for next month. October. The Brian Walsh one will be interesting because, and I know everybody keeps asking me to cover that one. That one will be interesting because it's so many of the same people involved. So it's like a lot of, it's like Karen Reed, you know, the whole cast and crew. Sounds like winter in South Beach for us. I got family in Miami. Let's go. If I don't stream it, I'm going to go in person. To Courtney Clenny. If I don't stream it, I'm going to go in person. Are they even having a Brian Walsh? Because the whole Proctor mess has, it's been, like, they're trying to have the Google searches thrown out and a bunch of other things. So, but Proctor was the lead investigator on that one too. So they're like, they're fighting everything because of all the Proctor mess. Ugh, Melly. Yeah, Brian Walsh will be very interesting. It will be interesting to see all the same people. Everybody keeps asking me to cover that one. It's like a Karen Reed spinoff. It does kind of seem like that, doesn't it? Except for he guilty. I do want to watch Cardi B's testimony. Maybe we'll do that once all this is done. The Aaron Spencer one makes me so mad. That one makes me so mad. He saved his daughter. His teen daughter was abducted. He goes and saves her and shoots the guy and is charged with murder. Wild to me. Like, I can feel my, like, I can feel my anger starting even just talking about that one. I feel like that needs to get thrown out. I don't even feel like that should be a trial. Aaron's, I know everybody's saying Aaron's. It makes me so mad. That one makes me so mad. Yeah, I don't condone killing someone, but if someone kidnapped your kid, yeah. Like, this dude, abducted his daughter. He has like 40 something felony charges, like including like child stuff. And sexual assault. I can't even. That one makes me so mad even just talking about it. What kind of grand jury would he, like? Mm-mm. You remember that dad who killed the guy in the airport who kidnapped his kid? Yeah, the one that they had on video from, what was that, like the 80s or something, right? Is that the same one? Troy said, y'all, this channel gives me life. I know, I love hanging out with y'all. Just got home, they're still going. They are. We have an hour and 38 minutes in so far. Aaron's downfall could be the amount of times he shot him, though, right? Because likely amounts to more than self-defense. I would shoot until the threat is, you take my youngin'. I'll make sure the threat's gone. I don't know. I don't see a jury. And this is Arkansas, right? I don't see an Arkansas jury convicting that man. I'm pretty sure it's Arkansas. That guy's son is on X. I stumbled on him one day and he told the story of his hero dad. Can I call you if I ever get wrongfully arrested? You'd be better than my Yes. I get very passionate about it. Yeah, the 80s. He didn't do her. I remember because he was standing like at the phone, right? If I remember, he was standing like it looked like those where they used to have like the phone booths in the airports. He was standing like right there, like kind of facing opposite way until they brought the guy around, and then you can see him like turn and shoot him. I feel like there's no. I feel like he's going to be acquitted. An Arkansas jury. I feel like he's going to be acquitted. If they don't even toss the charge, I feel like they should toss the charges and shake his hand and say thank you. Congratulations on saving your child's life. But even if it makes it to trial and he's not acquitted, I don't see a world where 12 humans will hear that story and be like, oh yeah, that's murder. No, I don't. He in Arkansas, he going home. How many times did Travis shoot and still found not guilty? 39. Shoot till the threat's gone. Arkansas is a right to flee state, not a stand your ground state. And I get that the laws are, you know, different in different states. But you take my baby. You are a known sexual, you know, child predator. And you take my little girl? I can't even imagine. I feel like it has to get kicked before trial. He could potentially do an offer plea. I feel like the prosecution will more than likely try to offer him some kind of plea deal. But because they have to know that there's not a chance in hell that 12 Arkansas jurors are going to send that man to prison for murder. There's not a chance. It's hard to get convictions in normal self-defense cases in stand your ground states. I don't see a conviction. I don't either. I don't see a conviction in it. Brittany Murphy says, I will say in our concealed carry class, they say unload the clip. I'm in Arkansas. Are all trials televised? Not all of them. Not most of them. Some of the more high-profile ones. But even some of the more high-profile ones aren't, just depending on the judge, what the judge allows. Oh, Arkansas does have stand your ground. They took his daughter. Like, I do think finding a jury in Lone Oak will be hard. It won't be televised, and they are trying to not have anyone in the court. They had a gag order on it until recently, right? I think I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't they have like a gag order on it to where his wife wasn't even allowed to talk about it until recently? There will be riots if that man is convicted. I am in no way condoning riots or suggesting them. I'm just saying, I feel like there will be some. Because there's a huge petition to get the charges dropped. Like, huge. What was your least favorite case to cover so far? Y&W Melly. Y&W Melly was my least favorite. Because people who had no idea about anything to do with the case would just come in the chat to be like, just his fans would come in the chat and be like, call me all kinds of names and start drama and stuff. It was so annoying. But I did that one, and then directly after that one, I did Travis Rudolph. So it was like my least favorite and then my favorite, like back to back. Oh yeah, the unlawful gag order. Higher court threw it out. Those judges were ticked. Do we have anyone in the courthouse today? We have somebody in the media room. Still no updates though. Yeah, the trolls were off the chain in that one. But what's wild is I always joke about how like the trolls in Melly wanted to ruin your day, and then the trolls in Karen Reed wanted to ruin your life. I've never been attacked the way that I was attacked with Karen Reed stuff. They still do it. They make like fake profiles of me and like put like, but it's like me as a zombie. It's like they're actually kind of cute, like the pictures that they make of me. But it's like me as a zombie and stuff. I'm like, I'm a cute zombie, y'all. I'm a cute zombie. Give me Halloween inspiration. Who is that crazy heifer that keeps attacking her attorney and she went through like 3 to 4 attorneys? That would be Taylor Shabusiness. She a whack job. That one was the one where I had to have a sweater fort because they talked about a lot of inappropriate things that you only talk about in the bedroom. And I turned bright red as we listened to all of that. And I had a sweater on my chair right here. And I just, that was so uncomfortable. And she has attacked multiple attorneys. Like, and when I say attacked, like jumping out of her chair with her handcuffs, like trying to get her handcuffs in her arms over their necks. And then like she, you know, like cut this dude up and put parts of him in a bucket in his parents' basement and then parts of him in a crock pot. She's if they go back to trial for West Memphis 3, I'm taking a leave of absence to watch it. Mark my words. Mods did get a workout with Melly. Have you ever talked to or done a podcast with Lawyer You Know? Yes, both. I've talked to him and we did, what did we do? 1 or 2 shows together. We did a couple. We did one on Karen Reed right before the latest Karen Reed trial started. What are you doing? Jumping around? Did you come over here to yell at me? Did you really just jump up here and come over here to yell at me? Best last name ever. She changed it to that. I don't remember what her actual legal last name was before she changed, but she changed it legally to Shabusiness. I don't even mention that name. It's like Candyman. Remember the guy that boiled his parents? Oh God. What was his name? I can't remember. Joel Guy Jr. That one was crazy. My husband came home from work, saw Brandi on the TV and turned the volume up. Hey, husband. Grab a seat. We're going on 10 hours. Say your business 3 times in the mirror. She will appear with her toys that had 45 different DNA samples on them. Some of these people. But then, like, you know, we'll watch some of these cases and we're like, it can't get any weirder than this. Like, this is as weird as it could possibly go. And then we'll have another one and we're like, well, what do you know? It's wild. Okay, so which other ones are y'all want to see next? Everybody says Brian Walsh, Courtney Clenny. Which one's like in the next few months? Which ones are y'all most excited about in the next few months? Brian Walsh is next month, right? Courtney Clenny is December 1st. As you're going through these, I watched so many trials with you. I live here. You live here now. I love it. People are always going to people. Aaron Spencer. When is Aaron Spencer's? I feel like that one's going to get thrown out. Everybody says Brian Walsh for sure. You got to talk to Tom Rizzo. So jealous. Yeah, he was awesome. Courtney Clenny. Can we please do clips soon of Cardi B? Yeah, we'll try to watch her testimony together. Peter's awesome. Lorino said he's heading down tomorrow. I think he's already on the way here, isn't he? I think he said he's going to be in the courtroom tomorrow. I think he's already like on the way here. Yeah, he's great. I like watching his recaps because he gives the recap of like the legal part of it. And I like hearing it because then I'm like, oh, I said that. And then it makes me feel like even with 0 days of law school, that I'm like, oh yeah. But then there's a lot of things that he says that I like wouldn't have called, like different legal things, you know, like he gives like the legal breakdown of stuff. And I like that. Definitely Courtney Clenny. Sarah Patrick, she's the girl that killed her parents. Brandi withdrawal is rough. Sure, Chat Daddy agrees. Well, after the Karen Reed trial, I needed a little bit of a break. The streaming is hard. Like it's because you're in. I am right here. I live here all day, and then you do the recap. So it's like, so once they end, it's not that I'm not ready to go like right into the next one with y'all, but it's after Karen Reed, because that one was so long too. Just needed like a little break. Julio case has 4 or 5. Isn't that one going on now? Or what it was about to? Aaron Spencer isn't until January. Gosh, that'll be here before you know it. I can't believe that still. I see, I get mad every time I talk about it. Peter is slightly more reserved than you. That's true. That's true. I am sassy and I am opinionated. I need a moment. I'm gonna pull my defense line. I need a moment. I agree. I have brain withdrawal. I may have to go back and watch older streams during the next break you take. We'll try to do, on my channel, we'll try to do like lives and stuff too, where we just pop in and hang out for a little bit and say hi to each other. The Corey Richards one is crazy. Allegedly kills her husband and then writes a children's book on grief. Jessica says, it seems easy, but the streaming for all day is tiring. You can't do anything else. It is fun, and I loved hanging out with everyone. It's funny because the first, like, so when I finish at the end of the day, you know, then I'll like do the recap or whatever, and then when I'm done with that, it's like you've had to pay close attention to everything all day. And then anytime where there's like a break in court, that would normally be your break, but that's the time like when we're talking and I'm, you know, interacting with y'all and stuff. So by the end of the day, I'm like, I just want to sit in silence. I don't want anybody to talk to me. I don't want to have to listen to anything. I don't want to have to hear anything. I don't want to have to pay attention to anything. I need like a decompression time where I'm just like sitting in absolute silence, staring at the wall with absolutely no, you know, mental stimulation. It's weird. It's like, when I first started doing it, I was like, oh, I watch trials all the time anyway. So like streaming them, that'll be easy because I do it anyway. It's not the same as watching. But I love it because I love to watch them and I love to hear what y'all have to say and hear everybody's opinions on it and talk about it, and I love it. I have all my true crime best friends here to watch with me. Oh, my other channel, it's just my name. It's YouTube at Brandi Churchwell. Do you think this state will go after Wendy next? You know, everybody's been talking about that. I think it could happen. We heard so much about Donna during Charlie's trial, and now we heard so much about Wendy during Donna's trial. So it makes me think, you know, because we still haven't even heard everything. So it makes me think it could happen. Hi, Melissa. No questions from the jury yet. Does anyone else miss OnlyFan? I wonder if OnlyFan thinks about us the way that we think about OnlyFan. Hello, hello. Yep, we just hit 2 hours. That's when you sit outside and watch the sun go down. I know, I love going out there and watching the sunset. It's so pretty. So pretty. Been with you for a long time. You said hi to me. I started screaming. She said hi to me. She said hi to me. I'm saying hi to you again. Didn't it seem Georgia threatened her arrest in closing, or was it just me? I don't know, maybe. Well, it sounded like her, like Donna's attorney. It sounded like Jackie was like, oh yeah, Wendy looks guilty. There's more evidence coming about that. Stay tuned. I was like, Jackie? You started YouTube streaming after Murdoch? Yes. I started doing, right after Murdoch, I started doing, everybody's like, start a YouTube. I was like, I don't have YouTube. I don't know what YouTube, I don't know how to work it. I would watch trials on it, but I didn't know how to do like the chat or anything like that. I would just watch the trials. And people were like, do YouTube. So I started doing recaps on YouTube. We always joke about like the very first one I ever put on my channel. I couldn't figure out how to hit the record button and didn't realize that I did hit the record button. So it's just me looking at the camera for like 45 seconds confused. Not looking at the camera, but like looking at the screen for like 45 seconds confused because I can't figure out how to turn this thing on. And I posted it. I was like, this is me. Good point. We're 2/3 the way to the Charlie mark. Good point. I didn't even think about that. I mean, they're still there. So we could potentially get a verdict tonight. Imagine they forgot to tell us they went home again. I would be so mad. We do Andrew McCann from, I don't know that I know that one. I'll have to look at it. I don't think I know that one. Can't imagine them staying this long if they aren't close to a verdict. I agree, especially because like it has been a long day and they got, you know, they got yelled at by Jackie and they had all kinds of stuff happening. I think we could get a verdict tonight. It could happen. Can you take us outside to watch sunset and not give away your location? I can put on beach cam. Yeah, she did say hold everyone accountable. So much stuff was said about Wendy during this trial. It does make you wonder. Like, actually, I'm really, now that you've pointed out that we're 2/3 of the way to Charlie's verdict, now I'm pumped. All right. Where is... There's our sunset. It's so pretty. Oh. Here, let's do this. Let me just change some stuff up around here. I have so many tabs open. You don't even know. So many tabs. All the tabs. Every tab. Every tab. Oh shoot. That's why. I need to count. I want to count how many tabs I actually have open. No, I don't. It might. So many tabs. All right. This one's too big. Look at my OCD. Kicking in. Okay. All right, there we go. Now I got to move this up because now it doesn't. Okay. The first video when you were so confused, keep it forever. Yeah, because it's very me, like no clue what's going on, trying to figure it out, looking confused, looking like I'm lost. It's very me. Technology problems. What did Mama Brandi think of you? My Mama, she was excited. She didn't really know what most people that I've told, like most of my friends listen to podcasts, but some of my family is like, so you do what? What do you do? What is a what is that? What's a podcast? I don't understand. What do you do? And then they'll be like, well, how do you make a living off that? I don't understand. I just saw a quote about banging on the podium if the law and facts are against you. The media room is eating pizza. Pizza sounds good. I was so nervous at first. She's got to go down. That first live stream that I did, I held Lucy the whole time. She was like my emotional support live streamer. And had no clue what I was doing. Zero clue. I was like, we'll just figure it out as we go. Jennifer says, please give us a verdict. I gotta work tomorrow. We can make it one more hour. Oh, that's the Devil's Den murder. Oh, yeah, the one in front of the kids, right? Thank you, Donna. You make time go by very fast when streaming when not watching anywhere else. I appreciate you. I love beach cam too. It's very soothing, isn't it? I love being out there. I think it paused on accident. Let's see. Oh yeah, it paused. Hold on. Ah! Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. I don't know what I did. Hold on. Somehow I went to something else. And now I stopped this. Stop pressing buttons, Brandi. As long as I don't do that one. That one is live, right? Let me close, hold on, let me close some of my tabs. Let me close some of my tabs. So I've got like my notes and then my stuff where I was trying to do the recap. We'll just have to get to that when we can. I got all of that. Let me minimize that. I've got all of this. I have so many tabs. All the tabs. Okay. That one's live. All the tabs. Okay. I think we're good now. The judge must be wanting a verdict. I think so. Sounds like they're hoping for a verdict tonight. Yes. Now I want pizza. Yeah, Charlie's came back. We were there for about 3 hours. They deliberated for about 3 hours. Will Harvey have a get his groove back party if Donna is convicted? I hope so. With paella. I'm gonna put. Trying to not make it look so cluttered because it feels very cluttered. Okay, we'll just leave it. Just stop pressing buttons, Brandi. Okay. Beach cam gives me Karen Reed trial flashbacks. I know. People love beach cam. I'll put it up on I always put it up on lunch breaks when I would take Lucy out. Oh. She just heard me say that. Okay, hold on. Hold on. She heard me say OUT. Pineapples on pizza or no? Let's do a poll. Start a poll. Does pineapple belong on pizza? I miss OnlyFan. Everybody misses OnlyFan. I am a newlywed. We got married April 4th, and then we're doing like our actual wedding on April 4th of next year. The Tiki Hut is on the beach, but it's like right off of this camera. Pineapple and jalapeno. That's an interesting pizza combination. Y'all have like, all this pizza talk. Y'all are like, I'm this close to ordering pizza. Hi, Kathy. Hello. Pineapple and hot peppers. The infamous Tiki Hut, yes, where it all goes down. There's a place in Oklahoma that does hot honey and pepperonis. Y'all are the ones who first told me about the whole hot honey and pepperoni thing. I had never heard of that. Brandi should have control of her own beach cam. You could pan it and zoom it. So the original beach cam was an extra cam that I had set up on my laptop in my window, and because it's such a pretty view out there. So it looked like this, except for out my window. But then when I had that crazy guy come here and like try to find me, I stopped doing that because I was like, even though it didn't really show where I was at, I was like, if he is trying to find me and he sees himself on there, he can figure out where I live. So now I don't do my own anymore. Those hot pepper, oh, the banana peppers. That sounds good. I think we're all ordering pizza right now. Texting my kid. Bacon and black olives. It's crazy the jury might actually do this tonight. I think they might. What are you doing? Little weirdo. Yeah, he drove here from like South Carolina and was on the beach trying to find me. Wasn't I live when I found out about that? I think I was live when I found out about it. And I got freaked out and had to call the police and make a police report and stuff. It was crazy. The jury is staying late. The actual jurors, the crime junkie jurors, all the jurors. Okay, but now we're only like 37 minutes away from the time that we found out that there was a verdict for Charlie. We're almost there. Here we are. Crime Junkie Jury reporting for duty. We are going on. We've been live for 10 hours and 14 minutes so far. It's going to be past Donna's bedtime. They got to tuck her in. I was at the back porch and heard Brandi Party of Two, and I looked to see if it was you, but I'm not stalking your condo. Well, that's different. That's different. That's okay. Will Donna get taken straight to prison tonight? No, they will take her back to county jail, and then they'll set her sentencing date. Lucy's over there making noise because she wants me to take her out. And then once she's sentenced, then they'll give her a prison assignment. Did Donna give away all her commissary like Charlie did on deliberation day? Good question. I doubt it. I would think she has to know better, right? A lawyer said Judge Everett let the jury stay till midnight on her murder case. Oh my goodness. I don't think it'll take them that long. That's what I'm hoping. It won't take them that long. But I sure do keep refreshing just to see if there's anything happening. Didn't Ashley Benefield stay till after midnight? That one was long because I remember I had my friend's birthday dinner that I had to go to for that one while we were on verdict watch for that one. And the verdict came back. There was another verdict where I was out when my grandmother was in town. My nanny was in town and we had a show to go watch, like a theater or whatever kind of show. And we ended up, I can't remember what trial it was, but we ended up, the verdict came. Chat Daddy needs to send you some yummies. He's so sweet. The other day I was out of Monsters and he, I said something, it was I think the night that he left here to go back to the house, and I said something about it and he was like, and he DoorDashed me some Monsters so I would have some for the morning. Ashley Benefield, the ballet dancer. Yes. Yes. Charlie's baby mama. Charlie's baby is with the nanny of Wendy's ex-boyfriend's kids. Brie. They have a baby together. And that's okay for Donna. That's fine. But she has all kinds of stuff to say about who Wendy dates. Judge Everett wants to make this quick so we can go watch the football season opener tonight, right? Say that again. So Charlie's baby is with the nanny of Wendy's ex-boyfriend's kids. So Wendy's ex-boyfriend had kids and they had a nanny, and Charlie started having relations with her. Romantical relations. And they have a kid. That sounded like the classroom girl from Ferris Bueller's Day Off describing how she heard Ferris was sick. It's hilarious. Chat Daddy is a keeper. I'd be lost without him. I was like, I'm a strong, independent woman until Chat Daddy came around. And now I'm like, I don't know where my socks are. I need breakfast. I don't know what I'm doing. The one that was on the stand. No, not the one that was on the stand. That's not who he has kids with. I'm starting to think maybe we will get a verdict. I think so. I think so. I think that's why they're still there. I think that's why they're staying. Why aren't closed captions available? I'm not sure. Hi. Did you just jump up here so you can stare me down? She did. Do you think if Charlie testified, it would have helped Donna? No. Because look at how well it went for him. The thing is like, it's not going to help because his story doesn't make sense because he's lying. So when you don't have the truth on your side, you're not going to be able to, you're not going to be able to help anybody. Zanny the nanny, remember her? Yeah. Zanny the nanny and Eduardo the carpet guy are probably like off in, they're happily ever after right now. My best friend's sister's boyfriend's brother's girlfriend heard from this guy who knows this kid who's going with the girl who saw Ferris pass out in 31 Flavors last night. Guess it's serious. That's exactly what it sounds like. I wish y'all could see her face right now. Okay. I'm being bullied into a side bark. I am going to be so angry if the verdict comes while I am taking her OUT. I am going to be so angry. You're going to go to the pound if that happens. I'm just joking. You're not going to. Oh, no. Could never take you. All right. Let me turn it on my phone so that I can listen, because if it comes back while I am taking her out, I'm going to be so... All those treats that I got her today are going to be gone. All right. Let me turn it on my phone so I don't miss anything. I'm going to be so mad. I'm going to turn y'all on my... Okay. All right. I'll be back. Hello, family. Family. No verdict. I'm okay with that though, because I was walking Lucy. I'm gonna put this over here. I have not yet, but I will very soon. Unfortunately, didn't miss a thing. Yeah, I keep double checking to make sure that that the core feed isn't like paused or anything. I'd be so mad. Hello, hello. We're almost to the time that it took for Charlie. Like, is the jury allowed to say? Somebody said that there was an attorney who said that that he's had them stay till midnight before for a case that she did. Here, the fighter jets. They know Charlie was convicted. I think we will have a verdict today. I think that that's why they're still going. This ain't in Andy Bev's courtroom. Look, we're going on. I've been live for almost 11 hours. That's like 2 court days in Auntie Bev's courtroom. Look, there goes the fighter jets. See the fighter jets? You can see them on the screen. Not that one. That one was a bird. But the ones that are going that way, you can see I don't know if you can hear them on the microphone because I've got my all these sound filters to try to filter out background noise and stuff. So I don't know if you can hear them on here, but you can see them go through there sometimes. So when I hear them, I get excited, but then when you can see them on here too. That was me, Brandi. Then she said he wouldn't have let them start if he wasn't letting them stay late. But I don't think it's going to be, it won't be midnight. I am about 2 hours from Pensacola. I'm like halfway in between Pensacola and Tallahassee. I saw them practicing last week on vacation in Pensacola. I'm excited when the Blue Angels have their homecoming show in Pensacola. Chat Daddy and I are going to that. We are going to go stay the weekend and watch their homecoming show. The jurors are still going. The only thing we know is that we can never predict what each jury will do or by when. That's true. Even the ones that like we think like, oh, they're literally going to have an answer before they even get to the room. Like Letitia, even some of those, take way longer. But also it makes sense because we get to talk about it the whole time. The first time they ever get to talk about any of this is when they get back there. Yeah, all the verdict clocks are going to be close but not the same. Some like Court TV starts it like as soon as they walk the jurors out. I started it like a couple minutes later because I gave them time to get to the room. Everybody, there's not like an official clock that we're going to have on anything. Everything is just kind of started about the same time. Welcome back. Nina Swish says verdict tomorrow. Can't wait for these juror interviews. I know, me too. Charlie's was 3 hours, so we're getting right to that point now. But we have a beautiful beach sunset, and we have each other. Matt Hoffman just said we're now at 3 hours of jury deliberations. That's how long it took to convict Charlie Adelson. As soon as I saw that he posted, I was like, oh. The second verdict watch. I'm still a baby compared to all of you. Some of them have been so. What's the longest one we've done? What's the longest verdict watch we've done together? For those of y'all who've been with me for a while. Thank you. Lucy got excited. Lucy got excited because her brother just came by to bring me food. I was at Lori Shaver for that one. What was your first Brandi trial? I think mine was Melly. Oh. Oh, I'm so excited. My kid brought me cheese sticks. Mm. Messy Melly. Oh, Chat Daddy just sent me a picture of the zoo crew. He said they're waiting on the verdict too. Melly's co-defendant just got a 16-year offer from the state. Oh, wow. Hey, your Murdoch-Kovich was our true crime meet cute. Zoo crew is adorable. Donna's most damning piece of evidence: the flight to Vietnam. The call saying it's. I think it's the call saying it's about the two of us. I think to me that's that, and then the thing about I'm outside because it shows that she paid. That call. That and the one-way ticket. They tried so hard to make it like, oh, she wasn't running. She wasn't fleeing. I was like, I told them they should book a one-way ticket. Then I'd be pissed at you if you were my friend. I think the maddest I ever saw Brandi was at the Travis Rudolph trial. I know exactly what you're talking about. And I think that is the maddest I've ever been on screen. Those prosecutors in that trial. Both of them during closing arguments. The tag number in the planner. That's a big one. Especially because, Georgia pointed out today that the tag number was written on that paper that Charlie gave Katie to give Sigfredo. Remember Thami? Mm. I watched Charlie's Cross, and you can see Brandi in the gallery with her lips set. You can see me watching the jury a lot when you see me in the gallery for Charlie's trial. Did you hear Tellis is requesting a new trial? I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. That fool. He just wants another chance to get up there and hear himself talk. And to tell us all about Compass Realty. Do you need to switch feeds? Switch feeds for what? For what? The verdict brows should be in the Smithsonian. I don't know that I have any anymore. If we go into verdict watch tomorrow, it's too late tonight. If we go into verdict watch tomorrow, I'll put on verdict brows. I have to find them. We're almost at 11 hours live. Your southern accent came out when talking about Tellis. My southern accent comes out when I get annoyed, or when I get to talking fast, or when I'm around my family, or if I've had a couple of glasses of wine. Have you ever watched a trial where they said baby daddy as much as a trial? Let me think. Have I? I don't think so. The Vegas barricade was epic. The Vegas barricade came... That was an unintentional all-nighter. Because that was during the first Karen Reed trial, right? And I'd been live all day for Karen Reed. And then I saw that and I was like, I'm going to go live just to watch this with my people. Thinking like, we'll watch this for half an hour. And then like 4 to 7 hours later, we're like glued to the live feed watching the SWAT team take down this apartment. I gotta find them. They're somewhere in this condo. If we are still in verdict watch tomorrow, I'll put them on. I'll find them tonight. They're somewhere. They're somewhere. Eating Popeye's chicken. My first live trial was Lori Vallow, but it was the one that didn't have video. It was only audio, and they released the audio at the end of the day, like at the end of the court day. So my first live trial was one of the most difficult you could ever pick for your first live. Because there's nothing to watch other than me So I ended up making a bunch of graphics so people would have stuff to look at. And then it was like at night because they wouldn't release the court audio until the end of the night. That's where Trial Daddy started. Yep. The Letitia trial, the Lori Vallow trial is where Trial Daddy started. People think that started during Karen Reed. It didn't. It started during that. I still have like the calendar where we had the Trial Daddies. The Lori Vallow, my very first live trial was where we started Trial Daddies. The very first one was Detective Daddy. And then from there, we've had all these different ones. We've had all the way up to Snow Pappy, but that's where the Crash Daddies thing came from because we have different Trial Daddies every time. Detective Daddy was the first one. I can't remember who some of the other ones were, but we've had Ballistics Daddy was one. What trial was he in? The Ballistics guy with the beard. Lori Vallow was not federal. No. But they just didn't want cameras in the courtroom. His voice was smooth like butter. Yeah, that's why he was Detective Daddy. We didn't have any... The whole reason that started is because we were listening to his voice because we didn't have video. So we're like, he has the best voice. So then, like, I started making all these graphics so, like, we would have stuff to look at the whole time, like, we're listening to all this audio at night. And so I made the Trial Daddies calendar. And every time there would be a trial with somebody, jurors have reached a verdict. Verdict! 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 Here we go. OMG. Verdict! Well, now we know it's guilty. Woohoo! Are y'all ready? So ready. So ready. She's got to know it's not good. For them to reach a verdict in She knows. She knows it's not good. A little more than 3 hours. So almost the same as Charlie's. There's no sound yet. This is good because I really didn't want to have to go till midnight. Look, she looks scared as hell. I bet Dan was scared as hell when he saw those guys in his driveway. Yeah, she knows. She's gonna have a panic attack.
Before the jurors are brought in and the verdict is published, I want to make sure everyone understands whatever the verdict will be in the case. I do not want there to be any gesturing or anyone making any movements that you either agree or disagree with the verdict. We are going to respect what the jury's decision is, and we are not going to subject them to any displays of emotion, whether it be from the gallery or the parties. If anyone believes they are not capable of following this instruction, I'd ask you to step outside at this time. Mrs. Adelson also as well, once the verdict is read, again, I'm going to advise you, do not have any displays of emotion as best you can. You are in control yourself. Do you understand? There you go. Please bring in the jurors.
Bring the jury.
Please remain seated when the jurors come in this particular time.
They were out a little more than 3 hours.
If the jury foreperson could please rise. Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict?
We have.
If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 2 of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment, solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room. Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you will be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes.
Do you need a moment to collect yourself?
Oh, you know she needed a moment.
Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them.
Or tranquilizer.
When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
I want to see Harvey's face.
Please bring back in the jurors so we can conclude with their portion of the trial.
It's frowned upon in the state of Florida.
Members
There's
of the jury,
Harvey.
before I discharge you for this evening, I am briefly going to poll you concerning whether your verdict is unanimous at the request of one of the parties. When you hear your last name, please appropriately respond.
You know, normally, if I saw a grandma crying, I'd be like, oh my gosh, that's so sad. But all I can think about is that reaction from Ruth Markel when she found out that her son had been murdered. She had to know it was coming. I think Harvey is...
To you, before you are discharged, please listen carefully. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to thank you for your time and consideration of this case. I also wish to advise you of some very special privileges that are enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases. We have recognized for hundreds of years that a jury's deliberations, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that being said, I want to extend my thanks on behalf of the entire Second Circuit for your service in this matter. You are discharged. Have a good evening.
Is she gonna be in turtle soup?
As to the jury's verdict, with the jury having found the defendant guilty of the 3 charges of the indictment, is the defense asking for a pre-sentence report on counts 2 and 3. As to count 1, the penalty is statutory, and essentially there is no modification for it.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered by the court as to counts 2 and 3. As to count 1, is there any reason why we cannot proceed to sentencing on this matter?
Your Honor, we would request an opportunity to ensure that our client is okay before we proceed to sentencing. It's my understanding that Charlie Adelson wasn't sentenced right away, and we're asking for the same courtesy.
Very well. The court then will set a separate sentencing date.
May I inquire whether the family members that are present would like to give a victim impact now or at the future date?
Go ahead.
What'd she say? Oh, they're going to give their victim impact statements now?
We're going to have 2 victim impact statements this evening.
It's fine. Right there in front of the lectern.
Make Donna hear that.
Watch your step. I'm gonna have you step back.
If you please can identify yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Ruth Mark.
Moving that way, 'cause you're
Sorry?
gonna- I'm worried you're gonna trip. Just,
Okay,
that's
I already did fall. My name is Ruth Markel.
You may give your impact statement, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge Everett. To the Honorable Judge Everett, my name is Ruth Markel. I am the mother of the late Dan Markel. I stand before you today to express the profound sadness and grief that Dan's family and I have endured since his tragic murder. We have lost a treasure. My son Dan's life was cut tragically short at 41 years old. For 11 years, we have been forced to a life filled with unimaginable pain and heartbreak. Dan's father Phil and his sister Shelley share in this unending sorrow. Dan was a devoted father, brother, and son. Dan's life was marked by his devotion to family, education, and community. He was a loving, caring, and inspiring person. His academic journey included studying politics and philosophy at Harvard University, earning a master's degree later in political theory from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and the Emmanuel College in Cambridge, and later going back to Harvard to get a law degree. Dan was a prolific scholar and did start, co-founded the influential Prof's blog. His energy, drive, and sociability greatly enriched the FSU College of Law. Dan's life was filled with passion, music, dance, sports, travel, and people. But of all my son's accomplishments, however, I am most proud of the devoted father Danny was to his two sons, Benjamin and Lincoln. Dan was present, loving, and supportive, always putting his children's well-being first. He regularly attended the boys' daycares, reading with them. His office was filled with their drawings, and his home, his living room, filled with their toys. Dan was the boys' hero, and they have been forced to grow up without a father. Dan's murder has shattered our family and caused deep permanent pain. This was a particularly senseless crime, and the murder was particularly insensible. It was not revenge. Dan was a law-abiding and respectful citizen, an active father, and a living son. His life was devoted to teaching and helping others. The pain and suffering of Dan's murder goes well beyond other families too. That is why I wrote the book, The Unveiling, a mother's reflection on murder, grief, and trial life. In my unrelenting grief, I turned to advocacy, to feel purpose, and to help others with these tragic losses. I have found meaning and comfort to connect with others who want to serve justice. To all the community of journalists, TV programs, podcasters, Tallahassee communities, and the allies who have put their hearts in keeping Danny's story alive, we are full of thanks. To law enforcement and prosecutors, our gratitude is beyond for their dedicated, careful perseverance in seeking justice for Danny and our family. If Tallahassee is known for football, Tallahassee should be known for the prosecution and for law enforcement. They have done an outstanding job. These extraordinary efforts underscore the brutal truth of our family's story. Danny's murder was orchestrated by his former mother-in-law, Donna Adelson, and other co-conspirators, and is a crime of cruelty. It is a murder of grief, a murder of selfishly prioritizing one's own desires over what is just or right. And at its core, this was a murder of convenience, so that one grandmother could live closer to her grandchildren. She killed their father and ripped the children from the other grandparents' lives. Donna Adelson's crimes against Dan began long before his murder. She belittled Dan in front of his children. She spread lies about him and contributed to a brutal separation between Dan and Wendy. She rented the house, and Dan came home and he found that Wendy and the boys were gone with most of their belongings. He called this devastation Pearl Harbor.
Quit shaking your head, you'll...
Donna's eagerness for Wendy to divorce Dan and to relocate to South Florida led her to increasingly devise desperate schemes. Despite these efforts, the court ruled that Wendy could not move the boys away from their loving father. Failing to achieve her goal through legal means, Donna finally resorted to orchestrating Dan's murder. She plotted, planned, and paid for his murder. Donna's crimes led to further devastation. Her middle son, Charlie, was convicted and sentenced to a life in prison for his role in facilitating Danny's murder for hire. Can you imagine a mother involving a son to complete a murder? Donna's eldest son, Rob, an honest and decent man, is estranged from the family, and her younger child, Wendy, has decided once again to relocate to another state. Her actions and those of her co-conspirators have caused children to lose their parents. Catherine McManus, Alfreda Garcia, and Charlie Adelson, also convicted, are all convicted for life and have lost access to their children. Prior to her arrest, Donna's recorded phone calls with Charlie reveal their lack of a moral compass or capacity for self-reflection. She blames external forces for her family's curse. They're outside of her, but she is the curse, and lashes out angrily at witnesses who took the brave step to testify. Her modus operandi has always been to run from Tallahassee and then to try to flee to Vietnam. For our family, there is no such prospect for escape. Danny's absence, and that leaves a hole at the center of our lives, no matter where we go. Yet Dan's murder was not enough for Donna. His death was not enough. Danny had to be fully erased from his beloved sons. The boy's last name was ever changed, an extraordinary decision to excise the Markel name from Phil's only grandsons who shared his last name. And after the first arrests were made, Donna didn't allow the Markel family to have access for over 6 years. It was only when there was a phenomenal Tallahassee advocacy group that passed the Markel Act. The passage of this bill was immediately followed by our first invitation to see the boys after the arrest. The door only cracked open. Despite these efforts, we remain excluded from the boys' lives. We were not at their bar mitzvahs or graduations. We have extremely highly choreographed visits and communications. We only wait for the day that Benjamin and Lincoln will visit their father and his grave in his father's history and his grave in Toronto. We want nothing more. The facts of Danny's murder, are difficult to swallow. The experiences Phil, Shelley, and I have been forced to suffer are profound as homicide survivors and victims of the criminal system. The lives of Danny's 2 sons, our grandchildren, were forever turned upside down by this crime. Benjamin and Lincoln were only preschoolers when their father was murdered, and now they are forced to confront and try to understand the unthinkable crimes of murder and the Adelsons' involvement. Our lives will never return to normal. For those who loved Danny and for those who Danny loved, there is no escape from the wicked effects of what Donna Adelson set in motion, carried out, and paid for, and for many years enjoyed the aftermath of. Donna Adelson has caused immense devastation and an untimely, undeserved murder through her actions. While no trial or verdict can ever heal the profound wounds caused by Dan's murder, justice must be served. I respectfully ask the court to impose the maximum sentence on Donna Adelson. Her lack of cooperation and remorse throughout the case demands justice, the justice that Dan's life and memory fully deserve. We are immensely grateful to the court for its careful and compassionate deliberation. Respectively, Ruth Markel.
Thank you, Ms. Markel. Are there any other victim impact statements this evening?
One more, Judge.
If you please could tell us your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Phil Markel. I'm Danny's father. Judge Everett, I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the impact of Donna Adelson's actions on my families and the families of so many others. While this victim impact statement is addressed to you, Your Honor, it is also intended for the Adelson family, Harvey, Charlie, Wendy, and particularly Donna. I would like them to understand and reflect on the deep and irreparable damage they have caused. The pain that they have caused my family is obvious and permanent, but they have also caused lifelong harm to their own immediate family and so many other families and children around. Donna's selfishness, cruelty, and complete disrespect for human life, along with that of her co-conspirators, have left families forever broken. Louis Rivera, his children have no father. Catherine Magbanawa and Sigfredo Garcia, their children have no parents. Charlie Adelson, his son, Roman, has no father. Rob Adelson and his wife and their 2 children have lost their uncle and grandparents. Shelley and Ian, my daughter, their 3 children, my grandchildren, are left without an uncle and are separated from their cousins. Of course, their heinous and callous actions have left me, Ruth, and Shelley without our Danny, and Ben and Lincoln without their father. For anyone to commit such a cold-blooded, unprovoked act of murder is horrific. For Donna, someone who claims to care so much about Ben and Lincoln, her sun shines. Her actions are beyond comprehension. She has harmed forever the people she claims to have loved. In the Jewish custom, we have an expression to always wish others to live to 120 years of age. For Donna, I wish her to live to 120, alone in her jail cell. I wish that every day of her remaining days, she thinks about the harm she has caused to so many, especially those 2 boys she claims to have loved so much. For these reasons, Your Honor, I ask the court sentence Donna Adelson to the maximum possible sentence. And my only short question to Donna, was it worth it? Respectfully, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Markel. Are there any other matters that the court needs to address this evening, Ms. Koppelman?
No, Your Honor.
With the PSI being ordered, the court will pronounce the sentence as to counts 2 and 3 after it's been completed. The parties have had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report and make any objections if they believe they need to. As to the 3 counts that the jury has found the defendant guilty of, I will adjudicate her guilty at this time, but sentence will be pronounced as to the 3 counts at a later date. She is remanded for sentencing at this time. Lieutenant Henry, please notify the commander at the jail that the appropriate screening needs to take place to ensure that the defendant is in an area where she is not subject to any self-harm.
Turtle soup.
For a case management date coming up, what would the parties request?
Ms. Dugan's October court date, Your Honor.
Believe that is 10/14, is that correct, Ms. Dugan?
Yes, sir.
October 14th for case management at 2:30 p.m. That will be in the normal courtroom, 3B. Patricia, if you can make sure that the notice goes to DOC so they are aware that the PSI needs to be completed as soon as possible. Thank you. We are in recess at this time. We will reconvene on October 14th. Have a good evening, everyone. Yes. For a trial call or for case management? Are we about 100 or we're good with it? There's no order like 200. In the morning?
October 14th, set your calendars.
Oh, I'll have some time tomorrow. We'll figure some things out. Which one are you doing?
Oh, fancy looks pretty.
Between public defender, regional counsel, what's that? I was gonna say, I think it might be closer to 300.
October 14th, case management. Oh, we missed sunset, but it was pretty. This has been a long, hard road for them. Well, press conference. Let me see. I don't know if they're doing one. Let me see. But also, I've been live for 12 hours, so press conference might be something we have to watch on our own in our beds. Let me see if they answer any questions out there real quick, and then we're calling it a day. I'm exhausted. This is the book. I highly recommend it. It's, but this is it. And I have, Dear Brandi, don't give up. We didn't give up, and now look. It's great. Great book. Highly recommend it. All right. It's WCTV that has the presser. I think they're pretty much done though, but if they have anything else, it'll be coming up on that. So that's it. So it's been a long day. I've been in this chair for 12 hours. So we're going to call it a day now. I appreciate all of you hanging out with me. This has been, show it again. It's this. Y'all screenshot it so you can get it. It's really good. So, but I appreciate y'all so much. Thank you so much to our mods too. Our mods are like incredible and do all of the things and stay right here with us and help with literally every single thing. So I appreciate y'all. Y'all are the best. I am glad that we got to go through this together, and I am so glad to see justice. So glad to see justice. I got a little choked up during the victim impact statements. Shocker, I always cry during victim impact statements, but it was awesome. So, other than Donna shaking her little head, off you go. Off you go. All right, y'all, I appreciate you so much. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Enjoy your tomorrow off, since now you don't have to report for jury duty. I don't know when the recap's going to be out. We'll get there as soon as we can, I promise. But sorry, I got distracted because I saw the camera move and I was seeing if they were saying anything else. They're not. They're just leaving. All right. I appreciate all of y'all. Thank you so much. If you haven't hit the like button, please do so. I will see you all soon. Let's get together and watch Cardi B's testimony. Let's do that soon, because I've been seeing clips of it. I need to see it, and I don't want to watch it alone. I want to watch it with y'all. So let's do that really soon, because that's all I keep seeing. How do you know Donna's guilty? All right, y'all. I appreciate you all so much. I will see you all again very, very